About halfway between Miami and Orlando lies PGA Golf Village in Port St. Lucie, Florida, a year-round magnet for golf lovers worldwide. PGA Golf Club is home to 2 renowned courses and 1 signature hole, which play host this week. 263 men and 1 historic woman who have earned a spot in this field through the association's 41-section championships and qualifiers for the 30th Senior PGA Professional Championship. Right now. Welcome to our broadcast booth. I'm David Marr, alongside Jerry Tucker and Craig Dolch, here to bring you this very first coverage of the Senior PGA Professional Championship, and it's going to be an exciting day. I couldn't have 2 more qualified people sitting next to me. Jerry, from a competition standpoint, knows championships, this one in particular, 17 times in this field, and no one tells a story in the game of golf better than Craig Dolch. We've got 264 of them here this week. All those stories will be brought to you over the next 2 days at the 6th hole of the Wanamaker course. And let's just start a little bit chatting about this championship as play is approaching that 6th tee. Jerry, you've been in this field 17 times. What are these players expecting and looking forward to at this moment?
Well, I'll tell you, the night before a tournament, you think about one hole often, and usually it's the most difficult hole. This is one of them. It's not the most difficult, but when you know you're going to be on TV, you're going to be thinking about this hole. Last night, you're going to be practicing the swing, thinking about what club you hit, but it's exciting. They're going to see their friends and family, club members are going to see them. Very exciting for all the players.
Today, scoring clearly in a championship is always important, but stories are the most important for us. We're bringing you each player in the field. The 264 stories will be told over the next 36 hours or so. And Craig, as you take a look at this field, what stories kind of catch your attention, or what are you looking forward to over the next 2 days? Well,
it's certainly an eclectic field, David. When you look at it, there are 6 players here who won PGA Tour events, including Tom Purtzer, who won 5 times. Tom Purtzer's name certainly jumps out when you look at accomplished players. He also won 4 times on the Champions Tour. We've got several other players who won on the Champions Tour, including Pete Oakley, who won a major. He won the 2004 British Open. So you've got guys who've made a lot of money and taken home a lot of trophies, and then you've got a lot of other guys out here who don't get a chance to play in front of a TV or a camera that often. So it's going to be a different feel for them. It's the thing about the golf is they don't care what you've done before. They don't care how old you are, how much money you made. It's who plays well that day. So it's going to be a lot of fun these next 2 days.
It sure is, and all those stories, 264 of them, will be brought to you. You'll hear about the clubs, you'll hear about the sections, you'll hear about the players themselves. The play is approaching the 6th tee. The first group is on number 5 green. Just to update you a little bit on the weather. It is perfect weather here today at Port St. Lucie. It's a little bit warm. It's going to be some kind of a day to watch golf. And that 6th hole, it can be a challenge. Can you tell us just a little bit, Jerry, about the 6th hole, what you saw there, and what you think the players need to do there?
Well, there's several. The whole place is so different depending on the whole location, and the back left pin is what we're going to have today. I think it's 20. It's 9 back of the middle, 24 deep into the green. It actually is probably the easiest pin, even though it looks intimidating, only because most of the players draw the ball and they can work the green cants from right to left in the middle. So if they can land the ball somewhere in the middle of the green, it'll work toward the hole. And we talk about how difficult or intimidating that shot is. There's a long carry over some water, some marsh there as well. It's beautiful to look at. But if you're looking at it as a spectator, if you're looking at it as a player back on that back tee box, it can be a little bit challenging. But as we take a look at the first group that's coming up, again, it's an exciting time for us to be bringing you this championship in the manner that we are, but exciting for them as well. Craig, you certainly know all the stories been around championship golf and the PGA of America as well. In terms of the jitters for a championship like this, what have you noticed in your conversations with players?
Well, I think the one thing is the routine. You know, you can tell when a player is uncomfortable because they get out of the routine a little bit. They may take a few more swings, maybe even just club selection. It shouldn't be that difficult because there's so little wind out there. It should be kind of a stock type club for them. But you look at this hole, the 6th hole, last year in the Assistants Championship, it was the 13th easiest hole in golf on the course. But when we played 2 years ago in the Senior PGA Championship, the last time it was held here, it was the 4th hardest hole. So it tells you that it can be 2 different tournaments. It can be a completely different hole.
Dew is still on the ground. The first group has gotten to this 6th tee, the hole that we will be covering here at Port St. Lucie's PGA Golf Club. And the players that are out there is threesome of Ted Giacomo, Rick Bronson, Bruce Oldenkirk. They're getting their yardages down exactly. And in terms of the length of this hole throughout the week, as we take a look right there at Ted Giacomo walking back to his golf cart, Jerry, what are the distances this hole can play?
It's going to be, I would say, anywhere from 165 to 180. And you notice the player using his binoculars, their yardage scope. You are allowed to use those in most of our PGA events now, other than PGA Tour events.
And this is Ted Giacomo. Papillon, Nebraska is where he hails from. Ted's certainly one of the talented players to work his way into this field here at the 30th Senior PGA Professional Championship. Ted is currently 2 over par.
This is his first tournament, first senior club pro.
His facility is the Golf Galaxy out of Omaha.
Yeah, Ted has an interesting background. He actually, in addition to being a club professional, he also sells real estate. So he is a busy guy, and before that he worked at Dick's Sporting Goods for 10 years. So a lot of these guys come from a varied background.
Next up, I believe this is Bruce Oldenkirk.
I was working down to the hole a little bit from the back of the fringe there.
Jerry, you hit that putt yesterday a couple times.
It's going to be a little bit of a fast one.
Yeah, it's not a slow one. Of course, it'll be a little bit slower this morning with some dew on the ground, but he'll have to be careful. He can knock this one back a couple feet back, past pretty easily.
Yeah, we get that little surge when there's water involved where you make sure you carry, so that could take some of them to the back fringe today. He didn't like that one. I think he
Clearly he's found the hazard.
Yeah, never a good walk when you have to go back for the second shot on a par 3 hole.
There's an area about 10 yards between the green and the hazard, though, where the ball would be playable. Now, we couldn't see the ball whether it landed in the water or the high grass, but I hope he knows that it's in the waters because he's not going down there. He obviously can't go back, and he can't play the ball now once he puts this ball into play.
He couldn't play a provisional on this?
Can't play a provisional on a water hazard. Just for a ball lost or out of bounds.
Hole playing about as long as it can, being, as you said, Jerry, 24 paces from the front, 9 from the middle. Front yardage not meaning a whole lot with it tucked over the water there. 182 yards being played today. Just 4 off that left side. So Rick the Hitman Bronson.
Yeah, he listed himself as Rick the Hitman Bronson. We don't know how many people he's actually killed or what the story is there, but maybe we'll find that out later after the round.
Well, 3 over par when he came here to the 6th tee. He won the Cape Cod Senior Open during a 2-inch rainfall. So Hitman can get it done in all kinds of weather conditions. Not going to see any rain today. See just a couple of clouds smattered here and there.
He actually gave a lesson to Tim McGraw, the singer. So.
It's interesting how many celebrities of stage, screen, music, athletes just gravitate to the game of golf.
I saw that several of the guys have given Michael Jordan lessons, so he must still work his way around.
No one's claiming giving Charles Barkley lessons.
No, not even Haney, I don't think.
Well, you know, just a few miles north of here, 20 miles north of here in Vero Beach, Jake Owen was born and raised, and he was a golfer was one of the top-ranked juniors and was going to play at Florida State. Was in a wakeboarding accident and took up his guitar as rehab while he was healing. And now he's a country music star and friends with hanging out and playing Pebble Beach with guys like Jordan Spieth. He has a tournament up in Vero every year. And the first 2 years, he had Jordan Spieth and Jason Day, who happened to be the #1 ranked players in the world at the time. And not too many pro-ams in Vero Beach get that, but it just shows you the lure that guys like Jake Owen have. Golfers love hanging out with entertainers, and entertainers love hanging out with golfers.
Absolutely so. Rick Bronson here. Pretty lengthy putt. What's this one going to do, Jerry?
It looks like he's on the front there. He's going to have about 6 feet of break right to left, maybe even 7 or 8 feet. And this is long putt, 70, 80 feet it looks like. It's a pretty tough 2-putt right here.
Defeated Mark Tucker in a playoff to repeat as Central New York PGA Senior Section champion on July 30th of this year. That championship was in Rome, New York. He's from Mexico, New York. So.
Good 12 feet coming back, a little left to right putt, but pretty difficult par now.
Next guy's coming down. Yeah, this guy looks like.
I was talking to Dick Ray this morning, the course superintendent here, and he plays likes to play a lot because he feels like that's the best way to know the course. And he said this is really one of his favorite holes. He thinks it's a signature hole on this golf course, and he said the one thing these guys don't want to be doing is hitting their third putt on a green. So it puts a lot of pressure if you can't get that first one up close, and you certainly don't want to, when you're already over par, you don't want to be looking at a 10, 12 footer for par.
I don't hear him if he's talking to me.
Putt doesn't do a whole lot. Should break a little bit from left to right. Pretty fast.
Hey, you wonder how much that last putt's going to affect how hard he wants to hit this putt when you see one of your partners knock it 12 feet by.
Gave that a little bit of acceleration and impact. Yeah, he's going to have a 6-footer coming back too. They're mowing the greens at 100, which means 1/10 of an inch this week, and as they dry out, you're going to see speeds, I would think. I didn't list the speed, but they should be up 11 or so, and you get them going downhill, which is kind of a misnomer. You'll see a broadcast on the tour, and sometimes they'll say that a green of 11 is 15 downhill. It may be 40 downhill. I've used the stem meter a lot on different speeds of greens, and they may be a U.S. Open green might be a 4 going uphill and a 40 or 50 going downhill.
Well, and Bruce Olden, Dick will have a par putt coming back as we take a look now at Ted DiGiacomo. Coming back up that hill, just gave it a little too much respect, and Ted earlier this year played in the Nebraska Cup matches. That's Nebraska Golf Association versus the Nebraska PGA section alongside Ryan Vermeer, who would then go on to win the 2018 PGA Professional Championship the very next week. So now we have Rick Bronson. Can't confirm that first tee shot went into the hazard, but the fact that he ended up hitting the second would indicate that it did.
Yeah, Dick Ray said they were rolling a 12 this morning.
Did you say 12?
Yeah, he said they usually roll the greens 3 times a week. and one of them is on a Thursday. And he said, you know, we don't want these guys to feel like we're being mean to them, but he said these guys, you know, we're not trying to compete against the PGA Tour, but a lot of these guys have played on the PGA Tour, and they want a challenge, and so they're going to get a challenge today. These greens finally got some cooler weather here in the 70s and 80s down South Florida, and the humidity's dropped, so the greens are definitely going to be a lot faster than they were a couple weeks ago.
And you need demanding conditions because these top 35 guys qualify for the Senior PGA Championship, and we'll be talking about that more. But we need to have the best players qualify for that tournament to represent the association.
So Bruce Oldendick from Twin Bridges Golf Club in California, Kentucky. 82 Kentucky High School champion. 87 Kentucky State Amateur champion. Nice little par there.
At least 3 people clap for him. He's the father of triplets, all in college.
Started playing golf. Introduced by his father at age 4 to the game. Always marks the ball with a quarter. He said the mental part of his game is the most strong part of his. As group number 2 has reached the sixth tee. And this is Chad Prohl, who's 1 under on his round.
This is Chad's first time at the tournament. He said he missed the deadline to enter last year by 8 hours, his birthday. So this is his first time in the Senior Club Pro Championship.
So is he blaming that on his mom or on the deadline? At a Sugar Creek golf course in Waukee, Iowa. Been a Class A professional for 22 years, 7 times. A PGA tournament qualifier.
Good shot.
Really nice shot there.
Yeah, Chad got a chance to play his first event on the PGA Tour Champions this year, was given a sponsor exemption into the Principal Charity Classic, and he's also played the John Deere 4 times, so he certainly had a chance to play with the big boys a few times.
Eddie Teresa, tee shot on the way, playing quickly from the Wisconsin section, North Hills Country Club.
That's a good shot there, about 6 feet. Eddie's kind of the man in Wisconsin in the 90s and around 2000 for a 10-year period or so. He was the player to beat up there.
John Allen from the Philadelphia section, Huntington Valley. Gotta love the PGA professionals. They play fast.
That's right.
Well, the 2 best tee shots we've seen at number 6 here all day. It's early yet. I've only seen 6 of them. But 2 good ones there. So a couple birdie possibilities from this group.
Jerry, how important was it for you to get to a par 3 and let somebody else hit first? I know you want to have honors because that means you played better on the hole before, but how helpful is it to be able to let another guy club and so you can know pretty much what the shot is?
I think for a lot of players, it is important. For me, it's not. My longest iron is an 8-iron, so I'm playing all these hybrids, and I don't get much use out of what you or David hit at all. So I've got to figure out my own deal. But for most of the players, they'd like to see a ball hit.
But you hit that 8-iron 180. Good,
Not quite. Maybe at the airport.
Just saw Chad Prohl with that nice swing leading off this group. 2 times he was the Iowa section champion. Low career round, about a 61, boys.
Yeah, a lot of these guys are in the low 60s. I think we have 6 players had 59s in the field here. So there's a fine line between a lot of the PGA Tour players and the best club pro players. That golf ball, like Craig said, the golf ball doesn't know who you are.
John Allen is going to hit again. Provisionally. 9 times he played in the PGA Professional Championship.
Very aggressive swing there.
In the bunker.
I think he caught the bunker left of the green.
Don't want to be left to this green by too much.
No, it's a little bit of a downhill shot to the. He's got a chance to get that close, but it's not the best place to be, and obviously not in 3 strokes. So, see if he can get it up and down, save the double at least.
Yeah, Chad Prohl, in addition to playing in some John Deeres, he made it to the finals of Q School on the PGA Tour Champions last year, and admitted he really just had a hard time. You can make it through first stage pretty easily, but when you get to second stage, you're playing against guys who've been playing on the tour for a long time. And he said he's watching these guys rolling 15, 20 footers, and he said, I don't even know how to make a 7-footer. Don't have that confidence. And he didn't play that well, but that's part of the evolution of a golf game. You kind of get to a point where it takes you a couple years to get the confidence, but certainly I think he's a better player having gone through that experience.
Speaking about Chad Prohl, and Chad, when we asked him what players he most admires, or who he most admires, to see him just about to step out of his golf cart there with the white pants, he said, tie for first, Jack Nicklaus, Arnold Palmer. I think that you're almost cheating there. That's the perfect golfer from a personality, a competitive, and a decency standpoint, if you put all those together.
Yeah.
Chad certainly
Craig said he had trouble making a 7-footer. He's at his club back at Sugar Creek this week. They're having a tournament with an 8-inch cup, so maybe that's what he's going to lobby for, to get that hole get increased a little bit. David, I think the game probably would be better with a 6 to 8-inch hole. We'd play in 3 hours. We'd all hole more putts, but those 2 Scotsmen happened to pick up a 4-inch piece of drain tile. I don't know why they couldn't have picked a little bigger piece of tile up.
I'm with you. Here's John Allen now to the bunker. His 4th shot. Nice one.
Good shot. That's better than tour average. Tour average on a bunker shot's about 8 feet, so he's got her in there about 6 feet, almost straight downhill. He'll have a good shot, good chance of making that one.
Yeah, I don't know if there is such a thing as a good double bogey on a day like today, but certainly that's what he's got a chance for.
5's better than 6.
Yes. They all add up at the end.
That's right.
And that would put him at 3 over. See Chad Prohl eyeballing his birdie putt.
Just to go to 2 under, isn't it? I think.
Is.
Yeah, this is a nice start.
Jerry, when you played in this thing, how much were you thinking about in the first round of just getting off to a decent start, making the cut? Are you thinking top 35 right away? And what is your mindset early in the first round?
That's a good question. I think, I asked my friend was Tom Wargo when we were club pros in the same area, and really, no, you're not thinking of any of that. Before the tournament, you have goals, but as it starts, you're just playing golf, trying to hit every one shot at a time, and as corny as that sounds, I think it's almost till the last 9 holes where you're really thinking about obviously on Friday, you're thinking of the cut, but the top 35, et cetera, you're trying to wait till the last 9 holes to think of that. I'm just playing golf right now.
Well, Tom Wargo went all the way to the Senior PGA Championship and won it. So here's Prohl to go to 2 under through 6 holes in this championship.
Very good.
Told us putting is the strongest part of his game, and indeed, he shows it right there. His dream foursome would have been his brother Dan, his brother James, and his son Jordan. Now the best tee shot we've seen today in the first couple of groups. Trying for his birdie right here, Eddie Teresa.
Played a practice round with Eddie at Kemper Lakes in the '89 PGA, and the group had moved to the back of a long green, and so Eddie hit his shot up there, and Kenny Knox hit it back to us. So apparently he just wasn't ready for us to hit our second shot.
That was one of 5 PGA championships that he found himself in. So a tough 6 here at the 6th for John Allen.
You can see, even with what we call a favorable hole location, this is still not an easy hole. You've got to carry it, especially if you go toward the front of it's about 155 to the front right of the green, but it's about 170 to the front left. So if you pull that shot or take a line directly at the hole, you've got to have a good carry on. You can't thin it, you can't mishit it really at all.
So two groups have finished their 6th hole here at the 30th Senior PGA Professional Championship. We're PGA Golf Village here in Port St. Lucie, Florida. PGA Golf Club's Wanamaker course is hosting, actually both courses, the Wanamaker and the Ryder, are both hosting this championship. We are focusing on the 6th of the Wanamaker course, and it's very early yet, too, of any number of groups coming through, 264 players. But what have you seen so far that you liked?
Well, I like that birdie Chad Prohl made, but we had a triple bogey and a double bogey. It's playing a little harder than maybe I would have thought it would at this point, so we'll have to see as the day goes on.
What a beautiful hole this is. That marsh doesn't exactly come into play, but you see the 5th fairway back behind that 6th flagstick there.
They're going to their carts.
Superintendent Dick Gray's done an unbelievable job here, David, of turning this place around. It was always a nice facility, but Dick Gray in the last few years has made this just unbelievable conditions and done a tremendous job. He's the man in South Florida. He was at Jupiter Hills and Sailfish. He's renovated courses, but kudos to Dick Gray for what a wonderful job he's done here.
Yeah, Dick was longtime friends with Pete Dye. I know they go back to many years in Indiana days, and a couple years ago when they redid the Dye course here at PGA Golf Club, Pete came out and they spent the afternoon together. And you know, they're some real characters, those two guys. I'm sure they can share a lot of great stories. And you think about Pete Dye, the guy was selling insurance at one point of his career, and wound up becoming one of the greatest golf course architects of all time.
Exactly.
Third group is heading towards the 6th tee. This is a group of Michael Zaremba, Jim McGovern, and Craig Stevens. We talked about the PGA Tour winners in the field. McGovern, one of them from Oregon, New Jersey.
Won the '93 Shell Houston Open.
Currently a couple over par. This is Craig Stevens out of Dallas, Georgia. Woodmont Golf and Country Club in Canton.
Craig's friends call him Lumpy, and I don't know why they would call him that, and I don't know if they're really friends, but that is his nickname.
They were friends until you just brought it up on national broadcast.
Craig and Sonny Skinner are the two guys that have kind of dominated the Georgia golf. Craig's a 4-time Georgia Player of the Year.
And Sonny, boy, he's done a lot on the national level as far as the PGA Club Professional is concerned and their member championships. This is Michael Zaremba. He's currently even through 5 holes.
Mike's a strong player. He's played in 5 senior majors, and also he plays here every winter. He won the junior senior a couple years ago with his partner, so he knows these courses very well.
This facility, Desert Hawk at Pueblo West, in the Colorado section. Couple U.S. Senior Opens.
Looked like a don't go left finish there. Yeah, I'm afraid he's off to the right a little bit, but that's okay.
3 is never going to be a bad score for you on this hole. Back-to-back PGA Championship appearances. 01 and 02.
Yeah, it's just about where you're trying to hit this shot, David. It'd be nice to fire at the flag, but I would say 15 to 20 feet right of the hole is where Jack Nicklaus would have hit it in his prime, so I'd say that's a pretty good target.
Jim McGovern, currently 2 over on his round. New Jersey section representative out of White Beaches Golf and Country Club. That's in Hayworth, New Jersey. He lives in Oradell.
Played on the PGA Tour for 21 years.
386 total events. Made more than half those cuts.
Coming back toward it a little bit off that back fringe.
Yeah, Jim's one of the 6 players in the field who won on the PGA Tour. He won the 1993 Houston Open, which got him into the Masters the next year, where he finished tied for 5th. Yeah. I'm sure that's got to rank as probably as big a highlight as what he's done. He won 3 times on the Web.com Tour. So Jim is a well-traveled golfer and had some success, but still out there beating it around, trying to see if he can win again.
I always think about whether a player who's on the PGA Tour and then plays in Club Pro events, does he have any nerves? And it's a funny game. They may not quite have it for a lesser event, even though this is a major. But Bob Golby had a great quote. He said, "You just never can tell." He said, "Sometimes you choke for $1 and you don't for $1 million." and I found that to be the case too, where I might be in a major and I'm not that nervous, and I'm here locally trying to win $150 and I'm terrified. So it's interesting how the brain is working that day.
Well, it's very interesting how Bob Golby's brain works. That guy has terrific quotes, just seems random all the time. And if McGovern were a football player, what would you guess the position he'd play? I'm going with linebacker.
In the old days, linebacker. Nowadays,
not anymore. That's right.
Do it, but yeah, definitely linebacker in the past.
Brother Rob played for the Kansas City Chiefs, Pittsburgh Steelers, and New England Patriots as linebacker. Another brother, Bill, coached linebackers for the Philadelphia Eagles, and there he is on the left. He'd be a small linebacker. He wouldn't even be a cornerback right now, at this day and age.
So it looks like we have 3 balls in the water and through 3 groups here.
Is that right? Mm-hmm. You have to commit to your line and your club. If you're going to take any kind of direct line at that flag, then obviously you've got to cover that entire distance. If you're coming in from the middle of the green, you're going to play almost 1 club less than you think, because it is going to feed down toward the hole. So it's unfortunately, it's like a putt. You have to marry those 2 things together, or you're going to have a problem. And here we are. If that grass is very high, there's places where it's a foot and a half high. Those, won't call them weeds, because we don't want to hear Dick Gray to hear us call them weeds, but that grass is difficult.
Yeah, you were looking down there yesterday saying you weren't sure if you even wanted to play a shot out of there if you could.
Exactly. I might be a player here. We might be talking about some of the rules changes for next year later on, but one of them is that you can move loose impediments in the water hazards now, or what they're going to call penalty areas.
Do you like the rules changes?
I do. I think they're trying to make the game faster, trying to make it, quote, easier. One more I would like to see them make is the out of bounds, the same as the lateral hazard. I co-run a little senior mini tour, and we've eliminated out of bounds. We've made it play like lateral hazard. And they thought about it. The USGA and RA thought about it, but they didn't quite go that far. But they have made some changes that'll speed up the game and make it a little bit more easy, especially for the club player.
You just saw Jim hit that shot with an extreme choke up on his golf club. What's the benefit of that in that kind of situation?
Well, his feet were below his lie, so if you don't do that, you're going to stick it right in the ground behind the ball, and he wouldn't even have got it out of the hazard. So he accommodated. that gripping down. A lot of the teaching pros, it's interesting, don't like to use the word choke down anymore, so we try not to say choke. But he gripped down and really hit a pretty good shot out of there. We didn't get to see his live, but I'm sure it wasn't very good.
Do you see players at home gripping down enough in that kind of situation?
That's a good question, and a lot of times when I give a bunker lesson, for instance, they'll have an uphill, downhill lie, and they're done at their setup. David, if they don't have the right setup, they really don't have much chance to hit a shot. If they don't play that ball way back on a downhill lie, then they really have very little chance of good contact. Yeah, he respected that speed, Craig, didn't he? A little too much, but not a 5-footer, maybe a one ball outright type of putt.
That would be to stay 2 over.
Yeah, you don't like leaving 5 feet downhill. You much prefer to knock it 3 or 4 feet by and at least have an uphill putt coming back. He's going to have to be careful with this par putt.
Yep. Correct. Craig's doing the plumb bob. Not too many players do that anymore, but you saw Ben Crenshaw and Tom Kite use it most of their career. It's kind of complicated, but at least it'll show you somewhat the level of the ground you're standing on. It should break about a foot to his left, or 9 inches maybe.
What do you think of the aim point, Jerry? You see a lot of the younger pros are doing that now. It seems to be the latest in vogue style of putting.
Quite frankly, I'm not thrilled with aim point, but maybe more from pace of play standpoint than what I like about it. Mark Sweeney came up with a system. Very few people were working on reading greens, and I think that's the biggest problem most of us have. So I'm glad they got people aware. He certainly has helped people read greens better. But it's an imprecise science, just like that plumb bobbing is. And I played in the Florida Open this year, and on the first hole, I played with an amateur who did 4 aim point straddles on a 15-foot putt, and I was just like, this is going to be a nightmare. So he was a little better the rest of the round. So at least if players could keep their pace, fine, if that helps them. But I'm a little concerned about that.
Ooh. Some governors drop a shot, go back 3 over.
Would have been a nice save there.
Very nice.
Michael's 64 years old. I counted 60 players in their 60s, so that's encouraging, I think, for a lot of the younger guys that are watching this. They're in their 30s and 40s even. You can play some of your best golf certainly till age 60, 65 even.
Talked to Bernhard Langer about that. 61 years old, leading the Charles Schwab Cup standings on PGA Tour champions. Michael stays even par on his round.
And he has a lot better chance of shooting his age than these first-timers too, David.
Much better.
Well, Bernhard, too, he works at it. I mean, it amazes me how many times we go to tournaments, and on a Tuesday or Wednesday, he's about the only guy that's there. He's the last guy off the range. Jerry, I know you were leaving here yesterday. You saw somebody on the range yesterday. Who was the last guy on the range yesterday?
I didn't know him, but I stopped and said hi. I wanted to, is it Dave Dion? I think I'd have to check his name, but him and his wife Cynthia were out there at 7, almost dark, still on the range hitting balls. And that's something, I don't know if we were going to mention, but the wives of these guys are saints. I can't tell you how many nights when I was an assistant at Bellerive in St. Louis, I'd call my wife at 7 o'clock. Is it okay if I play 9 holes? Get home at 9:30, go to bed, eat dinner, and get up the next day and do it all over again. And she always said, yeah, sure, go play 9. So the wives have to be pretty independent, but they're great supporters. And when they're younger, they will come out and watch us and follow us. And then later they get tired of doing that, though. But they're wonderful. So hope Cynthia has a good day watching him today.
This is Doug Rohrbaugh. He's even par. His facility is Snowmass Golf Club.
Three-time Colorado Senior Player of the Year, so he's another strong player. Not too many weak ones in this field.
Well, when your nickname is One Putt, it must mean something. That's usually a pretty good sign for a golfer.
I think it is. I've got 28 putts on my license plate, but I don't hit it as often as I'd like. So, but you're at least thinking the right way, aren't you? I like the way you think.
Blaine Patan next up from the Gulf State section.
His first time here.
Country Club of Louisiana out of Baton Rouge. I mentioned how some of these players playing their best golf as they age, 2 times, last 2 years actually. Top 10s for Blaine in the Gulf States PGA Section Championship.
Blaine said he worked 365 days in a row once without a day off, so we need to talk to him about that. I don't know if that's setting a good example for the rest of it.
Iron Man. It's setting a good example, just making us all look like slackers.
That's right.
Danny Dolce on the tee right now. He's one over. Any relation, Craig Dolce?
No, he's not. I like that last name. I've been called worse, but...
He stole your nickname.
Kenny was a former Pro of the Year in his section. I was noticing in our bios from the players how many of the guys are Pros of the Year as well as Players of the Year, and I like seeing that. These guys are well-rounded. They're not just players. So many of them are Teacher of the Year in their section and/or nationally, Pro of the Year, Horton Smith Award winners. Really a well-rounded group. Very few of them are only players.
Denny's a life member. 2005 was selected as the Tri-State PGA Golf Professional of the Year. A member of the organization's board of directors for more than a decade and can certainly play the game.
Yeah, Denny said one of his highlights in golf wasn't even when he was playing. He was at the Oakmont Country Club for Arnold's last U.S. Open, and he remembered the ground shaking as Arnold was walking up the last hole. And it just shows you, again, we could mention Arnold with about half the players here because of how much impact he has. And Denny played in the recent Palmer Cup match and just said how it was just not the same without Arnold there. Arnold would always would not only be there, but he would sign autographs and spend time with these guys. And Arnold left up behind a void that it's going to take a long time to be filled. And there'll never be another Arnold Palmer, that's for sure.
Never. And the man you're referring to, Danny Dolce, is the one furthest from our camera right now, back in the back, marking his ball or fixing his pitch mark right there. So 3 balls on the green here for the 4th group out. On this, the first day of the 30th Senior PGA Professional Championship. Favorite course Danny Dolce's ever played, Seminole, just about 45 minutes south of here, I would say.
How many times you played Seminole, Jerry?
I think just twice. I'm actually going to play it with a friend named Michael Sanger in about a month, though, or actually later this month. So I'm looking forward to it.
What do you think of the course? I mean, it has this kind of hallowed state to it. What do you think about Seminole?
Certainly, I think it's. David probably can tell you better than I about this, but a lot of it's in the greens and the history. I think the 6th hole is Hogan's favorite hole as he prepared for the Masters, and there's footage right now on YouTube of Hogan hitting out of one of the members' backyards there on the beach, hitting balls out into the ocean. But wonderful course, and I think they just redid it in the last year or so, didn't they, David? Yeah.
And terrific job, and also you've mentioned the history. The head professionals there have just been legendary throughout the years. Bob Ford there now. Prior to that, my dad was an assistant for Claude Harmon for many years out of Seminole, when Claude went back and forth between Wingfoot and Seminole. But we've got 3 terrific PGA professionals here right now. That's Doug Rohrbaugh. Since 1993, 25 years he's been Class A professional, qualified for the Champions Tour back in 2015. Low career round is 63. His dream foursome, his dad and both sons. Sounds pretty perfect to me. This for birdie.
You mentioned Bob Ford. He was second in this event in 2004 to Jim White. Was actually at the U.S. Senior Open sectional qualifier this year when Bob qualified for that. And it was, I mean, he was probably the most surprised guy in the group. And it was just a great thing that, you know, the way he, I mean, there are a lot of players there that don't even really have never met Bob Ford, but they all know of him. And Bob went out of his way to congratulate everybody. And he is the consummate gentleman when it comes to being PGA professional.
He's one of those guys that we talk about in glowing terms, and anyone who meets him is not going to be disappointed. We just can't say enough about him and all the assistants that come out of his program as well that become terrific head professionals. This is Denny Dolce for his birdie to get back to even par.
Yeah, and to follow up on Bob Ford, you know, everything else he also has one of the best set of pipes. He has a great voice, and matter of fact, the USGA is now using him as one of their starters for the U.S. Open, and you know, it's just great to keep a guy like him involved in every aspect of the game. Recent Bob Jones Award winner as well.
Sure. Just saw Denny Dolce putt, and his key as far as putting is concerned, he tries to stay still and have the confidence that he can make the putt. That is hugely important for all amateur players, I would say. Next up right now, Patin.
The putt just about was down the fall line, so it still looks like it's breaking left, but it's pretty straight.
Yeah, Blaine was asked his dream foursome, and of course, like many, he mentioned Arnold Palmer, but he said for the most part, just anybody who wants to laugh, no complainers allowed. It'd be a lot more fun on the golf if everyone took it in a little bit more enjoyable state and not worried about the previous bad shot.
That's not going to happen.
No.
And when Blaine was asked his fondest memory on the job or story as a PGA professional, as we watched Doug Rawbaugh with his par putt, he helped open the first tee of Augusta in 2000. This is Blaine Patin. He received a call from one of the kids from the first tee telling me what they're doing in life. It makes all the hours worth it, completely worth it. E.J. Evans, the assistant golf professional at Atlantic Country Club, called the other day to tell him he wrote an instructional book called Flawless. The release party is November 27th, so a very proud moment for Blaine and his protege and all the youngsters he helped by helping open that first tee of Augusta back in 2000.
Good two putt there for Denny from about 50 feet. Oh, yeah.
Denny's advice to amateurs is that it's only a game, keep it fun and keep it moving. So it's the 30th Senior PGA Professional Championship, and we've had 4 groups come through the 6th tee. We'll be here all day, today and tomorrow, to show you everyone in this 264-player field. 263 men and 1 historic woman have qualified for this championship. The 41 PGA sections each have their own qualifying methods to get into this championship. Sometimes the qualifying is, actually most of the time, I guess I'd say, Jerry, qualifying is combined with a senior section championship. Sometimes those qualifiers are separate. Didn't they used to be separate almost exclusively?
Exactly. Almost every section did, and now one of the main sponsors of most of the sections is the PGA Tour, and that's very nice that they contribute and make it a wonderful purse. I know our South Florida purse was about $80,000 this year. We have 150 players, so it's a big tournament, and it means everything to us. The section champion, and then you qualify the top in our section. About 10 guys qualify for this tournament.
5th group is on the tee here. Tom Purtzer, Michael Tucker, and Rick Schuler.
That middle guy looks familiar to me for some reason.
Tell us about Michael Tucker, Jerry Tucker.
Well, he's my younger brother. People accuse me of being his father, and I said, come on now. I know I look like it, but Mike's, I'm so proud of him. He's turned out to be a great professional. When I left Belle Reve, he succeeded me as the co-head professional with one of my other assistants named Joe Schwint. But Mike had just hosted the 2018 PGA Championship at Belle Reve, which Brooks Koepka won over Tiger, and it just couldn't have been more exciting. And the massive crowd as Tiger walked up that gangplank over 18 was just a sight that I'll never forget. And Mike's a great player in his own right, though. He's a player of the year in the Gateway section. This year, obviously, he's not able to work on his game quite as much, but we played a practice round yesterday, and he hit the ball quite well.
I'll tell you who must have been working on his game recently is this man, Rick Schuler. Currently 2 under par, Rick is. Right from the Middle Atlantic section at the Stonehenge Golf and Country Club in Richmond, Virginia, the 2009 Professional Player of the Year.
Strong player who also plays here in the winter, plays almost all the winter events here.
He hasn't won this tournament, but he's come close twice. He's had a pair of second-place finishes in 2014 and 2016, so no surprise to see Rick Schuler playing well early here in the first round.
Tell us about Michael's game.
Like Mike's I would call Mike a grinder, and I mean it in a good way. I feel like that's probably what I was too, but he works at it. He fights getting inside on his backswing. He's making a little practice swing there. He's trying to get it back online. If you go inside, you're almost for sure going to come over a little bit. But he hits the ball good enough, and then he's a very good putter and good scrambler and a really good attitude. Hangs in, and never wear him out. He's just going to keep trying. We play the junior senior for years and years here, and lost in a playoff one year in it. Posing a little bit. He's always a good poser, though.
A good poser, that's important.
A little long there?
Yeah, a little long left. It's okay. He had plenty of clubs, so not too difficult to par.
So you play the junior senior. Are you going to play the senior-er?
Yeah, we got to do something else now.
Okay.
Once I lost my partner when he turned 50, he said, well, I guess it's our last year, and I thought he was dumping me. And I realized he was turning 50. So.
Now a life member out of the Southwest section, living in Scottsdale, Arizona, Tom Purtzer, 5 times a winner on the PGA Tour. You heard Craig Dolch talk about that, one of the sweetest swings you're ever going to see in the game.
Still pretty much there, isn't it, David? You only hear of the players. At any one time, there seems to be 1 or 2 swings that people talk about. It's Steve Elkington for a few years. Now it might be there could be 2 or 3, Adam Scott and Charles Schwartzel and Louis Oosthuizen. But that guy for about 10 years, that was the swing everybody wanted right there.
Absolutely.
Both its positions and his tempo. And a really nice guy. He used to come to my club, Belle Reve, for corporate outings, and I can't find a nicer guy than Tom Purtzer. My brother was excited to get that pairing.
That's for certain. Hey, another swing that actually one very prominent player said was the best he saw in the game of golf at the time when Tiger Woods was dominating. Tiger Woods pointed over to Jeff Sluman and said Sluman's compact, efficient swing was the one that he thought was best on the tour.
When Adam Scott came out there, they said Adam Scott did Tiger Woods' swing better than Tiger did it for a while there. So certainly Adam Scott's one of the swings they like too.
Well, it's not only a smooth swing, it was a very productive swing. Tom Purtzer played in 983 combined events on the PGA Tour, and the PGA Tour champions made over $12 million. So I'd say he's done pretty well in this game of golf.
His last tour win, if I remember correctly, Greg, you have the date in the tournament, but on about the 14th hole, he had a tough bunker shot and he putted it out of the bunker and holed the putt. And that's a man after my own heart. I like to use my putter whenever I can. As a matter of fact, I call it my 4-degree wedge.
Now, was that just nerves, or was that just the shot that was?
A little of both, probably. But in his case, I think if you have an exit ramp, you have a firm bunker and what we call an exit ramp with no lip, it's a nice, safe play. I think there was water on the other side of the green, so. But certainly, I'm sure he was a good bunker player. But it's like Ray Floyd. Ray Floyd, one of the greatest short game players ever, and he said, just do the easiest shot there is. Ray Floyd wouldn't have hit very many flop shots, and you probably can't even remember him hitting one. And because he wasn't going to hit that shot if there was a lower way to play the ball on the ground and an easier shot to hit.
Yeah, I still remember Raymond winning a Doral one year with a chip in. from behind the green, and I mean, just that fist bump, that stare. But I would not ever want to play a money game with Raymond Floyd. He was...
and he would chip from 6 inches off the green.
Right. It's like Don January. It amazed me how...
I admire that chipping confidence, because I certainly will putt whenever I can putt from off the green.
And it all revolves around your approach, doesn't it? Bob Rosberg said the air is smoother than the ground, so he always thought chipping was better. Runyon.
Exactly right. Runyon said 2 speeds of grasses.
And some guys...
He didn't want to putt on 2 speeds. He only going to putt on the green.
Some guys win putting out of bunkers, so... It depends upon your flavor.
This looks like a break here. Yeah, he might have a decent shot. If he's got a lie here, he's got a nice little uphill part of the green there that he could get this close. Nice.
Well, those wins on the PGA Tour in 1977, the Glenn Campbell Los Angeles Open. 84, he won the Phoenix Open. 88, the Gatlin Brothers Southwest Golf Classic. 91, Southwestern Bell Colonial, probably the biggest year he had on tour. Also won the NEC World Series of Golf, 4 times on PGA Tour champions. Brother Paul played on the PGA Tour in the 70s and early 80s as well. Certainly a familiar name.
And the curse of having one of the greatest swings ever is that people think you underachieve. No matter, you had a wonderful career, like you just said, wins 5 times, 4 more on the Champions Tour, and people probably say, why didn't you win more often?
Well, that's the thing about golf. I mean, you know, in tennis, you're playing against the other person every day. In golf, you tee up with, this week you got to be 263 guys to take the trophy home, and one lady. It's not set up for you to win a whole lot, and that's what's amazing when guys like Tiger and Jack win 16% of the time. I mean, that's incredible. Most guys would be happy with 3 or 4 wins in their career.
Exactly.
But it's certainly it's a game where you learn how to deal with disappointment.
Well, Michael Tucker was disappointed with that last pitch, a little chip shot there, but this man right here, Rick Schuler, has to be happy with his career. Played the PGA Championship a number of times, and also the U.S. Open in '86 at Shinnecock and '98 at Olympic Club.
Here's a big separator, about a 75-foot putt. Let's see if he can 2-putt, being the player he is. This is the 50 to 75-foot putts are a talent that Jack Nicklaus and Tiger had, but so easy to 3-putt for a lot of players. But there you go. He's probably going to 2-putt. That's a stroke saver right there, and it's a shot that hardly anybody practices. Putts over 50 feet.
Should players at home practice that length putt? I mean,
of course, they have more long birdie putts than these guys, so they certainly should.
I hope that those are birdie putts.
Yeah, or of any kind of putt. But the average tour player only 3-putts once every 2 rounds, and you know, I'm sure the club golfers would tell you they're 3-putting 3, 4, 5 times around. So that would be one of the easiest ways to improve their score right there. Tom might have had a difficult lie in that rough, so he's got a long par putt from the fringe here.
That's short. He's got work for a bogey.
What do we have? Just 1 birdie today, and the hole's got some teeth this morning.
It does.
Brother Mike listed his dream foursome as myself, our other brother, and my father, who passed away a couple years ago. And we got to do that. We played the Casa de Campo Pro-Am a few years ago, and my dad, bogey golfer, made the winning putt on the last one.
Ah, that's great.
It couldn't have been any better. And he got Alzheimer's shortly after that, so it's such a wonderful memory.
Great memory. But I have to ask, he made the bogey putt. He's a bogey golfer, made a bogey putt?
No, he made a par putt.
Okay, I was going to say, if he made a bogey putt for your low score, I want to talk about the rest of the team.
He made a par with a stroke.
Okay, there we go.
Sorry.
Net birdie. Let's go see if we can get a net par here from Baby Bro.
Great. There we go.
He knew you were watching.
I gave him a 5-minute putting lesson yesterday. It didn't hurt him, at least.
Now Pertzer for his bogey. Tough hole for Tom.
I think if Tom had a weakness, that's probably it right there, his putting. And it's compounded when you are such a good ball striker because you have a lot of 15, 20, 25-foot birdie putts that you're going to miss most of the time. The stats just say that they only make 1 out of 10 putts from the 25-foot range, and it makes you think you're not putting as well as you should.
So those are 4 shots that he certainly would have taken a mulligan on any of them. Makes double bogey 5 here at the 6th. Rick Schuler, final player in this group, trying to close out the 6th hole and stay at 2 under. Ooh. On the right side. That's a nice score through 6 holes here at the Wanamaker course, PGA Golf Club in Port St. Lucie, Florida. Back on the tee is the 6th group of the day. Tim Kreppel, Tom Sauve, and Reed Hughes. On the tee now is Kreppel. He is even par on his round. Out of the Southern Ohio section.
Little Alan Doyle action there, short backswing, but a nice aggressive move through the ball.
Bellwood Country Club is his course. The facility that gave him some time off to come on out here and show his wares. Sauve next to play. Pacific Northwest section, the golf club at Redmond Ridge, Redmond, Washington.
Us East Coasters don't hear too much about the Pacific Northwest players, but that's one of the strongest playing sections in the country.
Sure is. In 1989, he won the Pacific Northwest section PGA Championship. Reed Hughes also won over on his round. Reed from Mississippi, the Gulf States section. He's a life member. Winner of the 2004 Gulf States PGA Section Championship. 89, he was the Gulf States PGA Section Player of the Year.
Like he must be going a little bit left also. That's a nice looking golf swing now. Yeah? No, he had it on line all the way. Those are 2 nice putts there. Those are both straight in 12 to 15 footers.
See if they can't convert here at the 30th Senior PGA Professional Championship. 182 yards, this par 3 6th.
David, I would say 30 or 40 of these guys in this field still have aspirations of joining the Champions Tour at some point, and the top 5 in this tournament are exempt to the final stage. So that'll be on some of their minds as well.
Certainly has to be, and for folks at home also, a lot of players I know have their handicap at 1, 2, maybe down into the plus range, and they're thinking to themselves, okay, maybe I can go on out there and play against those guys. It's a little more difficult.
Stay home. Stay home.
Don't waste your time.
You got to be a plus 3 or 4 to even think about it. That's what you're going to need. They've charted the PGA Tour players' handicaps at roughly plus 4 to plus 8, with Tiger and Roy being plus 10s at some point. And I would say the Champions Tours are plus 2s to plus 6s, about 2 strokes difference. So I guess plus 2 then, at least, before you even think about it.
Well, in the courses and hole locations that they play, when they see the scores that are shot, and you may have shot 1 or 2 scores somewhere near the scores they regularly shoot, but the courses, I guarantee, are just set up differently. It's just much more difficult to play in any kind of a tour setup, whether it's the PGA Tour Champions, PGA Tour, Web.com. They're all difficult tests of championship level players.
That's a great point. When I when I played in about 25 championship tour events, and people, when it first started, they may have played 63 or 400 yards and they had low scores, but I didn't play less than 6,700 yards ever.
Wow.
And the majors were over 7,000 yards, so they are not shooting low scores because the courses are set up that easy. I'm going to tell you that.
Well, I covered that tour for 17 years and ran one of the majors for years before that. And you're right, early on it was shorter because, frankly, at that point, players who turned 50 hadn't been competitive or competing for quite some time. The athleticism and the conditioning wasn't even anywhere close to what it is today. So that's all they could handle. But it was pretty quick before Jack came out and won 8 majors in his first 10 tournament wins on that tour. And Hale Irwin came out and made it a real profession for him, winning 45 times over the age of 50. So players now, whether it be these PGA members or Champions Tour professionals, they're just better players than they were, better suited for championship conditions. And the folks at home just don't get how these courses, yes, are longer, but also set up more difficult.
David, you're a good trivia player, I know, and you would have been one of the few to get that question. I used to ask that question for years. What senior player has won the most majors? And nobody got it. And it was Jack Nicklaus.
Not anymore.
Until last year, right? Bernard Langer passed him.
Yeah.
Although Gary Player is...
let's not go there.
I will say, when Bernard passed him, I played one whole practice round with him at the senior PGA, and I birdied it, and he parred it. So I am one up.
There you go.
For life.
I'm
never playing with him.
No, he'll find you. He will find you.
What a great guy.
Tim Krappel's birdie putt. You have a little stress there on his par attempt. To stay even.
Yeah, that's one thing. A lot of people don't like getting old, particularly when 0 is the last number. But people love looking forward to turning 50 when they're golfers. And like you said, for a while, people weren't being competitive. They didn't play in their mid to late 40s. And now guys can't wait to get out on the Champions Tour because they know it's just too hard to compete against the kids that are knocking at 60, 70 yards past them. And I think they really look forward to it, but it's just tough to get out there. Frank Esposito, the defending champ, he's won twice in the last 4 years. He came within one shot of making it to the tour a few years ago, and still trying.
But when they get out there, they're not only running into the Langers of the world, but also the Mike Goodeses of the world, and guys who they hadn't really heard of before, but that are going out there and shooting sub-60 rounds like Mike has in his over 60 career. He's not doing that on it.
You don't want to discourage anybody's dream. 1 or 2 handicaps. It is possible. And we had the old story of Robert Landers years and years ago.
Sure.
But more importantly, we had the Tom Wargo and Jim Albus and Dana Quigley, lifelong club pros who went out there. Tom Wargo made $30,000 or $40,000 a year for 30 years, and then went out there and won $6 million. He called me one time, David, and he said, "Tuck," he said, "Damn it," he said, "I got to pay $500,000 a year in Texas this year." And I said, Tom, that would be a good problem, isn't it?
Exactly.
And he said, "I know," but
It's an uptown problem right there. Now, Reed Hughes. Didn't like it from the start. Still 3 is never a bad score.
Yeah, Tim Krappel, another guy that's played really well on the PGA Tour Champions, Woody Austin, and they have one thing in common. These two guys, they unfortunately both hit a ball and fell into the water. Aquaman, of course, Woody did it in the President's Cup and was kind enough to make fun of himself, wearing goggles up the 18th fairway the next day. I don't know if Tim was real happy about that, but at least he admitted to it.
Well, he carries a gold dollar coin and 1 penny in his right pocket. That's his superstition. Just made par there. Player he most admires, Jack Nicklaus. Course management, strongest part of his game. That's something that certainly Jack was renowned for, and his dream foursome was his father himself, Hogan and Snead. And Sauvé makes his par. Well done out of group number 6. Headed to the 7th tee.
Jerry, how tough is it when the players come here? You know, it's not like they can play golf for a living. I mean, they work at a golf club, but they don't get a chance to play. How much competitive are these guys coming up from the north down here to try and play when they've been working all summer long at their club?
That's a good question. I mentioned my brother. Of course, when you host a major, that's a whole other thing. But even all these players, they have to hope for some good weather in October so they can play and practice a little bit. Plus, the guys that haven't, several of these guys are here for the first time. And Bermuda grass is just a whole nother deal than bent grass and bluegrass up north. So learning how to chip and pitch the ball and see the grain in the putts is another thing besides not being as prepared. So it is a tough deal to try to get ready in just 3 or 4 days.
This is Barry Milstead. He's from the Colorado section. His facility is the Valley Country Club in Aurora, Colorado. Twice he's qualified for this championship. 61 is his low round. He's had 4 holes in 1. This would be a good time for number 5. Typically hits an 8-iron, about 170 to 180. Would you figure he'd go down to a 7-iron here just to make sure he gets it back and gets that?
I think it plays almost a half a club downhill, so I bet he is going with the 8.
Second player to come to this hole under par for the day, so certainly off to a good start.
Beautiful setup there.
Wanted no part of that water. So how about this? You got 4 holes in 1. He had back-to-back holes in 1 on back-to-back par 3s in 2 different rounds within 4 days.
And that's incredible. Another one of our players made a double eagle on the same hole on consecutive days. That stuff just, some of those things just seem a little bit more than coincidence.
Man. This is John Lee. Naples, Florida is where he hails from.
John's a strong player, probably got an 8-iron as well. He's got a big job. He's a general manager with 36 holes. He has to handle Easter dinner for 600 people and that kind of thing. He's a very strong player, though. He got second in the Club Pro out at the mountain course at PGA West one year to Larry Webb.
Also had 4 holes in 1 also. 61, his low career round. This is Dave Quinn. And Dave's been a Class A professional for 22 years. His greatest competitive accomplishment is still to come, even though 5 times he was Player of the Year in his section. He shot 60 twice. He's had 8 holes in 1. He's a big Philadelphia 76ers fan. Playing out of that Philly section, Philmont Country Club, Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. Nice shot there. That
might be our closest today. We had a couple in there around 6 feet, huh?
That would get him to even par.
It's always nice to birdie a hole before a reachable par 5, which is the 7th hole here, so you kind of accidentally get a little something going sometimes. What you also don't want to do is bogey a hole before a difficult hole coming up. Sure. You can get something going the wrong way.
Started playing at 8 years old. Justin Thomas is the player he most admires. The son of a PGA professional who went on to win the PGA championship. He's a huge Alabama fan as well.
Oh, they got problems because John Lee's a big Auburn guy.
Big.
Hope they're not riding together. I don't know.
Well, I don't know if they'd want to be betting too much on this. I know it's the Iron Bowl's a big rivalry, but Alabama looks
oh my gosh.
I think they could go to the NFL and compete with any team out there. They really.
I'm not sure about any team out there. I'm a New York Giants fan. I know we'd be giving them at least 2.5 points.
Giants?
I'm sorry, taking 2.5.
Oh, is that how you're going to trade away today?
Probably Saquon Barkley for a 3rd or 4th round choice.
Not a fun time to be a Oakland Raider or a New York Giants.
Well, at least I've got the Knicks coming up, so that's
25 touchdowns and no interceptions, I think, something like that this year. That's pretty good.
And his backup, Jalen Hurts, could probably start for 90% of the teams out there. I mean, Saban's done what
a big move at halftime, was it, at the bowl game? Yeah.
Game. Is there an art to doing this, Jerry? When you,
if you needed experience, you're talking about moving those loose impediments. You needed to play pickup sticks when you were younger. If you remember that, most people won't remember that. But again, no, it's very easy for that ball to move, and that still is a 1-stroke penalty if that ball moves after you move that loose impediment. You cause it to move.
And you got to kind of gamble as to, take a risk as to how, important is it to move something and risk.
Generally, if I have a ball resting against a pine cone or even a stick, I'm just going to hit it because I'd rather take my chances than get penalized.
Well, his dream foursome is Jack Nicklaus, Arnold Palmer, Tiger Woods, my wife Katie, and my father. So he says, I know it's 5, and that 5 doesn't even have him in the group. So maybe he'd be caddying. I'd caddy for them so they'd all enjoy the day. And I think his wife Katie and his dad will have a great time with Tiger, Arnold, and Jack. Favorite course he ever played? Pebble Beach.
He's got a really difficult shot here now. It's so easy to leave this short because if he has any speed on this and lands it on the green, he could go down in that hazard area. Hitting out of wood chips, you very seldom, if ever, practice this shot. So he's looking at that hazard right now, thinking, what would I have coming back here? So really,
it looks like he's aiming left. Yeah, he didn't want to even go with the pin.
But even aiming left, that's still all downhill right to that hazard. You get these certain shots in your round that can really be a turning point. A round saver, if he could even get a 4 here, is fine. But it could also really hurt your tournament if you make a double or a triple bogey here.
Well, he says that his short game is good and his putting is good as well. He says confidence is the key to his putting. So if he's confident in his putting, laying it out there to the left.
He looks like Ian Poulter walking to that ball, so he's got some confidence. I just don't know if he did any reps on this before he came down this last week.
Yeah, you don't want to go over there sometimes just to kind of put the shot in your head. I know sometimes guys don't even want to. I know guys at the 12th hole at Augusta don't even want to go to the drop zone and practice from there.
Watson would, though. I saw Watson a couple of times in majors. He would practice out of the drop area, but I know what you're being.
I don't know where this Seminoles fan fits into the college football conversation.
I would bet against that he can get this on the green. So if he gets it on the green, this is really a good shot. That's really good. That's a 1 in 20 shot there. For me, anyway. Maybe for him, it's
you see the big smile on his face. It is for him, too. He knows it. And it's a 1 in 20,000 shot for a lot of folks at home. And a little tip of the hat. He knows how good that was. Folks at Valley Country Club applauding their head professional, Barry Milstead. That'll be a nice putt to mark. And then he's got to think to himself, okay, got to stay confident.
Got to make the putt.
Yep.
After that chip.
His advice or golf tip to help the most number of amateurs, he said, most important is to keep the game fun. Whether you're a competitive golfer or one who enjoys a leisure round of golf with their friends, golf is a game and should be enjoyed. That was Barry Milstead.
Big John here. The hole should have set up for him well. He likes to play big, high draw, real long hitter still. John still hits the ball around 280. Probably most of the guys at this stage hit it 250, 260.
Started playing at 14 years old. Has helped out Ozzie Newsome.
Oh, good.
GM of Baltimore.
Was a Jennifer Aniston putt, David. Looked good for a long time.
She has. It still looks good, that putt.
Well, I tried to update it. We used to say Raquel Welch, and she still looks good, too.
She does.
But for the young guys, you said that, they didn't even know what you're talking about. And now David Quinn,
Funniest thing ever happened to him in golf was being paired with John Daly in a PGA Tour event, the Kemper Open in 1993. It was the most fun day of golf he's ever had. Favorite golf course he's ever played, Aronimink and Stonewall Golf Club. Dream foursome, he, his father, his brother, the man I just mentioned, J.D. He's the only one who keep up with his father and his brother, he thinks, is John. He shot 60 twice. No superstitions at all. And his golf tip as far as amateurs are concerned, take lessons from a PGA professional. Don't try stuff you see on TV or in magazine. Chances are it doesn't pertain to your particular swing. A consistent routine and consistent technique is his key to solid putting. Let's see if he can make this one. Beautiful. We've seen some good play here on the 6th hole out of this group. 7th group out. Morning Wave has 11 groups. Then we'll have a turn to the other side for 11 more. Same with this afternoon.
Got to make this after that chip.
You have to make it, Craig.
Back at Valley Country Club, they got the Heaven and Hell golf tournament going on this weekend. Here it is, getting close to Halloween. And that's heaven right there, that up and down for Barry Milstead.
Big smile.
Nice going, big smile, great three. And another group is through the 6th here at the 30th Senior PGA Professional Championship.
Funny thing about the game is that'll do more for you than a 2-putt par from 30 feet going to the next tee.
Absolutely will.
Yeah, you don't get a lot of fist pumps from your partners for pars.
That's right. You didn't want to hit that shot, but now you're worked to your benefit.
Back on the tee, we have Daniel Heaslip, Bobby Hogan, and Mike Parrish. First to play here is going to be Parrish. He's 1 under on his round. Mike's golf club is Sunset Landing Golf Course. He's been a Class A professional since 1981. 37 years he's been teaching and protecting this game of golf. The Alabama Northwest Florida section. His facility, Sunset Landing, is in Huntsville, Alabama. Well, he's had 11 holes in one, but that's not going to be one of them.
Played in 2 senior PGA championships, so he'll let himself do well. But you're right, he's going to have a difficult up and down there. Looks like Dan Heaslip. Oh, no.
May actually be Mike Parrish.
Okay.
.264 players in the field. Sometimes a little bit difficult for us to identify who they are, but all of them PGA professionals, and all with terrific responsibility in the game.
Yeah, I think Daniel hit first.
Now Bobby Hogan.
What do you figure the over-under is on how many times people have made some reference to his last name?
Today?
Yeah, exactly. I guess it's not the worst thing, though. You mentioned the players shouldn't, one of the pros said the players shouldn't try shots that they're on TV. I got to sit at Ben Hogan's table at dinner one night, which was one of the thrills of my life, and I didn't say a word for an hour, David, but after an hour I said, He did. He told us stories. We were Hogan people, so
Great.
he was wonderful. And after an hour, I said, Mr. Hogan, I said, I read once that you'd never try a shot in a tournament that you hadn't practiced first. And as you probably remember, he always hesitated and formulated his answer. And he said, that's true. He said, but you must remember, I'd practiced nearly every shot.
So Bobby Hogan from the Western New York section. River Oaks Golf Club is his facility in Grand Island, New York. He earned Super Senior honors at the 2018 Western New York PGA Professional Championship.
We could talk about Hogan almost as much as Arnie, but one of the things that was interesting to me recently is in the last couple of years they've determined that the turf player on TrackMan, that the turf player's average trajectory with almost every club is about 90 feet. And the interesting about that is 60 years ago, Ben Hogan, when he was hitting at Shady Oaks, tried to make every club peak at the top of a large oak tree, and undoubtedly it was about 90 feet. So he was about 50 years ahead of TrackMan.
Surprising nobody who knew that man. Parrish with rake in hand is headed over. Mike's dream foursome, Nicholas Palmer, player, and himself, the big three. Parrish currently 1 under on his round, driving the strongest part of his game. Favorite courses he's ever played, Pebble Beach and Oak Hill. Started playing when he was 9 years old. Low career round, 61.
That part of that bunker is not supposed to come into play, so we've got a problem here. And a big alligator hangs around right in that area too. So
This might be one Hogan didn't even ever practice.
I think
With the alligator and the...
and the pampas grass.
Exactly.
Might even have a palm tree in his way. Seems to like it.
Favorite book is the Bible. Favorite movie, Tin Cup. Watches NCIS on TV. Golf tip you would most advise working on as far as amateur players is concerned is the tempo. He also talks about staying still in his putting. We'll see if he does that. Got a par attempt coming up.
Thank you.
The 6th hole here at the Wanamaker course. PGA Golf Club, PGA Village in Port St. Lucie, Florida. 264 players competing in the 30th Senior PGA Professional Championship.
This is Dan Heaslip. He won our South Florida Senior Section Championship to qualify for this event. Very good ball striker. He needs to be a putter here, though. He's got about 80 feet, and he's got about 8 feet of break from right to left. So this would be a wonderful 2-putt.
Well, and his key is visualization, feel, and confidence as far as putting is concerned.
Great roll.
But this putt,
Whoa.
not just a ball striker.
I'm sure he visualized that well. He tells folks at home, work on fundamentals, the address position, then swing with rhythm and balance. His favorite book, Golf is Not a Game of Perfect, Rotella. His favorite movie, Braveheart, The Patriot, Goodfellas, Casino, The Bourne series. As he's tapping in right here.
Yeah, Heaslip has been playing very well. You mentioned he won the senior sectional a couple weeks ago. He's going to probably finish second in the Senior South Florida PGA Player of the Year Senior Honors to Gene Fieger, who Gene won this tournament in 2013. Those are certainly two of the
runaway fashion.
Yes.
Gene's kind of been the staple for the last several years, but now the Mark Milke came from the Met section down here, and then Dan is kind of an up-and-coming senior, if you will, and we have, in my opinion, the strongest seniors in the country because so many of the top ones moved down here. But 10, 12, 15 really strong national type seniors. There's your lesson for the amateurs watching, though, David. He had, for him, a horrible tee shot and made his bogey. I tell my students a bogey never ruined anyone's round. And not taking too long to give up on your par is a mistake that a lot of us make. And so he hit the bunker shot long, 30, 40 feet past there, and two-putted for his bogey. No harm done.
Compounding mistake. Something amateurs do too often. Oh. That looked good for a long time. That was a Raquel Welch. I'm going back.
There you go. You and I can do that.
Championship here.
Craig might have even heard of her. I'm not sure.
I heard of Raquel.
Thanks, guys. Thanks so much.
I play with a caddy very often, but you need to because they have the best lines that you can.
That they do. Well, 8 groups have finished this 6th hole. 3 remain.
You just seen it the last couple of groups too. The camaraderie that you see from these guys, rooting on each other. It's, they're competing. They're trying to beat each other, but it's these guys have been doing it for a long time, and you can tell there's an awful lot of friendship out there.
That's for sure. From the Midwest section here, Jeff Sidorsek.
I played with Jeff yesterday in a practice round with my brother and Jeff's brother Rob. We had a brothers match, and Jeff hits the ball well, but he's a really good short game player. Been a stalwart out of the Kansas City area for quite some time.
1 over on his round. You can tell us how that match turned out, or just going to let us know what happened?
Oh, you had to ask, didn't you? We made a little comeback, but they did beat us. They were about 6 under on the front, so it wasn't any shaming. I birdied
no shame. 3
late birdies, but a little too late. What's this, David Lundstrom, I believe?
Well, Lundstrom and Bailey wearing almost identical colors. We're trying to...
I played with David out on the Champions Tour a little bit. He played quite a few events out there. Yeah, that's David. I think he's my age. He's 69 years old and still competing very well.
Southern Texas section. He's a life member, 5 times a competitor. The KitchenAid Senior PGA Championship has finished top 20. 1998, tied for 16th.
He wasn't going in the water either, was he?
That's for sure. Cliff Bailey out of the Gulf States section. East Ridge Country Club is his home facility from Shreveport, Louisiana. Competed in 3 PGA professional championships. 3 times a winner of the Louisiana PGA Championship. Seven holes in one in his career.
Not drawing as much as he wanted, it looks like, but I think he's okay.
His favorite courses he's ever played, Pine Valley and Squire Creek. Would you think the folks at Squire Creek would say, okay, maybe that's the first time we've been mentioned in the same sentence as the number 1 or 2 course in the country. Started playing when he was 10 years old. Players he most admires, Ben Hogan and Byron Nelson, spoken like a true Texan.
That's right.
He's instructed Knox Ridley, Dave Clemens, Mike Amin, in addition to a number of other notorious characters, he says. His fondest memory as a PGA professional, as a young head golf professional working at what is now known as the Four Seasons Hotel and Resort in Irving, Texas, he had the opportunity to get to know Mr. Byron Nelson. Byron Nelson, my dad's captain on the 1965 Ryder Cup team. No greater gentleman in the game. Maybe there's some that are as great as he was, but I'll never forget 1998 Masters. My brother and I, Dad had passed away the year prior and taken us to the Masters. We, in 98, had written Augusta National and gotten badges to go back and just visit with Dad one more time. The last place we had all spent time together with him. And we bumped into Mr. Nelson, who was in the grill room with some members. A bunch of green jackets surrounded, and just caught his eye, and I said, Mr. Nelson, just wanted to say thanks for everything you did for my dad throughout the years. His name was Dave Marr, and he immediately dusted off the Augusta members and spent time with two now fatherless kids for the next 5-7 minutes, telling us how great our dad was. It was one of the great gestures from a sportsman and a gentleman to help two young grieving boys or young men heal from the loss of their father. I'll never forget that.
I agree. Greatest gentleman in the game, or at least ties. And his record would have been a lot better. Byron, everybody knows he won the 11 in a row and 18 or 19 tournaments in 1 year. But he quit playing pretty early because of his nerves. And he said he threw up before almost every tournament round, even late in his career. Now that's what this game can do to us, because we all want to do well so badly. But he wanted to buy a farm and retire, and it's just too stressful. And so he won, 5 majors, but probably could have won 7 or 8 if he'd have kept playing.
Sure, but that 1945 year, those 11 wins and all the 11 straight wins in all the tournaments that he put together, victories that year, enabled him to earn enough money to go get that cattle ranch and retire in Texas.
And have one of those, when you see the sports list of records that'll never be broken, that makes the top 20 in almost all the lists.
First guy to hit in the front bunker there. Everybody had been able to avoid that until this time. That's not much in play, obviously, with the back left pin, but certainly it's not an easy up and down if you put it in that front bunker.
Lori, take a picture of it.
David's got that 80-footer also, right to left. David Lundstrom was a point guard at Bradley University in his younger days.
You mentioned Byron Nelson. We'd be remiss to say about 10 minutes from here lives probably, I would think without question, the greatest woman golfer of all time, Mickey Wright. And she basically did the same thing. She had so much pressure on her to not only play every week, but to win every week. And by the time she was 33 years old, she really didn't want to do it anymore. And it just was amazing how much she was really counted on to carry the LPGA Tour early on. And she did come back and made a couple appearances, but I've got a chance to talk to Mickey on the phone a few times. A wonderful woman, and again, she lives 10 minutes from here.
A modest house at the Saints course, I think, and Club Med.
She's probably the one person in the game that I've not talked to that I would like to. My dad talked about the greatest.
Stepped on a line or something, maybe.
But Mickey Wright being maybe the greatest swing in the history of the game.
Absolutely.
I think it's most underrated.
Ben Hogan. When Ben Hogan declares it, got the best swing, there's not much of an argument. But she was just amazing what she did for the game, and it just if she would have played 10 more years, what she'd have been able to accomplish. But she left a mark.
And you mentioned you spoke to her a few times. What's life like for her now?
Well, she went through a health scare a few years ago. She had breast cancer, and she seems to be doing better now. And she really didn't want to do a lot of visiting. And I think she kind of later, I know she gave away a lot of her items to the USGA. They have the Mickey Wright room up at the museum, and I think it was funny that she used to have a mat out of her backyard, and she would hit balls occasionally from the mat onto the golf course. She just didn't want to play in public anymore, and I think that's one thing she still kept, is that mat, because that's something I think that just is part of, still connects her to the game. And the times I've had a chance to talk with her have just been incredible. I wish I never saw her swing. I never saw her play, only on TV.
Well, you get the address to her house. We'll sneak out over there and look over the fence and watch that mat. Just keep an eye on it.
I love Mickey,
all day.
and I'm saying this she just said, let's talk on the phone. Please don't try and come.
Totally understood.
And I understood that, and I respected that, and I was never going to do anything to risk that. But what a beautiful person and an amazing athlete.
Another good two-putt from that top right position by David Lundstrom there. He's had enough experience to do that, but that's still a difficult play up there.
Mickey had a great advice for, I've tried to do this a couple times. She said she learned this from Billy Casper out in San Diego, and said, practice your putting later at night when it's getting dark out, because it becomes more of a feel thing. And you're not just, it's not just vision, it's feeling it. And again, if Mickey Wright thinks this is a good idea.
Coming from Billy Casper, I'll take those.
Yes.
Probably the two most underrated players, men and women in the entire world. Group number 10, second and last group of the morning wave, has reached the tee here at number 6. Brian Hewitt, Laird Small, Henry White. Hewitt's even par Small and White both 2 over. On the middle right there is White. On the left side, it looked to me to be Laird, and this is Hewitt.
Brian, why are you going over there? Baby.
Just found dry land there, a little left of the green.
Laird Small's information. Can I get Laird's information?
It had to be a little nerve-wracking while that was in the air, wanting that to
Oh
get
yeah,
down
you're holding your breath till that one hits the ground. Laird's a long time Pebble Beach Golf Academy, 19 years I think, and worked at Cypress before that, or Monterey, one of the clubs out there on Monterey Peninsula.
Spyglass Hill.
Yeah, Spyglass. Worked with all kinds of celebrities, giving them golf lessons. Tom Kite, Oprah, Bill Gates, Warren Buffett. He's had quite the career out there.
That's a great
Excellent
leave there,
shot,
too.
yeah,
Yeah.
right below the hole. We haven't seen that one yet, have we? About 8 feet. Should have almost a straight putt.
We talk about a nice view at the office. I think Laird can say he had a pretty nice view for most of his work days.
Now Henry White out of the Utah section. The Performance Golf and Wellness Center in Salt Lake City, Utah is his facility, 7 times PGA Professional Championship contestant. Nice swing.
I like that too. Another left one. Hope he's up. We still on one birdie? One or two? Oh, we had a couple. Laird's going to have a great chance there from below the hole, about 8 feet.
That would get him back to 1 over.
Yeah, we've had from 2 to 6. That's quite a range on the first wave, morning wave. Of course, that was after, I think, 3 groups. We had 2 to 6, so it tells you that's what you love about a par 3, and that's, I think, why Dick Gray was saying he loves this hole, because he said it's just the composite, he said the chemistry of it. There are certain par 3s here are more about just physics and arithmetic, but he said here the chemistry, when you look at, you have to factor in the downhill, the elevation change, the water to the left, the bunker short, and if you go right, you're in a tough spot on those kind of wood chips. But he really loves this hole and says that it should be considered the signature hole of this golf course. Craig,
as we talk to our players, we ask them how many holes in one they've made, and we've had anything from 0 to 20. And one of our players had, the only one of our players had 0, and he said, I don't want to make one now at this point. So I've tried to research this, but I know there were a couple of great golfers that only had 1 or 2. And I don't know, I think it might have been Bobby Jones and or Hogan. And I don't know if you have anything on that or not, but it's kind of hard to see keep the records of it. But it's not just luck. If you hit enough good shots at the hole, it can occasionally want to go in. But it's amazing that a couple of great players only made 1 or 2.
How many hole-in-ones have you had?
I've had 13.
What was the most memorable?
I made one at Cypress Point.
Okay.
Yeah, so not on this 15 or 16, but I made one on that. I guess it was the 3rd hole at Cypress Point. So that was a dream day. I birdied the last hole for 69, and Tom Watson and Sandy Tatum were playing 2 holes ahead of us, and it was 70 degrees, and there were deer out there. It was like, if there is a golf heaven, that was it.
Yeah, I find it interesting sometimes when a player makes a hole-in-one and he turns around and just throws the ball into the crowd. Would you do that? I mean, I would think I'd want to keep.
I would
maybe
not.
You've made too many hole-in-ones if you
Exactly.
do that, but
Exactly.
you do see guys do that, and I would take that out of play and say that goes in a little case somewhere.
All right, here we're going to play it out of the hazard. He must not be in the foot and a half deep ones, but I'm sure he's still concerned. Came out. Okay, not bad. Got a 15-footer on the left fringe there. Laird's also worked with Dr. J. I refereed a match between Dr. J and Jerome Bettis down at Trump International a few years ago. That was interesting, and Dr. J was a really nice man. Like he's putting Craig from, couldn't tell.
Yeah, he misplayed, didn't hit that one hard enough. Yeah, you're talking about Dr. J, and his hands were so huge, he could palm a basketball, but his height, it's hard to play this game when you're 6'5", 6'6". I mean, who were the best golfers you knew that were tall golfers?
Well, that's interesting. I have a journalism background, and I wrote an article for a magazine in the 90s, early 90s, and there was a thing when I grew up, and they said no great player had ever been over 6 feet tall. And at that time, I made the case that there still weren't any, and Nick Faldo was the first one. And I defined the great player, though, as 4 majors or more, winning 4 majors or more. But if you think of the Gary Player and Lee Trevino, and even Jack Nicklaus, only 5'11" at his height, and Arnie 5'9", I guess. So they thought that if you were over that size, that there could be a little looseness in your swing. And then I think that's been disproven. I think even Tiger's like 6'1", but Faldo 6'4"-ish, and Johnny Miller. Well, Johnny Miller only won a couple majors. Certainly most people would say he's a great player. When I grew up, they even still said the long hitters, for a big guy, he's a good putter. They didn't think a big guy could have a good short game. George Archer was one of the first to dispel that.
Well, I think, Tiger Woods gets an awful lot of he's always talked about, and some people think it's too much, but I would make the argument that I would think the average size of golfers has gone up because of Tiger Woods. When he came out, he made the game so cool, so fun, so interesting that I think a lot of athletes that might have played other sports said, I want to play golf.
No doubt about it.
You guys like the Dustin Johnson.
Brooks Koepka. Yeah, that Brooks Koepka's a football player 20 years ago, right?
And he loved to play baseball. He couldn't hit a curveball, but Dustin Johnson could play 3 or 4 sports professionally.
There we go. Good save.
It's a nice par save there.
Here's the easiest birdie putt we've had all day, probably. Not the shortest one, but straight up the hill. Not sure there's any break to this.
I think just
Laird, if you can hear me, out here.
I think it just moves a touch to the left.
Yeah, we never play them straight. We make up something if it's straight. You don't play a putt straight. Got to find a little curve, little wrinkle. No Poana here either. He's used to the Po out there on the West Coast. Good smooth stroke there. Oh yeah.
I think that's the third birdie of the day.
Teaches people that stroke. He's going to have a lot of happy students.
That he is.
Yeah, you make a 2 here, you're picking up probably a good, 1 1/3 shot on the field. I would think it's going to play
1 1/2 so far.
Yeah, I think it's going to play
at the end of the day, though,
3,
you're
4
right.
at the
end of the day, it'll be about 1 1/3.
And there's still almost no wind, no breeze. I mean, it's playing about as docile as it can.
Ideal.
Only one group remaining in the morning wave off the first tee at the 9:15 starting time. As Hewitt, Small, and White head to the reachable par 5 7th. Back on the tee here at number 6, Tim Hobby, Troy Harder, and Lee Sakagawa.
Tim Hobby won an event I don't think no longer exists. Craig, is that correct? The Public Links? He won the 1989 U.S. Public Links Championship. Something I've tried to qualify once or twice.
Yeah, they've gone to
the Masters.
They've gone to the 4-ball. The 4-ball has really become a very popular event. Matter of fact, the men's 4-ball was held about a half hour south of here in Jupiter Hills this year. It was won by a couple of
young
teenagers,
guys, right?
you know,
Garrett Barber
and Garrett Barber, yeah.
Troy Harder out of the Nebraska section, Wayne Country Club in Wayne, Nebraska. He's recorded 5 top 10 finishes in the Nebraska Senior PGA Professional section. He was the winner 2016 Wells Fargo Nebraska Open. This is Lee Sakagawa. And Lee has had 2 holes in 1 in his career. Hits a 5 or a 6 iron, about 170 to 180 yards. That's a little more club than we're used to hearing guys talking about. Coaches a PGA Junior League team.
From Hawaii. I bet he was happy to come to South Florida. I played in the National Assistants Championship one year in late September up in Brockton, Mass, and I played with a Hawaiian player, Tommy Ukauka, who did not bring a sweater or anything, and he was pretty cold all week.
Lee from Maui as Tim Hobby from Bernie, Texas. Tees it up. He's got 6 holes in 1. Low career round is 60. He's from the club at Sunterra.
South Texas PGA Teacher of the Year, which is named after Harvey Pinnock. That'd be pretty awesome to have a trophy with your name and Harvey Pinnock on it at the same time.
Hitting off a wooden tee. Said that's all he ever does is he does not use the plastic tees.
I'm the same way. When we had played Persimmon Woods, they told us that plastic tees would nick your driver. So even now, I don't like to use plastic tees.
Tim, 5 over on his round, the other 2. Troy Harder and Lee Sakagawa, both even par on their rounds.
Tim instructed Jimmy Walker when he was the head coach at Baylor.
I've seen some pros that on par 3s won't use a tee. And I remember Gary Player saying, anytime you have a chance to put a ball on a tee, you put it on there. But you see some guys that just, they'll hit
the same thing.
They'll hit the, just to create a little divot there with their club. Have you ever done that?
Well, there's a couple reasons they might, though. First of all, most of us feel that off the grass it will reduce the spin a little bit if you don't want curve. And the other thing, this is not, I don't think, real well known, but according to a study I saw a few years ago, the average tour player hits, let's say, a 7-iron about 5 yards farther off a tee than he will off the ground. And so the distance may be a better fit that way too. Now,
if you're in between
I think it'd be more about not wanting to spin the ball against the wind or something. I might put it on the ground and not use a tee. But in general, I certainly think most players should use a tee teed up about a 1/4 inch on par 3s. And on par 4s and 5s if they can get away with it, right? So. There's another player in that bunker, huh? Now, Saturday or Sunday, that pin will probably be out there in the front where he's walking up to now. In the right bunker, you have virtually 0 chance to get the ball up and down. So he has a chance here. Of course, it's a 100-foot bunker shot, which is a tough one. And a lot of players, in my mind, don't use the right club here. Most of us can only use, he's short of the bunker. But in that long bunker shot, a lot of the players use a lob wedge, and most players can only hit that shot about 20 yards. And I think Seve was the first one to popularize using sand wedge, pitching wedge 9-iron. And what I teach is let's establish how far you hit a 60-degree sand shot, again about 20 yards for most players, and then every successive club will get you about 5 more yards of carry. So by the time you get to a 9-iron splash shot, you can hit it about almost 150 feet.
Does the shot itself change, the swing itself change because there's no
splash.
bounce?
Right, no, same splash. It's hard to first to make yourself open the face of a 9-iron and splash 3 or 4 inches behind it, but that's, you try to hit the same shot.
How many wedges do most of these guys carry?
Well, almost everybody has a lob wedge, what I call a lob wedge or loft wedge, now 60. So it just depends whether you count the gap or not. So most of them do have 4 if you count gap and pitching. You have your lob, your sand, your gap and pitching. A lot of them have a strong sand wedge. I still like the 4-degree increments, 60, 56, 52, 48. You know, all the clubs have gotten so much stronger the last 30, 40 years that you almost have to have those other wedges. I don't know if David Duvall ever used a 60. He certainly didn't for quite a while, but almost all the guys have a 60.
Phil even uses a bigger one, doesn't
64 often, yeah, if not all the time.
So Lee Sakagawa, first time he's qualified for this championship, low career round is 62 from Maui. Always marks his ball on the green with a Hawaii quarter. He'll get a chance to do that after that putt from off the green.
Or just hopefully
Or
tap
just
it
to
in.
finish it up. No need to mark. Good
Keep
point.
the quarter in the pocket.
Keep it going.
In our games yesterday, on a play like that, we said mark it and step back. Keep playing.
Played baseball for Boise State University. Took up the game of golf 30 years ago, so late in his life. But Jack Nicklaus, the player he admires most. That's Lee Sakagawa on the far right, now in the middle of your screen there. So Tim Hobby now. The golf tip or piece of advice he'd give to the most number of amateurs: just work on your short game. He talks about putting and how important that is. The key to solid putting for him is distance control. Let's see how he handles that here. Knew it was going to be short, but not bad. Right. You kind of like to get it to the hole so you can see what comeback would do, but not enough left there to worry as Hobby makes his par.
I'm sure it had to be special for him to have one of his students win the PGA Championship too, when Jimmy Walker did that at Baltusrol.
Absolutely.
That's one of the thrills of a club pro and a teacher is to get recognition for your student to thank you, nationally, of course. But they don't have the presence to do that. I worked with a 16-year-old girl for several years, and she made the Final Four of the U.S. Junior. And Dottie Pepper, right before she went out to start her match, my wife and I were watching, said, "What would you attribute your success to?" And I grabbed my wife's arm and said, "What? She's going to mention me." And she said, "Well, this morning in the locker room, one of the members gave me a lucky pink stuffed pig." So that is the club pro's lot at times.
So all the work you did with her was not equal to that of a
That's
stuffed
exactly. Actually, I'm thinking about getting one of those pigs myself. I don't know. I'll
Get
try
a bunch of them, give them out to your players.
Yeah.
Go have some success.
Yeah, I thought it was great this year when Brooks Koepka won the PGA Championship at Belle Reve, and one of the first persons he congratulated or thanked afterward was Warren Botke, and Warren Botke is going to be inducted in the South Florida PGA Hall of Fame in a couple weeks down in Plantation. So that was a very special moment for Warren Botke.
While we have a moment, let's look at the aerial here of the 6th hole, Jerry.
It is. One thing I think we all appreciate now is how they're building golf courses and preserving nature. You'll see egrets and herons and alligators on this hole. It's and on many golf courses nowadays, and they go for the Audubon Award. And I know nature, identifying birds, is a big part of the round of golf for me. A lot of the men, businessmen, go out and they don't even see the sky or the nature. And I think we all should do that a little bit more.
Well, the morning wave is now halfway complete here at the 6th hole. We've had 11 groups come through. 11 more will come through who started on the 10th hole. We'll be back to cover all of the remaining players in this, the 30th Senior PGA Professional Championship. Rejoin us because we will be back next time play reaches number 6. Should be within the next half hour. Welcome back to our coverage of the 30th Senior PGA Professional Championship. I'm David Marr alongside Jerry Tucker and Craig Dolch. We are covering all 264 competitors in this field. We've already covered the first wave of the first morning. This is the 6th hole, which we'll be showing. Jerry, tell us a bit about this hole.
Well, it's, as you can see, spectacular, picturesque hole. It's a fairly difficult hole, and I think this morning we've seen that it's played a little more difficult than we thought. A lot of the players are coming up right in that short left part of the pin there, and we've had double and triple, playing fairly difficult.
11 groups have already finished the 6th hole. They've already finished this in their first round. Those who teed off on the 10th, 11 more groups will be joining our coverage now. Starting in just a couple of minutes, group number 12 has reached the 5th green, and it's been a great day of terrific shots and some fun reactions as well here in this championship. A gator swimming alongside that 6th green, eyeballing carefully. We've had some great shots and some great reactions as well. .264 PGA professionals, all members, highly skilled as far as the game is concerned, and also out there protecting and growing this game of golf as well. 17 times you've been in the field, and Craig Dolch, you know all about championship golf, whether it be at PGA Tour level or this PGA member level as well. As far as quickly, what have you guys seen this morning? Start with you, Jerry, in terms of the level of play.
As I said, well, a lot of good shots, a lot of smart shots. A lot of guys staying wide right on the green. Most of them have two-putted from over there, though. The guys who got in trouble have been shorter left. So the hole's playing fairly difficult for such a beautiful day out here today.
And Craig, some neat stories already this morning. We've got more to come.
Yeah, there have only been a few players that have been able to get to the 6th hole under par. We really thought the 6th hole was going to play a lot easier today because the pin position is probably the most gettable, but it's played tough. There have been a lot more bogeys and others than there have been only 3 birdies so far, so it's definitely got some bite to it, and it'll be interesting to see how much tougher it plays as the wind picks up in the afternoon and the greens dry out a little bit more.
And that is what the golfers on the tee of the 6th, 182 yards, have to look at. You've got all that trouble on the left-hand side, some bunkers on the right as well. A lot of carry. This hole is cut 4 paces off the left-hand side. 24 from the front, though that's not really a number you got to pay attention to, more like 9 from the middle, or to cover the water along the line, the fly line of the hole location. We've got the group coming up from the 5th green to the 6th tee of Nevin Sutcliffe, Mike Moses, and Mark Yanata. And just a great day. It's been not too hot, no rain anywhere near, even a hint here at this fantastic Wanamaker course, PGA Golf Club at PGA Village, Port St. Lucie, Florida. Just about halfway between Miami and Orlando, maybe a shade closer to Orlando, up 95, an hour from West Palm Beach. And it's just a place where if you have a hunch, you want to go play some golf and enjoy some sunshine, it's a terrific place to come, bring the whole family, not just golf, but also many other activities in this terrific part of the country.
There's not many golf courses that, or complexes that can claim they've got 2 Tom Fazio courses and a Pete Dye. It's certainly those are 3 championship courses, and these guys both lived here nearby. They put a lot of appearances in, a lot of time, and all the courses have been renovated in the last few years too. So they're not only great designs, but they really have been upgraded with the dwarf grass and the tip dwarf grass, and really it's a very aesthetic. You don't see much of the condos or buildings. It's just basically out there with nature.
A lot of great wildlife. See the players on the 5th about to put the flag stick back in. We've talked about the herons, the birds you see around here, the gators as well. If you see the 2 of them together in a lake, take the gator and give the points. But the 6th, boys, a lot of treachery around there. If you want to go flag hunting on this one, you've got to have some bravery, have some moxie. Elevated tee box, as we see.
Yeah, but what do we say, 182 today, but probably playing more like 175. Not enough wind to worry about right at the moment, I don't believe. But not to be the Chamber of Commerce, but besides 3 excellent golf courses, they've There are several hotels right here almost on site or actually on site here to stay in too. So many places to eat right by the location. So really a good golf trip for a lot of these pros and bring their members down for
Absolutely.
3 or 4 days.
And half of the morning wave has already completed play here at number 6. Those who teed it off the first hole had played 5 by the time they got here. Now we're catching those who started at number 10. So the 6th hole, will be their 15th, already finished 14 holes today. Group number 12, the first of those off in the morning, the 10th tee. Again, Nevin Sutcliffe, Mike Moses, and Mark Yanata. That looks like that's Mark Moses. He's 6 over on his round right now. That is going to tell him you got 182 yards to the hole location. All 3 players in this group are over par currently. Not surprising after all that they've played here today. It's a difficult course. That's Yanata right there, Mark Yanata. Mark's from the New Jersey section. He's currently 2 over par. Anchor Golf Center from Whippany, New Jersey is his facility. 2-time PGA Professional Championship contestant, tied for 39th in 2005. Missed the cut back in 2010. He's 54 years old.
Oh, he was posing because it was right at it. Good shot.
Yeah, that would make the player he admires the most, Mo Norman, proud. You don't see a lot of players picking Mo Norman, but he was a legend in Canada and certainly had a fabulous swing.
You see the finish? That was the Mo Norman finish right there, holding the golf. This is Nevin Sutcliffe. He's one of our South Florida players from Naples area. Nevin is an amazing competitor. He has fought diabetes, back problems. I feel sorry for him when we get paired together, and then he ends up beating me. So at the end of the day, I don't know if that was part of his plan or not. But he's kind of a lovable curmudgeon, so he said to say something nice about him. So I'm going to try.
I'm going to say that is part of his plan. From Majestic Golf Club in Lehigh Acres, Florida.
He's safety there. That's that fast one, Craig. We looked at that yesterday, and that's going to be lots of speed going down there.
Mike Moses out of the Philadelphia section. Concord Country Club in Chadds Ford, Pennsylvania. 2006, he was named the Philadelphia PGA Section Golf Professional of the Year. And in 2010, he won the Philadelphia PGA Match Play Championship. Now, this is one thing I can't do. I can't put that tee marker between me and the ball. My brother does it. I'm so jealous.
He's obviously playing a hook to do that, right?
I'm pretty sure he's not going to miss the ball by 8 or 10 inches. We feel good when we do it. Yeah, exactly, though. That's teeing up on the left side, trying to bring the draw in there. And he did pretty darn good. Is that our closest of the day? Maybe.
It sure looks like it.
Yep.
Terrific shot there by Mike Moses. Sun getting higher in the sky here, warming up just a little bit in Port St. Lucie, Florida. But the golf weather has been just perfect. A little bit of a breeze to cool you down a bit. Being a senior PGA Professional Championship.
Dave, you mentioned Mike. You mentioned Mike Moses being the Pro of the Year, and again, I love seeing when these great players, some of the best players in the country, are also the Pro of the Year, Teacher of the Year, Horton Smith Award winner, and that is on a lot of the bios that we saw. These guys aren't one-dimensional. They try a lot of players are good players because they try to exceed and excel in whatever they do.
Well, the modern-day PGA professional almost can't be one-dimensional.
That's right. That's correct.
You've got to be a good player that attracts the club to want to have you spend time at their club, but you also have to take care of the business and teaching and growing and protecting the game. There's just so many facets to the PGA professional.
We want to be that golf expert. We want to be one of the thrills. I remember a tiny little thrill I had in Bellerive one time. The 2 members had been arguing in the bar and came down and said, who was that unknown player that won the 1935 U.S. Open? And I happen to know it's Sam Parks.
There you go, sure.
And that you want them to come and you be the answer man. So I urge the young players to study their golf history and be able to answer a lot of those questions.
Sam from Pittsburgh, I met him at the tradition in the early days of that championship when they would have all major champions be invited to become honorees, and he brought his green jacket. He let me wear his green jacket, which was a thrill for me. So Sam Parks, actually that was Herman Kaiser's green jacket that I wore, Sam Parks.
Sam must have bought his.
Exactly. Stole Herman's
I've
green
got a
jacket.
dark green jacket in the.
But he was a rotund gentleman, advancing in years back in the 1980s when I met him, and just so friendly.
Jerry, you talked about, we got a chance to see your brother Michael play earlier in the morning wave, and he obviously replaced you or followed you at Belle Reve. I'm sure you guys talk about, but how has the job changed from what he does to what you were having to do 20 years ago?
There were some, we set a merchandise sales record, and I don't think I can tell the numbers, but suffice to say it's 5 times higher merchandise sales. They sold out the tickets, and I was the last pro that was exempt to play. They used to let the head pro play in the tournament, and it was kind of sad to see that because it did generate some local interest, and the guys who weren't good players didn't accept that exemption anyway. So there's Nevin.
You ruined it for all the rest
I guess I did. I didn't play that bad. Missed the cut by 3.
That's not bad at all.
My nephew came up and said, "You beat Sergio Garcia." He had to pick. He had to look and see one good player I beat. But
no, I guarantee there are more if you go through that field.
It's so hard for a club pro in a major, and at least it was for me, to get off to a good start. I played my first Open at Marion U.S. Open, and I was 5 over after 6, had 78, then I was 7 over. So same thing with these guys today. We're seeing a lot of 2 and 3 and 4 over pars because it is hard. That getting your feet under you. A Major League Baseball player, the pitcher, is his hardest inning's first inning till he gets his stuff together. All right, got a par putt here. Or this is the birdie putt in.
This birdie putt for Yanata coming up the hill. May move a touch to his left.
Exactly. No, yeah, maybe a cup. He played 2 cups and he made it.
I made it right in the heart. Nice birdie. We haven't seen
Tip of the cap.
too many of those. A little tip of the cap as well.
To the members, right?
To the members back home. The Anchor Golf Center. Whippany, New Jersey is getting a little chilly to be playing up there. They may want to head down south on I-95 like I did a couple of days ago and come to Florida where you can play all
Deal
your...
with New Jersey town names. Did they run out of names? They have a lot of oddly named towns.
That they
Heard
do.
of Whippany.
Being a native New Yorker, I think most everything is odd about New Jersey. We'll just leave it right there. I don't want to
There you go. Okay, you've never gotten in trouble yet.
This will be the first group to have 2 birdies in the same threesome after having only 3 in the first 33 players. This just moved just a little bit to the right, Jerry?
Yes, exactly right. He looks like he's aiming, about a ball or 2 out, maybe 2 balls out. That's where he started, and he's right in there, right in the middle. Good stroke.
A couple deuces in the same group. That's not something we've seen yet today in the 11 previous groups that came through.
Moves Mark to 1 over for the round, too, with 15 holes. I would say that's going to be pretty close to being the top 20, top 30 by the end of the day.
Nevin can nudge this little par putt. Nevin won 2 different state opens when he was younger, the Florida Open and the Ohio Open, so obviously he's a player too.
Ooh.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so a group getting around here in 7 shots. I think that's going to be the low group for the 6th hole. When the day is done, a couple birdies and a par.
You see the difference between a club pro and a tour player right there. Nevin acknowledged that he was lucky a tour player wouldn't even have a reaction to that ball slipping in the left side.
They'll go on to the reachable par 5 7th. Next on the tee is going to be group number 13. They teed off of the 10th at 7:54 a.m. local time, just a little before 8 o'clock, close to 3.5 hours ago. It's going to be Mike McCutcheon, Thomas Vizina, and David Paglow. Let's take a look at what this green looks like from the air. Jerry?
It's a pretty big green. It's kind of two distinct halves. You can kind of see the lighter colors on the right side. And for our players at home, when you come to Florida, if you're visiting, you need to learn how to read that grain. And if it's lighter colored and shiny, that means you're with the grain, your putt's going to be faster. If it's darker colored, like a little bit over here on the left side, then that's going to be against the grain, and you're going to have to hit that putt a little harder.
Let's talk a little bit more about grain. It used to be that it always goes towards the setting sun. Now you try and look for where the water runoff is. What, at this point, in this area, where is the grain?
I think you just summarized it real well. When I first started coming down 25 years ago, they said it went to the southwest, and I don't really believe that. 95% of the time, at least, it goes with the drainage. So, and then people say, well, how does the lake make a putt break toward the water? It doesn't. The superintendent or the architect drains the green toward the lake, so that putt will probably break toward the water, but it's nothing to do with the water.
And it's interesting you mentioned that. It's an important part of golf course design is where is your water going to go? So
Absolutely.
your course can be as playable as it can be week in and week out.
Every club pro or a good player thinks he could design a golf course, but that's exactly right. You'd have to have somebody with you that knew how to drain the golf course.
So David Paglow trying to make his 8th hole-in-one in his career. That's Vezina right there. And Mike McCutcheon to the left. Mike has had 1 hole-in-one.
Are we going to see one in these 2 days? What do you think, David? What's your prediction?
We haven't seen him get that close, but we've seen a couple that's, yeah, we're interesting for a while.
We know the odds are against it, but this is a special broadcast, so I think we deserve one. I think we're going to get one here.
I love your optimism. So David Paglow, we see right there, is a PGA Junior League captain. And as far as the Junior League is concerned, they're going to have their championship, Greyhawk Golf Club, November 16th to the 19th. Let's check out Mike Thomas Vezina. The Minneapolis, Minnesota area, Minnesota section, the Oaks Golf Club in Hayfield, Minnesota. Minnesota State alumnus. He played in one PGA Professional Championship, 2008. Playing safe on the right-hand side, short of the green. Paglow has the course record at his home club of Kishwaukee Country Club, 62. It's the second time he's played in this championship.
He's worked at Kishwaukee for 29 years. That's a pretty good record right there.
That's in DeKalb, Illinois. He's in the Illinois section.
So he has to compete against Mike Small. I hope he doesn't mind getting second.
Back in 2010, in French Lick, Indiana, he was the leader of the PGA Professional Championship. Shot 65 in the first round, which was a course record at the time. Notable players he's instructed, he says, there's 2 boys, Jack and Brett. Now, Mike McCutcheon is on the tee. Mike out of the Colorado section, the Family Sports Center Golf Club from Centennial, Colorado. Again, Mike has 1 hole-in-one in his career, second time he's qualified for this championship. His low, same as David Paglow, 62, his low round.
Mike's 60 years old also, as we said earlier. There's over 60 of the players are over 60 years old, so it's wonderful that we can keep our golf games in shape and play well into our 60s at a high level.
That was an interesting move, the way he kind of lifted up there with his legs.
Yep.
A little dip.
A little chase after it.
Well, Mike gets a big celebration for his birthday every year. It's January 1st, so clearly people are counting down to his birthday and looking forward to it. Celebrations from New York, all around the world.
He thinks it's all about him?
All about him.
You say he shot 62. I thought 69 was a pretty good score when he broke his putter on the first hole on the putting green and had to putt out with a wedge for the rest of the entire round. Shot 69. So maybe we all should think about putting with the wedge once in a while.
Kevin Sutherland, yeah, did that on Champions here a couple years ago and putted better than he did with his putter. Most of the guys can belly a sand wedge and putt About as well as they can with a putter.
Well, generally, you guys that can putt well without a putter I might have a little bit of a temper because they've had opportunities to putt without the putter. I know Mark Calcavecchio was quite adept at putting with his 2-iron, his 3-wood, 5-wood over the years because the putter didn't cooperate sometimes and it had to be put in a timeout.
We're going to sneak in some rules along the way, I think, the next couple of days, and that's a rule change as well. If you damage your putter, whether in anger or not, now you can use it the rest of the round and cannot replace it, actually, so even if it's accidental. So they are going to let you use a damaged club.
Well, Mike McCutcheon there in the coral color shirt. Dream foursomes, Tiger Woods, Fred Couples, Jack Nicklaus, Gary Player. I guess he'll just watch that. Favorite course, TPC Sawgrass. His dad owned an Arnold Palmer driving range, an 18-hole par 3 in Des Moines, Iowa, growing up in the late 60s and 70s. It's where he started to play. Funniest thing that ever happened to him in golf, he was standing on the putting green before teeing off in a section event. Like you said, the putter head fell off. We talked about that. He shot 69. And right now, what's going on in his club this week, he's got golf and hockey. They got 2 rinks at his home club. It's the home of the NHL's Colorado Avalanche. And the one golf tip he'd give most people is grip and posture and work on your alignment.
It looks like you found his ball.
We found it in the high grass. And it's a tough decision for the player. You're going to maybe play a shot that you wouldn't ordinarily play out there because you're going to have to go all the way back to the tee because I don't believe he covered any of the ground above the hazard. So you really want to play it out of there. And of course, that's opening yourself up to a high number. But if you can make yourself swing big enough, then at least you can get it extricated and get it on the green, hopefully.
High number, maybe a soggy right foot.
Yeah.
We asked the players their favorite book, movie, song, TV show, if they had an interesting ringtone, and I think you learn a lot from this man's answer to one of those questions, which is his favorite TV show is whatever his wife is watching at the moment. So
I know the feeling.
I like the sound of that. Be a whole lot of fixer-upper and that kind of stuff going on in Mr. McCutcheon's household. He's married with 6 grandkids. Grew up in Iowa playing hockey and golf.
I've been married 43 years, so I do watch Dancing with the Stars instead of Monday Night Football now.
Boy,
I'm sorry.
I feel for you, my man. Back home, his club is known for being open till 9 p.m. all winter long with 30 covered and heated bays to practice. And it's got the best short game area in Metro Denver.
You don't get a chance to practice that shot too often.
Exactly, especially not in Minnesota, Denver in the middle of the winter time.
We need our cameraman to tell us where that 7-foot alligator was so we can warn these guys.
Exactly. David Paglow pulling the flagstick.
Get that 60-footer coming up here with about 6 feet of break. So again, requires a really good touch.
He says the key to solid putting is speed and starting the ball on the line that you choose. If you marry those two together and you make it every time, between the two, what would you say is the most important, speed or line?
I think, well, I would pick speed, absolutely, because these guys are going to read them good enough, and their stroke's not going to be that wayward that the line's going to be that far off. So I would actually put read first, but then I'd pick speed. And most good putters might use an intermediate target, might use a line on the ball, but the last thing they should think about right now is speed. Like Jordan Spieth certainly does that. You fall in love with the line, then you're 8 or 10 feet shorter long.
Been told many times by PGA members, touring players as well, is speed is so important because, like you said, you're not going to miss you could leave a putt 10 feet short, but you're not going to miss wide.
10 feet right. That's right. That's very good.
His favorite player is Steve Stricker, and I think if he could putt like Steve Stricker, we'd all love to do that.
That's for sure. That's David Paglow you're talking about. His favorite course is also Pebble Beach. There's David right there. He says finally this past season they built a brand new clubhouse and golf shop. And he's happy for all the long-standing members enjoy that facility.
Yeah, the long-standing members were able to finally sit down.
Well, he picked the speed of the line there. Very nice. His tip or advice he'd give the most number of amateurs is try to compress the ball. Jerry, can you explain that a little bit?
That's kind of the buzzword lately in golf. And an amateur, most of us, if you cast from the top, you're not compressing the ball. And if you can lead with the back of the left wrist and drive your legs through the shot, that's how you're going to get on top of that ball. Cover it is a popular term now. But compress it. Even in the short game, though, you want to compress that ball like a little chip shot. You want to compress that ball and have a good strike on the ball.
Mike McCutcheon talks about putting,
a fast
alignment and distance control.
That's a fast one, but a pretty good touch there, maybe
Sure.
3 feet by. Or a little less.
Well, not sure what wife Cindy has on the TV right now, but hopefully on her computer she's got golfchannel.com or PGA of America's Facebook or YouTube channels, watching her husband go through the 6th. He made 4, but not a bad bogey. Tee shot coming up just a little short. Navazina for his par. Well done right there.
Keeps him at even par.
Lori, can I get the bios?
The second group started on the 10th tee in the morning wave. Has completed the 6th hole. Now the third group from the morning wave's 10th tee start. Bob Dixon, Donald Pieper, and Kevin Roman set and ready to go. This will be Dixon teeing off first.
Happy to see Bob qualified for. As a matter of fact, he's the oldest qualifier for the event this year. He's 74. He's not the oldest player. Tom Joyce is a couple years older, I believe. But old to qualify, you got a 74-year-old and a 53-year-old in the same group. That's pretty awesome.
Love it.
Didn't seem to like that one, but a heck of a player over a long period of time. Won twice on the PGA Tour. Here's one of our tour winners, Craig mentioned, and also won on the Champions Tour.
And a great amateur career. Two-time All-American at Oklahoma State and winning the 67 British and U.S. Amateur Championships, turned pro in 68.
Dean Beeman's right-hand man for a while at the PGA Tour, I believe,
There you
too.
go. Life member of this now, Donald Pieper, Illinois section. The Merit Club is his home facility.
Strong grip. The fuzzy Zeller setup.
That's a guy who, in my estimation, should be in the World Golf Hall of Fame. Fuzzy Zeller, double-digit wins on the PGA Tour. 2 times a major champion, both in playoffs over Hall of Fame members. This now Kevin Roman. Kevin, the Northern California section, the Monterey Peninsula Country Club. What a great spot that is. Pebble Beach, California. The medalist at the local U.S. Open qualifier in 2009. Won the 2001 Central New York PGA Section Championship. Qualified for the U.S. Open, 93, 09. Had a couple of wins as an assistant as well. Man can play. And he's safely aboard here at the 6th.
Yeah, Kevin's 2 under for the day. Certainly one of the better rounds.
Dixon and Pieper having a tough day themselves. Dixon 8 over, Pieper 7 over himself. But you mentioned Roman. You would say qualifying for the U.S. Open in 1993 and the PGA Championship in 09, probably his greatest competitive achievements. Low career round is number shot a 60. First time he's been in this field, though.
Another Teacher of the Year, 2014 in the Georgia section. It's not automatic that a good player is a good teacher, but there certainly are a lot of them in this field.
He was asked what's the key to the solid putting, and he said it's a very basic thing, keeping your eyes still throughout the stroke. We all want to make that little peak. I think that's what's interesting about Jordan Spieth, the way sometimes he'll look at the ball and look at the hole. Have you ever tried to do that, Jerry?
I haven't done it in a tournament. I've practiced that way. I've practiced putting with my eyes closed, and you'd be surprised about the eyes closed thing. One of my assistants won our section championship, eyes closed, and Hale Irwin recently admitted he putted a lot of putts with his eyes closed during his career. The camera doesn't usually catch it, but it actually obviously makes you rely more on your feel, and you don't worry about the stroke waving around in the backswing. So, not saying I recommend it, but it is an interesting deal that I think a lot of players have done and maybe not admitted.
The guy who made the most sense to look at the hole from my perspective was Dave DeBuscher, who basically played a ton of golf in the area where I spend most of my summers. And he said, look, golf's the only sport where you're not looking at the target. I don't shoot free throws looking at the basketball. I shot free throws looking at the rim. So interesting. I've never really tried it. Have you, Craig?
No.
I think we're just all afraid we'll whiff the first time we try it.
You've seen my putting before. I try not to look at it too much, but I just think it's interesting when a guy does something that's so different, like Jordan, and I think sometimes he obviously changes it during the round. It's not something he does every hole, and it's just a feel thing, and I think it's a very instinctive thing, and golf it should be instinctive. It is feel. It's not just mechanical.
You know you're having troubles putting when you don't look at the hole after your stroke because you know your ball's nowhere near the hole. So
Bob's grounding his putter in the hazard, but fortunately his ball's not in there, so no penalty there. They're all having a hard time keeping their balance there. There's another rule change for you. Next year it's going to 3 minutes to hunt for a lost ball instead of 5 minutes.
Hoping to speed up play?
Right, so that means people will take 6 or 8 minutes instead of 10 or 15 minutes.
Exactly.
And that's when you get there, right? It starts when
you or your caddy or your partner begin searching. Okay. That's correct. That's a great point. Because a lot of times the caddy wants to go ahead and he's using up 2 or 3 minutes of your search time.
Right, you'd rather have everybody look at the same time. I didn't think about that.
Well, Kevin Roman in this group talks about when he qualified for the 2009 PGA Championship, the members wouldn't leave the golf shop even though it was closed until the end of the PGA Professional Championship to see if their man, Kevin Roman, would make it to the PGA Championship, and he did. The golf tip or a piece of advice that he'd give to help the most number of amateurs: if you hit the right side of the ball, it's going to go left, and the inside of the ball, it will go right. Learn to control the club face.
As you know, David, one of the exciting things, probably the most exciting part of the National Club Pro Championship is watching that playoff for the PGA Championship. It's always thrilling.
The man who produced so many PGA professional championships throughout the years at Golf Channel used to say that there are really 2 life-changing weeks, could be life-changing weeks, in the game of golf. One is Q School, the other one, the PGA Professional Championship, because dreams really are achieved there. Now Pieper at 7 overs found his ball in the hazard.
And here as well, even though Tom Morga didn't win this tournament, but he got second, and those kinds of things are what propel you to that career you end up having on the Champions Tour. So there'll be a couple players this week have their life changed significantly as well.
Back in 1975 when he was caddying.
I don't think he got it out. That's tough.
And now you're in trouble.
He can still take his 1-stroke penalty, but he doesn't want to go back. No, it's 3, I'm afraid. That's 4. This is just a nightmare now. Your brain is racing 100 miles an hour. You don't even know, you only can't think clearly right now. Now he's going to take the stroke.
So what's his option now?
One good rule is they didn't used to have it, but you still have what's called regression. So if you only had to go with your last shot, was it still in a hazard? But you can regress back to the point where the ball last crossed the margin of the hazard. Fortunately, at one point they didn't have that, and you could just be done playing.
So he's hitting 6 now, right?
Yeah, he just took 5 on his penalty stroke, hitting a 6 shot.
But how is that where the ball last crossed the hazard?
Well, if he hooked it in there, see that stake right there, he might have come to that through that point. If they hit a fade or a straight shot, they might not ever cross anything on the hazard. But if he hooked it in there, he could have crossed land right there on the lateral hazard, or the red penalty area, as it will be called next year.
Okay.
No lateral hazards anymore. One thing they're doing also is the USGA is, if not encouraging, at least allowing courses to mark many more areas as red penalty areas, even areas of desert or trees, et cetera. And I think that's a good thing. So we can, again, speed up play.
Okay, if they're going to do that, why wouldn't they mark what are now yellow hazards as red and what are...
Absolutely, and most people do, David. We've fought, the PGA has been kind of the leader there, and most PGA Club Pro events or PGA of America events, it is red. And the USGA has been a little stubborn with the yellow stakes, and a lot of times the definition of a hazard is if it's impractical to drop your ball behind that hazard, it's not a yellow hazard anymore, and you should make it red. Well, what they do instead is you generally create a drop area. But that's not even following their own definition. So I'd like to see that one too, make them all red. Of course, my opinion is make out of bounds play as a lateral hazard too. So now you'll only have red stakes. Here's an aim pointer. He's figuring it's a 2-degree slope. So he's puts that left side of his 2 fingers on the hole, and the right side of his second finger is where he should aim. The problem is it only reads the slope of the ground you're standing on, and this putt changes, so theoretically he might not play enough break if he only reads it that way. You're still going to see what your eyes say too, though, when you do your aim points. You're going to build that in a little bit.
Well, when I see Crenshaw and Bobby Locke, Tiger and Jack start doing that.
I'm with you.
That's when I'm going.
I'm with you.
I think any rule that makes the game easier, it's a good rule. Jimmy Ballard, who recently moved here in the area, is teaching at the Champions Club in Stewart, about 15 minutes away. He made a great point that the scores today, average scores today, are about the same as they were 25 years ago. Even though the golf courses are so much better, the equipment is so much better, technology is so much better, the game is still very hard. So anything that we can do to make it a little more enjoyable. Nobody wants to have to go back to a tee after an out-of-bounds shot, and if you're the people in the group behind, the last thing you want to do is see somebody driving back there. So I think any rule that makes this game easier, within reason, it's something that should be considered.
Certainly agree with that.
There's a face-on putting. This is Gary McCord predicted this would be what everybody did in a few years. It hasn't quite developed, but Craig, I would refute the argument a little bit on the tour scores not getting lower. I think if you look at tape of the old tournaments, there was virtually no rough. Fairways were wider, the greens were slower. So they've had to kind of, now the hole locations are 3 from the edges a lot. However, if you look at the average golfers, that confirms your argument that for years the average handicap at clubs is about 17 for men and about 30 for women. And that doesn't seem to be changing. So I agree on that point that the average golfer really doesn't seem to get any better, even despite all these technologies and equipment changes.
Let's take a look at the aerial of the 6th one more time. What a beautiful hole it is, but from a strategic standpoint, that's the 5th green. On the left side of your screen is the back tee box of number 6. All that trouble on the left-hand side. Today's hole location, 24 paces from the front, about 9 from the middle. 4 paces from the left-hand side, so those bunkers on the left might come into play. And if you're trying to be conservative out to the middle or right portion of the green, that right side bunker could come into play as well. Seen a number of golfers put the ball in the hazard right on the line of the flagstick or to the left of it, as well as the next group has made its way to the 6th tee. This is the 4th group off, number 10 in the morning. They went at 8:12 a.m. Jim Estes, Bill Shoemaker, and Mike Miles.
That's old Billy Shoemaker right there, former Club Pro champion, 1984. Great guy from Indiana.
Crooked Lake Golf Course, Columbia City, Indiana, the Indiana section. Currently 5 over on his round.
Bill got in at the last minute, so he may not have practiced leading up to this too much if the weather was cold up there.
Believe this is Estes.
That looks like Jim. Jim's an excellent player. He's played in several majors.
He's had 5 holes in 1 in his career. 61 is his low career round. He says the best part of his game is ball striking, and he hits his 7-iron, 175 yards. Figure that's the club he's using here.
That sounds good. Are you okay with the royal hat and the black shirt, though? You think it's his lucky hat, maybe?
I'm a New York Giant fan. So
he makes a hole in one. I'm going to go for it, though.
You're going to wear that combo?
I'll try it tomorrow. There's the safe play.
Jim's favorite players are most admired Larry Nelson and Ed Doherty. Ed Doherty used to live here in Port St. Lucie for quite a while, and both those guys served in Vietnam. And certainly, you know, you look at Larry Nelson, became a Hall of Fame player after spending time in Vietnam. One of the more amazing stories in sports.
And Ed as well. Ed, after being a Club Pro, won on the senior tour, and unfortunately is struggling with the effects of Agent Orange from his war service.
And those two gentlemen are Jim Estes's players that he most admires.
It's Mike Miles from Ponte Vedra Beach. He may have the most interesting foursome, dream foursome. Sam Kinison, Ron White, Seve, and Lee Trevino. I'm not sure if Seve would appreciate Sam Kinison.
I think you're 100% right on that one.
But it would be a fun day, that's for sure. All right, Shu. Bill is probably one of the shorter hitters in the field, but nobody hits it straighter and putts better.
It's almost a flat-footed swing.
Yep. He actually had a open heart surgery a few years ago. He's come back to play as good as ever. He's 5 over today, but he will grind it out all the way.
Nobody's ever played in more PGA professional championships than Mr. Shoemaker. 29 of them. He's tied with Jim White, Lincoln, Nebraska, who's also in the field this week.
Mike Miles says his club's known for having 12 holes, and that's, I used to say to people, they say, how would you change it? I love golf the way it is, but if you wanted to make it a 2.5, 3-hour game, you could have the 12 holes with the 8-inch cups. So you ready to
There you go.
invest, David?
Not quite yet.
Get back to me?
I'll get back to you on that one. Mike has instructed Patrick Cantlay early in his career. Started playing at 14 years old while he was working at a golf course. Player he most admires is Tom Watson. He will never use a green tee. Favorite course he ever played was an Alistair McKenzie design. I'll give you 1,000 guesses.
I wouldn't have got it.
One.
I wouldn't get it.
Tijuana Country Club.
7 hole-in-ones and 2 double eagles. How many double eagles have you had?
I like your questions, Craig. No, I have had one. And my holes in one were all, I think, good shots. But the double eagle, the people at the green said it banged into the pin with the old Cobra baffler. at the Missouri Open. But it was nice to go from 1 over to 2 under that quickly. That was fun.
I guess the best way to do it is to make a hole-in-one on a par 4.
Yeah, exactly.
So it went in that fast because you misread the green? Is that what happened?
And I just hit a hot baffler. That baffler, those hot bafflers took off.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Tom Crow. They were so good, people wanted to make them illegal for a while.
We were talking a little bit about Mike Miles, and his key to putting, as far as he's concerned, is a soft grip and a still head, which is something so many players talk about. Ben Crenshaw would certainly give that to any number of people.
I love that soft grip idea. I have a teaching putter that if you squeeze the grip too hard, it beeps. And Butch Harmon was using that with Tiger, and Tiger just almost wore out the batteries beeping. And so finally, he didn't believe Butch, and Ben Crenshaw walked by. You mentioned Ben. And he said, "Ben, how tight do you grip the putter?" And he said, "It's practically falling out of my hands." And I've always taught them to believe the same way. It's something you forget at times, and your hands will get increasingly tight. But soft hands on that putter, especially on fast greens, is really a good tip. So I like what Mike says.
Ben would never make that thing beep soft to this. He holds the golf club, so Olney Golf Park, Jim Estes' facility, oneontheweb.com.
Jim is certainly a threat to make that top 35 this week. In fact, he's 1 under today. He was trying to make that one, wasn't he?
So we're speaking about Jim Estes in the black there on the far right-hand side, and I was at the Senior PGA Championship back in 2010, I believe it was, and there was a gentleman following Jim. I turned around, chatted with him. He had a dog with him, and he turned out to be a a vet, a military veteran. So I asked him why he was following this group, and he pointed him out, Jim Estes. That man saved my life.
All right.
I said, "Really? How so?" He said, "When I came back from combat, I was in a very, very dark place. And Jim Estes, with what he did in the game of golf, restoring things that I could do and become whole again, he pulled me out of that dark place. That's all I'm going to say. But he did save my life." So there's a lot that can be done. Jim, the 2010 Patriot Award winner, National Award for the PGA of America, helps people not just with the game of golf, but with their lives as well.
All right, this guy can putt. I'm betting he scares the hole, even though he's 25 feet.
Boy, you kept that held still for sure.
Oh, he made me look good. Made me look good, Bill.
Come on, man. That's a great call. Keep going, Jerry.
Beginner's luck.
P.S. It was either going to go in or hang on one of the edges. So, Jim's fondest memory on the job, seeing an arm transplant recipient hit a shot onto the green from 50 yards away. He was the first ever arm transplant to hit a golf ball. Done so much for so many who have struggled mightily as well.
Favorite golf course is Royal County Down. Have you played there, David?
I have not.
I played my only senior British Open there, and it is a great course. There are a lot of blind tee shots that I don't know that I would rate it my favorite, but it's certainly a great golf course. At least that's my reason for missing the cut. That's my experience.
There you go. Open Championship going to Northern Ireland itself, not the senior version. As we take a look at another aerial of this, the 6th. What do players have to look out for? What would an amateur player see standing on this tee?
Oh gosh, that's the deal. We didn't want to mislead people because earlier we said it's the most receptive pin, flagstick or hole location, but it's also, that hole location is also the most intimidating looking one. That flag today probably looks like it's 1 yard over that long grass that's adjacent to the hazard there. So you're worried about the water, but that long grass is obviously we're seeing today has been just as much of a difficulty. So very intimidating looking hole.
It's the 30th Senior PGA Professional Championship, Port St. Lucie, Florida, just about an hour north of West Palm Beach, up 95. A beautiful place to come spend some time to play golf, all kinds of activities as well, not just golf related in this area.
Mets play their spring training games just about a couple miles down the road here. And I'll go if the Cardinals are playing them, that's the only time.
There you go.
There's about a half dozen Mets players. Terry Collins plays here a lot. Yannis Cespedes, when he was healthy, he loves to play golf. Obviously, these guys, it's a great getaway. You look back at the Braves when they had the great pitching staff. Those guys loved to play golf on the road with Avery and Maddox and Glavine and Smoltz. It's something that it's a big part of spring training. These guys play an awful lot down here, and they love Port St. Lucie, and they love being able to come over here to PGA Golf Club.
I believe that's the next group who's going to be headed towards 6T, which is the fifth group out. Off the 10th tee this morning at 8:21, Walt Chapman, Frank Esposito, the defending champion, two-time past champion of this event, and Jim Schumann from Scottsdale, Arizona. They'll be making their way to 6T here shortly. Currently over on the fifth green.
That's a premier group. There's 6 guys that have won the championship 2 times, and there's 4 of them playing. I would say at least 3 of them have a good chance to become the first guy to win it 3 times, and that'd be my #1 bet right there is Frank Esposito. Not only did he win last year, but 4 years ago he won here, the Club Pro Championship, and then a month later he won the Champions Tour School. Actually, less than a month later, about 2 weeks later. As Craig said, didn't play as well out there as we expected, but still playing at a very high level. Won the stroke play here in January. We have Club pros come down here every winter and play about 5 tournaments, and he won the stroke play on these 2 courses. So if I had to pick one player this week, I think I'd pick Frank.
You know, one of the guys who did win twice early on was a fellow you know quite well, Roger Kennedy. You guys share something that not many people can say. You share the 12th hole replica of the Masters. Tell people about that story.
Well, we did in our little development, I had some vacant land, and so I put a green in, and all of a sudden I saw I was over the corner of the lake, and we did try to make it a replica of the Masters. Roger Kennedy he has the tee in his backyard, and I have the green. And I had George Lucas yardage book and got all the green depths, and 140 to the front left, 153 to the front right, and all. That green is 9 yards deep in the middle. That's what people can't believe, why it plays so difficult.
Group number 16 making their way to the 6th tee. It's been a pretty good test for these players, all of them skilled. Haven't seen too many birdies. Saw one group that had a couple birdies and 1 par, so it's the best threesome coming through here.
Yeah, Frank won last year, and Jim Schumann got second last year, so that's quite and Walt Chapman is a 2-time Tennessee Player of the Year, so quite a group.
Chapman out of the Tennessee section, Fairways and Greens Golf Center in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yeah, Frank eagled the last hole last year, win by 5 shots over Jim Schumann. Shot at 276.
That's just overkill. You know.
Yeah.
I missed the cut there, so he beat me by about 20.
There's Frank Esposito right there. Forsgate Country Club in Monroe Township, New Jersey, his home facility in the New Jersey section. Boy, he's got all kinds of accolades. 2017 New Jersey PGA Senior Player of the Year. This Senior PGA Professional Championship that he won was at Desert Mountain in Scottsdale.
He was a supportive owner at his club, too. He was telling me that has encouraged him to pursue his dreams, and when he had that opportunity to chase the Champions Tour, you know, some guys have to make the choice of whether to go on the Champions Tour or give up their job, and that's a pretty tough choice at age 55. I know he had nothing but full support, and he's got plenty of games still. That doesn't mean he won't get back out there. We hope he does. The rest of us players.
Currently a couple under par.
As you mentioned, Jerry, this is a really good threesome.
Yeah.
It's the only one that's come to this hole today that's all three of them under par. Chapman at 1, -1, and Esposito and Schumann at -2.
And that feeds off, you know, you try not to let what pairing you get in a tournament affect your game, but it's nice to play. If you're playing with other players that are playing well, you're not seeing a ball go in the hazard in front of you on this hole. And that certainly can affect you. You're probably going wide right if you see a ball and the first guy ahead of you go in the hazard. So they feed on each other playing well.
Schumann at 2 under, as you mentioned, from the Wisconsin section, the Blue Mountain Golf and Country Club.
Coached the Wisconsin team for 8 years, from 2003 to 2011.
Competed in this year's KitchenAid Senior PGA Championship.
Yeah, that's a nice swing, no frills swing right there. Not much can go wrong with that swing. You see these good players giving it a little berth, taking their 20, 30 footer, happy with a par, and maybe a sneak in a birdie.
And Walt Chapman out of Tennessee, fairways and greens, we talked about him. Fairways and Greens Golf Center. Played golf at the University of Tennessee. Played in more than 20 PGA Tour and Hogan Nike Tour events. Was on the 1994 U.S. PGA Cup team. Was his section's Player of the Year in '95 and '96.
Pretty textbook, those 3 shots there. David, whether it's conditioning or the lure of the Champions Tour, but I think in the past, if you would ask a player when his peak was, he would say about age 33 or so. And I think you'd ask these 3 guys right now and a lot of other guys in the field, how are you playing compared to how you played when you were younger? They'd say, I'm playing about as well as I ever did. And that, again, I want to emphasize that to all of our listeners and viewers too. You can play this game as maybe better than you ever have in your 50s and even 60s. So that's a wonderful thing about golf. Hardly anybody asks me to play football anymore. You know?
Well, like the thing you learn is what you can't do. You know, you learn the shots that you don't want to try and hit. You play to your strengths, and you don't make those silly mistakes you made when you were younger and tried to play aggressive. I don't know if I think your mental game is so much better than your physical part of it.
No doubt. It took me the last 40 years to have the right attitude on a golf course, to where I didn't sulk or pout and lose 2 or 3 more shots after a difficult hole. And these type of players, one shot, they're going to play that shot, and whatever happens, they're going to get to that next shot, and they're going to give that thing their best attempt to. Good player doesn't want to hit 2 bad shots in a row. That's one of your old general saws. Get right back there and hit a good shot. Stop the bleeding.
And an example of how well people play late into their careers, talk about Jack Nicklaus contending for the Masters at age 56, but also Bernhard Langer was in the second to last group at Augusta just a couple years back as he was approaching 60 years old. So
pretty well this year too.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So when I played my 1 hole with Bernhard Langer, he said, you should go on because I'm very slow when I'm on the practice round. And he was making notes of everything. And when I finished playing 18, I looked over and he was coming off 9. So he is so meticulous. And of course, he's in perfect shape and he's just talented. It's just not fair to have all those advantages.
And he gets criticized for playing at a leisurely pace in competition as well. And a writer once asked him about that. And he said, well, the way I look at it is, you know, I hit less shots than other guys do. So actually going around in the round, I play in less time than other people might.
There you go.
And so the journalist wrote it up, printed it in the paper, and the next morning on his way to the practice tee, Bernhard walks past the journalist and says, do you really print everything so anyone says to you? Because he was giving him a little needle there for a while. He was sort of teasing the guy. He didn't realize the guy was going to write it.
Yeah. Had a good run. Dave Pell has always said 17 inches past the hole is optimum speed for especially makeable putts, but most of us, I think most teachers would tell you a little less than that, a foot, and most of the great putters actually were dive putters, the Ben Crenshaws, Bobby Locke, Jack Nicklaus, Bobby Jones, and three-putt avoidance is just as much a talent as making. One of the oddest stats I've seen over the last few years, is that the average touring pro only makes 1 putt per round, 1.3 putts per round over 10 feet. So it's really not about making a bunch of 15, 20 putters. It's about not three-putting, making everything inside.
Well, and the dive putting quote that I like the most is Bobby Locke, who said, "A dying putt has 1,000 doors." So it can go in any angle.
Right.
Esposito tries to get to 3 under.
Again, he's going to take that 3. He's fine. He's going to reach the next hole in 2. Have a good chance to go to 3 under and get in the 60s. Getting in the 60s is always still a big deal with all of us. We'd hate to be 3 under and bogey the last hole for a 70. You want to shoot in that 60s.
Frank,
I think Frank was the player to beat coming in. If you had to pick one guy, it would have been Frank Esposito.
And I didn't mention the other two. Certainly, I think Mike Sanfilippo and Kirk Hannafeld could do the same thing. And Kirk's 62 years old, and Mike's 65, just turned 60. We had a tournament last week. Mike shot a 64 on his 66th birthday last week. So. But yeah, Frank's the guy.
Both those players played a ton on PGA Tour champions. Nice putt right there from Mr. Chapman. Well, Chapman joins it. Excuse me?
I think it was Damon Runyon that said, Craig, you might have seen this one. He said, "The battle does not always go to the strong nor the race to the swift, but that's the way to bet." So Frank could be a pretty good bet.
And take a look at that one again. Getting Chapman to 2 under with his 2 fellow competitors.
I can hang with these two.
Yeah. Well, he certainly knew what the putt was going to do after the first 2. He got a chance to go to school, and he certainly took advantage.
Buddy Mark Milkey.
All 3 of them at 2 under now going to the drivable par 5.
Well, this is a very strong grouping as well. Hannafeld, Milkey, and Steve Schneider. Schneider, the 2016 PGA Professional Champion. First player to win both the PGA Professional Championship and the senior version. First on the tee, looks like Kirk Hannafeld played a bunch on PGA Tour champions. He's from the New England section, Salem Country Club, Peabody, Mass. Kirk, a very, very pleasant man. Out of South Hamilton, Massachusetts, where he calls home now. Won in 2008 and 2011. This championship.
Time winner. He's fought back problems recently. I know last year he almost had to stop playing for a while, but hopefully he's okay this week. And he looks like he was 1 under or 2 under, so I think he's feeling all right. Your back feels a lot better when you're a couple under.
Man to his left is Steve Schneider. In the middle in the orange, it's Milkey. It looks like Schneider will have the honors.
Steve's got the record for the club pros of qualifying for the most 12 PGA's championships. That's quite a mark.
Out of the Utah section, Schneider's Pebblebrook. Schneider's, Sandy, Utah. 12 PGA championships, huh?
Amazing, isn't it? And said his dad played in the PGA championship back in 1967. So he's got a little genealogy going for him.
My dad won it in '65. I've never even sniffed it. So the genealogy doesn't talent skips a generation. Yeah, exactly. His grandfather also PGA of America member, Hall of Fame member, as a matter of fact. PGA tournament director, the tournament manager, for the tournament players division. That was the precursor to the PGA Tour.
Here's the new look senior, though. Look at this guy. He looks like he's 20 years old. They're staying in shape. And again, the fun part about trying to aspire to the Champions Tour is that you do stay in shape, eat better, exercise, etc.
And make the rest of us look terrible.
I was going to say, I haven't tried all that stuff. It sounds good.
I hear it works.
Yeah, that was the hardest thing about interviewing Gary Player was you had to suck the
exactly.
entire time, because if you didn't, he would just say, "You need to lose weight." He was such a stickler, and he took such great pride in staying in shape.
At least he said he did. Now, I played the U.S. Open at Winged Foot, stayed at the White Plains Hotel, saw him, and my caddy and I kind of followed him around. And we said, let's see what he does. And he went up to the counter and he said, I'll have a couple of those Kit Kats, please.
Kit Kats. So he changed to Kit Kats.
Yeah.
Trevino tells a story about rooming together, and he was grabbing the bags to bring them down to the front desk, and Gary hadn't zipped his bag closed, so he picked up the bag, and out fell a box full of Snickers bars.
There you go.
So that's something that probably hasn't.
I like him better now.
Exactly.
Here's my buddy Mark Melke. This is really a strong player as well. He could win the tournament this week, even though that's silly to say this early. But Mark came from the Mets section, was probably the strongest senior up there, and he won our Senior Player of the Year in his first year last year down here in South Florida.
Life member, 5 times a player in the PGA Championship. Most recently, 05 at Baltusrol.
That was a good-looking golf swing. Only thing that's going to stop him now, he's enjoying his granddaughter a whole lot. He just moved to Atlantis to be closer to him, and he's teaching down at that area.
Terrific.
He's teaching at High Ridge, which is just a beautiful, beautiful golf course.
So Milky's 1 under. Schneider, we saw him tee off even par.
Isn't High Ridge another course that owned by Paul Fireman? Is that the Reebok?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Who owns it? I don't know. I know Mr. Fireman was a Trump member, but I didn't know that he owned that course.
Kirk Hannafeld a couple over. Nice tee shot. He'll have a chance to get to 1 over.
Kirk's backswing's about as short as mine, and when you're playing well, people say, I love your compact swing, and then you're playing badly, they say, you're not finishing your backswing. You know? So you try to play well. So
just say, yeah, no, I finished it. That's it. All I got right there. Kirk Hannafeld, the vice president of the New England PGA section from 91 to 93. Again, played a good stretch of time out on PGA Tour seniors or champions.
Mark's become quite the putting teacher and expert, and is just took a new teaching job, as a matter of fact. So he's talks about the phrases I don't even understand, but he wants the ball to be no axis tilt or something. But anyway, it's like the player putting a line on his ball, and you want to see that line go end over end. Mm-hmm. But he really studies putting, and people think he's a great ball striker, and he is a good one, but his short game is very impressive, both pitching, putting, right down the line.
Yeah, he was the Player of the Year last year, senior, in the South Florida PGA, which is obviously a pretty loaded section.
Second in the Florida Senior Open this year to Gene Fieger.
But came out of that loaded section as section in terms of PGA professionals. You mentioned down here in Southern Florida, probably the best in senior PGA professional, but that Met section.
Correct.
He won the PGA section championship in 2000 and 2001. Also in 1992, the Met PGA section player of the year. So if you've been named player of the year in that section, you can golf your ball.
And understand exactly what you said. I would say I think we have the strongest seniors, but I think the Met section would be the strongest section, competitive section in the country.
Being a New Yorker, I just had to get that.
I understand. And close behind would be the Carolinas, and Pacific Northwest. There's plenty of strong sections.
That's for sure.
Mark went up there to New York as a past champion, was allowed to play in the Metropolitan Senior Open, and he won it about a month and a half ago, as a matter of fact. There's that shot again, huh?
Well, we saw a great one earlier on in the day.
Contact looked good.
Probably a little short, yeah.
You're right. Just didn't want to risk
it. Water behind, when you're staring water, if you're going to miss, you don't want to miss it too far.
Even par, Steve Schneider.
He's going to have a difficult
third
up
shot
and down for his bogey here,
mm-hmm.
though. That's all downhill. I don't think he'll land it on the green. I think he'll land this short of the green. I don't think there's any way he could even hit a flop shot and stay short of the hole.
So what does an amateur player do at a time like this?
He should. I don't think he can putt because it's a little furry around there, but take the least lofted club he can take to carry it into that fringe he was just walking in. So bump it maybe with a gap wedge, something like that.
You go left?
A couple of bounce.
You take it at the hole.
I would still try to get them down. I mean, it just depends on their skill level, but it's a good point. If you have any fear of it, if you picture it, like Greg says, your brain doesn't have an X on that hazard that you've pictured, and once you've thought about that, then you probably should do something different. Now, he's certainly going to try to get up and down, if not hold it, but he'll take a 4 right now and walk away. There's the 3 or 4 bumps.
Hit something, you can see that.
Oh, that's good. I mean, he likes this.
Thankfully, it hit something, put the brakes on a little bit.
Right. That's pretty much calculated in there. You know it's going to be a bumpy road.
That guy's 54 years old. I need a driver's license. Seriously, Steve. He's also a sweet guy to talk to. I mean, really decent man. And like you said, great golfing family.
Well, good 4.
Decent 4, goes to 1 over.
It's okay.
Not bad.
Too early to make predictions, of course, but I think Frank was way under par when he won 2 years ago, but the top 35 was only 1 under, I think. I actually made it that year and was 4, but I think 1 under made the PGA champ, the senior PGA. Did he shoot 275, or he was well ahead of the rest of us, of course.
Yeah, 3 over made it to a playoff last year. 291 made it to a playoff.
2 years ago. Last time, 2 years ago when it was here. Yeah. Yeah, last year, Desert Mountain, those courses played it a little harder. The Milkman is his nickname, Mark.
Yeah, 2 years ago, -1 is what made it to the playoffs.
Mark's wife, Lee, is in real estate, and I'm sure she's watching today, if not in person, at home.
Or an open house somewhere, who knows?
That's right.
Kirk knew that one early. That makes his 3. Looks just like he did playing PGA Tour Champions for 4 or 5 years in the, about 10 years ago. So we're more than halfway through the second wave of players here in the morning starting times. The 30th Senior PGA Professional Championship back on the tee here at number 6 of the Wanamaker course. Group 18, the 8:39 starting time of Stuart Smith, who you see right there from Reno, Nevada. Kirk Stouffer and Steve Fessler. Yes, he lives in Reno, but he's from the Northern California section. Somerset Golf and Country Club.
It's like these last few groups. Watch those earlier groups, Craig. We haven't anybody going left of the green and short as much here lately. I shouldn't say that. I jinxed him, didn't I?
This is Fessler here.
One of our players on his bio said, "I haven't 3-putted in 4 months." I'm like, oh my gosh, don't say that.
Smith 3 under on the championship, doing very well. It's now Fessler who's 1 over.
Fessler is president of the Minnesota section, so again, he does more than just play.
From the Medina Golf and Country Club in Hanover, Minnesota. Been a top 10 teacher in Minnesota every year since 2004, according to Golf Digest, as well as a winner of the PGA Awards Top Junior Leader and a Horton Smith Award winner. Now Kirk Stouffer.
This guy is Mr. Western New York section, 10-time Player of the Year, and just dominates up there. Got a buddy named Michael O'Connor sneaks in there every once in a while, but Kirk is really strong, and has a twin brother, is also a PGA professional.
Pine Acres Country Club is his facility. He's given him the chance to come on out here and play in this Senior PGA Professional Championship. He's 5 times the section Senior Player of the Year. Like I said, it's 2011, 12, 13. Missed it 15 and 16, but excuse me, 14, 15.
And is exempt this year because he finished in top 8 last year out of Desert Mountain.
2015, inducted into the Western New York PGA Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Kirk's unfortunately 4 over for today, but he's had a lot of success down here. Plays in the Winter Championships and the PGA Tournament Series. Not hard to figure out why. No. Where would you want to spend January and February? South Florida or
Buffalo?
Stuart, that's our best through score here, isn't it? Our 3 under coming through.
Looks like it.
Hole. Obviously, they're on their 15th hole.
See some 2s, but nobody to 3 yet. Finished 3rd in this championship 2 years ago.
Players have to players have to walk in the regular Club Pro, but they are allowed to ride in the senior, and obviously most of these guys are in plenty good enough shape to walk, but caddies, getting 264 caddies in the area would be a tough go anyway.
Could a player walk if he wanted to?
No, I think you have to ride.
Okay. Is that just pace of play?
Yeah, right. And I don't think the caddies or spectators are allowed to ride in the carts, so they.
How many do you think players have caddies here?
I haven't really seen very many at all, so I would just think a handful. I'm not sure of that, Craig.
I've seen a few, but like you said, not that many.
Yeah. If you don't play with a caddy regularly, like I've played in enough majors that I'll go all year without a caddy, and now it's that second read. It can be confusing too. It can be a little bit of a distraction if you're not used to doing it. So.
Do you ever feel pressure to play well for the caddy for the check?
That too, absolutely, absolutely. I felt so bad one year at Myrtle Beach. I was in 9th place in the 3rd round a few years ago in the Club Pro, and I tripled the last hole to miss the cut by 1. And this kid was, a student there at the Coastal Carolina, and I felt so bad for him. I felt worse for him than I did myself,
Mark O'Meara tells a story about playing the Masters in 1980 with Fuzzy Zeller. He was the amateur champion, Fuzzy the defending champion. They're paired together. And he felt so bad for his caddy because Mark thought he had won the amateur, which was great, but he wasn't going to be a tour player of any note. He was an amateur when he played the Masters, so he wasn't going to make any money. And he was playing terribly, and this guy was having a terrible day. Little did he know. A few years later, almost 2 decades later, he would end up winning.
79, I think he won the amateur, and then 80, I think he was Rookie of the Year, and then he went into a prolonged slump, and that's when he met Hank Haney.
Yeah, you look at 1998, he won the Masters, won the British Open, and had a chance to win the PGA at Sahalee when Vijay Singh won it. It would have been the first guy since Ben Hogan to win 3 times, and of course, got him. Tiger Woods has since done that, but Mark O'Meara at the age of 41, 42, all of a sudden discovered a new game.
Noticed Stewart paced his putt off at least to that point where he wanted to hit it to. Now there are not many, but a few players actually take a backswing length in accordance with the distance. It's about an inch per foot that you want to hit the putt. But he only walked up to that point, that precipice there where it falls down, so he made that 60-footer a 30-footer, let's say. And it's working for him today, if that's his formula.
At 3 under, it sure is.
Putts with his glove on, which is a little bit unusual.
Why?
Just most players feel like you have a little bit more feel without the glove, and they don't leave the glove on to chip or putt. And then there were a couple famous golfers who didn't wear a glove at all. You know,
give me a couple.
Huh?
Give me a couple.
Ben Hogan, Freddie Couples.
Keep going.
You did?
There you go.
All right. It was a conjecture.
Scott Simpson as well. Okay. Scott and my dad, same reason. Couldn't afford it.
Yeah, that's why I figured Ben
Growing up, yeah.
I think Ben was too tight. All the practice that he did, he would have gone broke just from golf gloves.
I think Jack putted with a glove on most of the time.
He did. You're right. I think he did too.
Strong stretch of groups coming through this hole. We had Frank Esposito defending champion just a couple groups ago. Two-time champions in the previous group. Man who's leading the championship, as far as we can tell. Scoring a little bit spotty as we take a look at the first couple rounds. This is, again, more about the stories than the scores of these players. Coming up in the next group has group number 18, the 8:39 starting time off the 10th tee, heads towards the par 5 7th. Next group up, we'll have Jeff Tucker, great player out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, Jeff Costin, who won this championship 12 years ago, and Robert Thompson, who won 8 years ago and plays out of Huntsville, Texas. Played on PGA Tour Champions for a couple of seasons. Robert Thompson has.
Won this tournament back in 2010. A couple of 61-year-olds in this group, really strong players, Jeff and Robert. And a Tucker, they've got 3 Tuckers in this tournament. You think they had room for one more, David?
I think that's the quota in terms of Tuckers.
Okay, well,
Smiths maybe.
I'm knocking one of them out next year.
Now then, who's going to sit next to me and Craig?
Mike Tucker. You can get Mike.
Next group is on the 5th green. 4 more groups remaining in the morning wave. And we'll have the afternoon. It's already begun their play. The afternoon starting times began 22 minutes ago off the first. Right at high noon here on the East Coast. We're in Port St. Lucie, Florida. It's just about an hour north of West Palm Beach, right about smack dab between Miami and Orlando. It's just a beautiful place to come spend some time if you like golf, you like beaches, you like airboat rides out in the Everglades, and all kinds of fun stuff going on here. This community, the PGA Golf Village, is just a fantastic place to spend some time. And PGA Golf Club with 3 terrific courses, including the 2 being used for this championship, the Ryder and the Wanamaker. The 6th of the Wanamaker is what we are featuring in our coverage. Number 6, 182-yard par 3 being played today.
I think what's nice about the 3 courses here, you don't want them to be cookie cutter, all look the same, and the Wanamaker and the Ryder resemble somewhat, but the Ryder's a little bit more comfortable and easier to play, but the Dye is a whole nother looking course. Tried to look like a links course, I think, in European. But Pete had an idea out there, and the superintendent, Dick Gray, it's his favorite course out here. So you've got 3 nice choices to play here.
Yeah, when they redid the Dye course, Dick was talking about how they found bunkers, over a dozen bunkers they didn't even know existed out there. They just, as they were getting work done, all of a sudden they'd feel the pebbles and rocks, and Pete would just drop a little pot bunker in some place, and it had grown up over time. But it really is a different style course. It's Pete at his best, putting in different types of bunkering, just things that mentally or visually bother you, and it's worked for a long time.
This is really obscure, but they had a swamp where that Dye course was, and it was called the Mammoth Swamp, and that was the original name going to be of the golf course, but it never quite made it to the. It got cut before press time, and so they called it the Pete Dye course, but it was going to be called the Big Mammoth.
Tucker 5 over, Jeff Tucker that is, the championship at this point. Costin 2 under. Again, Costin having won this 12 years ago. Robert Thompson had his wife on his bag most of his time in his PGA Tour Champions career. You see him right there in the front. Pretty sure that's Robert with the white hat.
I believe you're right.
White shirt.
Tough old Texan, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Played in 3 PGA championships.
So the Southern Texas section. I think this is Jeff Tucker.
His first senior club pro. And he's batting first, but he's 5 over today.
55 years old. He was an alternate getting in here.
Hasn't lost his flexibility. That club just about went past parallel, it looked like.
Out of the South Central section, the golf club at Surrey Hills, Yukon, Oklahoma. Well done.
Good job.
And here's Robert Thompson, Southern Texas section, Whispering Pines Golf Club, Trinity, Texas. Won the 1986 Assistant PGA Professional Championship. 3 times in the PGA Championship. Whistling Straits in 04 most recently. Also 02 at Hazeltine and 98 at Sahalee. On the South Texas section PGA Championship, PGA Professional Championship 4 times. Does not like that one.
You know, it's a little bit violent at the impact there. I think he put the block on it.
I'd rather hate it right than hate it left.
Yeah,
on
I think
this
he felt something bad and said, oh, let's block this thing off to the right.
And now Costin, who's also played some PGA Tour Champions golf.
This is dominates the Pacific Northwest section, 9-time Player of the Year out there. Hadn't lost. That's a good-looking golf swing. Hadn't lost a step up there at age 61.
I'm going to say Samayamu Golf and Country Club. Is that close? You can help me out?
I won't correct you.
Okay, there we go. Well, his debut in the Senior PGA Championship. He's 61 years old, but the first time he played in that KitchenAid Senior PGA Championship, 2007, finished in the top 20, taking low club professional honor to the Ocean Course at Kiowa Island. Now he just jams a little rip there. If you're from the Pacific Northwest, a little Pearl Jam. I'm not sure if it's Pearl Jam. Maybe he goes all the way back to Nirvana. I don't. Foo Fighters. I'm not exactly sure, but.
I just still don't buy Teen Spirit being the all-time rock song. Somebody said that. I can't go there.
Yeah, that was a millennial who said that.
That's exactly
Doesn't
right.
have the first clue of
Going
where are you going with that one?
Stairway, Free Bird. I'd have to. You'd have to get me down to 3 or 4 of them. But
You got 2. Where's your third? Give me your top 3.
all right, Stairway to
Told you
Heaven.
I'm coming to you.
Free Bird, Stairway to Heaven. Where else would I go?
Beatles.
Craig. I love the Beatles, but I can't pick one Beatles song though. You know
Look,
what I
it's
mean?
not a rock and roll song. I go Hey Jude. To me.
Yeah, to pick the song from Beatles, that's hard to beat.
Craig's staying quiet over there.
I like the Eagles. I like New Kid in Town. I mean, Hotel California used to be.
Hang on. Greatest rock and roll song of all time.
I'd say Stairway to Heaven.
Okay.
Led Zeppelin.
There's a lot in
Classic,
that one.
the classic slow starting, building, right? Like a Dream On and all those. Yeah. Good formula. Glenn Fry played Belle Reve when I was the head pro there, and he was on the range. One of our members mistook him for a range attendant. Said, "Can you take my bag over to by the car?" And he said, "Oh, sure, I'll get it."
You can mistake that guy for a lot of things. An outside services practice tee.
But he was great though.
And Glenn
Okay.
loved his golf too. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
they were kind of wondering. Don Henley was asking why there were some of the concert tours were all happened to be near golf courses, and he finally figured it out that's something Glenn really loved to do, to kind of get away from
Mike
the grind of the tour.
Mike Tucker, I let Mike play with him that day, and they gave us backstage passes, and we got in a traffic jam and didn't get there in time to go backstage, but we saw the concert, the Hell Freezes Overture. Yeah, that was pretty spectacular.
Hang on. Back up. You had backstage. I don't care what the traffic was.
I
Give me
know.
a chopper.
I know. I was working that
Yeah.
day. You're right. I blew it.
So Costin here, 2 under, trying to get to 3. It would be a heck of a putt here if he gets it within a couple of feet, though.
Well, stats-wise, I said earlier, Craig, that the average tour player would hit it 32 feet from the hole here, so I don't know how much. I don't think they're a lot worse than that, but we have had a lot of guys favoring the right side, making sure, haven't we?
Well, you certainly
And
want to be 32 feet right of the hole here.
Have you noticed that almost everybody's two-putted from out there, 40, 50 feet? A lot of good two-putts from up there.
I'd say almost any 2-putt's a good one.
Correct.
Slow down, baby.
A little work left, though. Yeah, a little left to righter. That'll be a sticky one.
Yeah, we do have a couple scores in. Mike Barge is the shot 68 today on the Ryder course. He's from Hazeltine National Golf Club, and he leads in the clubhouse so far at 68. So there are some low scores out there. Matter of fact, the top three are all on the Ryder course. Rick DeRocher is tied for second with Gus Ulrich. They both shot 69. So I would think the Ryder's playing a little bit easier than the Wanamaker. At least it is early in the day.
Those players that were over on the Ryder course, we will see them tomorrow, all 182 of them here on this golf course.
I don't know if it'll come out that way, but I'd spot myself 2 strokes playing the Wanamaker versus the Ryder.
Two shots, really?
That'd be what I would feel like. If I had to win a bet, I'd rather go over there, yep. Just aren't too many scary holes over there. There's quite a few. These 2 finishing holes, 17 and 18 behind us, you're always thinking about those. In fact, 18 on the behind us, 18 on the Wanamaker is one of the best finishing holes in South Florida, I think.
Yeah, there's not much margin for error on the second shot. You have to put it in the fairway.
Yep, you got to be in the fairway. We pretty much all of us just lay up if we're in that right bunker or left bunker, and try to get your 4 that way. But so there's a lot of stress trying to make the cut or trying to make that top 35 when you're finishing over here. There's a good putt, 25-footer.
Well done there, Jeff Tucker. Now Costin for his par.
That's a good 2-putt.
He likes that.
One hole, 3 good reactions. The guitar riff, the make, the fist bump.
Does he know he's on camera? You think?
I don't know, but he's always like that, though.
We tipped our hand. Oh, okay, I'll go for it. I played practice round with him at Trump, D.C. a couple years ago.
Good man. Thompson for his par. Group 19 has finished play here at the 6th hole of the 30th Senior PGA Professional Championship. Want a break?
Not yet. Do you want to step off?
I thought it was the next group.
Wrong, we got 3 there.
It's the 30th Senior PGA Professional Championship. Group 20 has reached the tee box here at number 6. This is the 9th group off the 10th tee. In the morning wave here on the Wanamaker course, they went just a little before 9 a.m. Dave Carr, Artie Johnson, and Bruce Smith. A couple of football playing names there, Dave Carr and Bruce Smith. We do not have the former backup quarterback for the New York Giants or the Buffalo Bills defensive end in this group. Dave Carr, though, Teal Bend Golf Club. Only had his Class A status for about 7 years. That's Audie Johnson right there. From the Tennessee section, his facility is the Ted Rhodes Golf Course in Nashville. He was the winner of the 1993 and 1995 Capital City Championship, 2002 the Tennessee Club Professional Championship, and 2007 he was the Tennessee Section Player of the Year. Lives in Mount Juliet, Tennessee.
We got no glove, no hat.
No glove, no hat, 56 years old.
They need to pay him a little more. I'm sure.
Currently 5 over.
How many off to the right in a row, Craig Dolch?
Yes, they're
He's
getting
a stat man.
They're definitely getting smart here and taking the water out of play, taking the big numbers out of play.
Well, they have 4 holes to go. They don't want, now you start thinking about getting into the clubhouse.
Dave's from the Northern California section, Teal Bend Golf Club in Sacramento, California.
51 years old. That's probably his first time here.
It is 9 holes in 1. Lowest career round is 60. Best part of his game is driving it long and straight. Not a help on this hole. You do want to hit it straight, but not with the driver. Well done. Next up is Bruce Smith. Bruce is the Northern Texas section, Black Belt Golf Academy in Frisco, Texas. He owns 2 course records, including a 64 back in 1999 at Northwood Country Club in Dallas, Northwood Club in Dallas, which is the site of the 1952 U.S. Open, first U.S. Open my dad ever played in.
And look at the size of this guy. I don't want to mess with him at all, and he's a black belt in Taekwondo.
Yes, sir.
So he might like the PGA move if they do the rumored move to Frisco, Texas, though. That's where he's from.
Sure. And with that 3rd degree black belt in Taekwondo, his score is whatever you say it is, Mr. Smith.
He loves, quote, Bruce Lee as well, too. Using no way is way.
Love
He
it.
said so much of that philosophy can be applied to golf.
And Dave Carr, you'll see him in the blue shirt, light blue and khaki pants. He's got an interesting background, funniest thing that ever happened to him in golf, playing a golf tournament with 2 different golf shoes. They were both white. One had gray trim, one had blue trim. Didn't know until an amateur partner asked why on the 17th hole, as if it was some superstition or something along those lines. Turned out, whoop, just missed it.
Another pair just like him. Yeah, go ahead.
Nah, you got it. You beat it. Another pair like it at home.
Yeah.
We know all the old lines, Greg.
Favorite courses he's ever played, Shinnecock, Pebble Beach, and Cypress Point.
That's a pretty good try. I'm
Oh,
right
yeah.
there.
He's the player with that white hat we see. Again, low round was 60. Started playing golf at 8 years old with his great-grandfather. 2 times the Northern California PGA Player of the Year, 2013, 2014, as he marks his ball right there. Nice tee shot. He says his fondest job memory is anytime a student thanks him for their good play. Reinforce him. Norman, Woods, and Ben Hogan. At his club this week is the Caddy Shack Open. As we take a look at Audie Johnson heading for his second shot.
PGA Tour, they get 50% of the time, get it up and down from the bunker. This is a little bit longer shot, but we'll give him about a 1 in 3 chance. Let's hope he does it. Gonna leave it on top. Maybe.
Only the second player to wind up in that bunker today. That really hasn't been in play at all with that back pin. As you mentioned, it'll be certainly much more in play this weekend.
Right.
A towel or anything. You're on the buzzer, right? I am. Yeah, I can turn you in. It's easier that way for me. You're still in. So Bruce Smith is a junior league coach. PGA Junior League Championship coming up at Greyhawk. 800 teams started competing. 48 went to the regionals. 12 remain.
And Bruce Smith had an incredible thing happen to him last year at this championship at Desert Mountain. He thought he lost his ball in a hole and had given up search and found out the ball was actually in the hole. He made a double eagle in the hole.
So is that count as a double eagle?
They said he made a double eagle and a quadruple 8 on the third hole and shot 72.
That does count, though. Even if your 5 minutes are up, the ball was holed and the hole was over.
Artie Johnson for par. He'll drop to 6 over. At Dave Carr's key to solid putting, not caring if you miss.
I like that. Like Fuzzy Zeller said, they asked him why he was successful, and he said, I'm not afraid to screw up. And when I read that, I was like, I am afraid to screw up. So it's a nice attitude if you can do it.
And he lives his life that way. Fuzz is one of the most fun, positive, engaging, sharing people I've ever spent any time around.
You see, he does the same maneuver that Justin Rose does, tucking his left shoulder in there before the putt.
Yeah, that is legal. You can't design a shirt that is made for that purpose, but it is legal right now, at least, to tuck that in there.
Tip he'd give to the most number of amateurs: take lessons often and practice your short game and putting every day. Loves all the Rocky movies. Johnny Cash. Mountain Men's his favorite TV show as we watch.
That's a good 2-putt from up there.
Yeah. Bruce Smith finishes up.
I heard the Taekwondo. A lot of guys will dabble with Tai Chi or some of the martial arts to help their mental aspect of the game.
I don't do Tai Chi as much as I do chai tea, so that to me.
And is that working for you? Dr. Phil, how's that working out for you?
Okay, I'm an Orange Crush drinker. No Tai Chi for me. Next group coming up is the second to last group. In the morning wave off the 10th tee, group number 21, Mitch Lowe, Chip Sullivan, David Potus. And this, can't miss in the neon, Chip Sullivan at even par. This guy is fun to spend time with as well. Winner of the PGA Professional Championship. Chip in the Middle Atlantic section. He's a life member. Heck of a player, 53 years old.
Former CPC champion.
I was at that one up in 2007 in Sun River, Oregon. It's won more than 80 PGA sanctioned member events. Finished 31st at the 2004 PGA Championship at Whistling Straits. In 14, just 4 years ago, inducted into the Ole Miss Athletic Hall of Fame. Now Mitch Lowe from Montana, California. Northern California section, TPC Harding Park is his facility in San Francisco, California. Played in 4 PGA championships, 09, 10, 12, and 16. 8 times in the PGA Professional Championship. And this, the final member of this group, David Potus.
Here's a guy after our hearts. He said his favorite superstition is to stop and eat at McDonald's on the way to playing golf.
You like that. Competed in a couple of PGA Tour events. Buick Open in 07, Nissan Open 2005. Bel Air Country Club is his home facility, Southern California section member.
Good shot, working his way back down to the hole a little bit, about 18 feet.
Been a while since we've seen a birdie on this hole. May see one here. 2 groups remaining, 6 players left to play this 6th hole in the morning wave.
Dave Potus, is that an acronym for something else?
He's got that red hat on. I don't know if that's a Bel Air logo or a MAGA logo. A couple players sharing a cart. Chip Sullivan and
Chip looks pretty relaxed.
Mitch Lowe. Chip sure does.
Hanging back.
When you can play like Chip, you can be relaxed.
I think Chip just got a new job again, too. I'm not positive on that, but I think I saw that.
Well, if I'm a facility looking for somebody who spent some time with my
like that, huh?
members or players, certainly would love to have him around. So David Potus, we'll see. That yeah, that's not a Make America Great hat. So he's not that Potus.
Bel Air Country Club, I'm sure he's seen his share of celebrities over.
Oh, yeah.
And Potuses.
What was the actor that couldn't get in there? You know, one of the old great actors. They wouldn't let him in the club. Randolph, I can't remember for sure who it was. And he said, can I meet with the committee? And they said, no, we just don't allow actors. I want to meet with the committee and convince them I'm not an actor. He's demeaning his own abilities so he could get in Bel Air. I don't think it worked, though. Played with Reese Jones recently, and he was telling me a story at Bel Air about a young guy that had applied for membership and was wearing his hat backwards in the men's bar. And so the member went up to him and said, who are you? The member says, are you a member? And the young guy says, no, but I've applied for membership. Who are you? And he said, I'm the guy who's going to save you $200,000.
I'm hoping that guy turned his hat back around for whatever other club he tried to get into.
There you go.
Well, if you wore a hat into Arnold Palmer's,
oh, baby.
Right.
It wasn't on for long.
Mitch Lowe, long birdie putt. I'm liking the speed.
Yeah, we don't want to jinx him, but most everybody's two-putting from up there. The greens are good. And when the greens are this good, you're going to make some putts. I had Dave Pelz to my club to do a clinic one time, and after clinic, he stayed all night with me. We were eating pizza and talking golf, and I said, Dave, I know you like 17 inches past as the optimum speed, but what length putt? And he said, well, every putt. And I think I made him think about it later, though, because I said, well, a 50-footer, even by your stats, they only make 2 out of 100. So I went out the next day, and I think 20 feet is the number where you try to get that ball to the hole every time. But anything over that, try to get that hole high, so you get that entire 3-foot radius to get your 2-putt safely.
Well, if I hit a 6-inch putt 17 inches past, I'm not going to be happy.
That's right.
Well, we don't hit 6-inch putts for the most part. That's the hardest
When did you ever hit one of those?
hardest thing when you play a tournament is you're used to raking the ball back. You have to actually make them. It's a little different.
It is the truth. The 4-footers will wear you out. If you leave yourself a lot of 3.5, 4, 4.5 footers, you are tired of that round. You
need to find better partners.
Mentally, well, I'm talking about in these tournaments.
Chip Sullivan,
mentally exhausted.
not used to raking putts back. He's used to raking trophies in at the end of 4 rounds. Oh, man, that did everything but go in. One fun dinner is the one that opens up the PGA Professional Championship chip, and all those who have won that championship spend time together. Not too many people in the room. It's a rarefied crowd. Good crowd. Lowe finishes up that 2-putt par. Only one group remaining from the morning wave to come through our 6th hole here at the Wanamaker course. PGA Golf Club, PGA Village, Port St. Lucie, Florida. So 63 players have played this hole. 3 remain: Don Winter, John Stanley, George Forster. And Kathy Jordan from the PGA of America makes our broadcast, distributing sandwiches out to our stellar cameramen and folks that are helping us out on the green here. There's that group number 22. They started at 9:15 this morning, about 3 hours and 40 minutes ago, off the 10th tee.
Pace of play has been pretty good today.
Sure
you
has.
notice only a couple times we've had to wait for the players to get to the 6th tee, and more importantly, you're not getting backups on the par 3s. There's nothing worse than getting to a par 3 that's over water. That's a kind of a little bit of a difficult shot, and you got to sit there and wait for 15, 20 minutes and get out of your rhythm.
It's another new small change in the rules. They're actually going to put in the rules that you should play your shot within 40 seconds, which is basically a PGA Tour rule that's never been in the rules of golf. And you should play most shots much quicker than that is also what the rules are going to say.
My brother-in-law's in trouble, if that's the case. I can call that. I can call it about 8 times around.
Just start him each time, huh?
This is Don Winter. Castlewood Country Club in Pleasanton, California is his home facility, Northern California section member. 2013, just 5 years ago, won the Northern California PGA Section Championship. And again, not a place to be, not a bad place to be. That's where we've seen the best runs at birdie from right at that point in the green. Next up, John Stanley from the Southwest section. He's a life member, 60-year-old. He won the 2011 Southwest Section PGA Professional Championship and the 1991 Maryland Open. In 2008, named the Southwest PGA Section Senior Player of the Year. That's 10 years ago.
Both Don and John listed Bobby Jones in there among their dream foursome. That's a pretty good name, too.
Certainly is. Now George Forster is next from the Philadelphia section. My grandfather first got his PGA membership back really just a couple years after the PGA of America was formed, back in the mid-20s, late 20s is when he started in Philly and then down in Texas. Villanova is his facility, and Radnor Valley Country Club, is in Villanova, Pennsylvania. Three aboard, not bad, and the last one being probably the best of the three.
Made a real strong release through that shot. There was no fear in that shot. One of Bob Rotella's best lines, I think, was to pick a conservative target and make an aggressive swing as opposed to an aggressive target and make a conservative swing. That's what he did there. He lamed 30, 40 feet right of it and then ripped it.
How much is golf mental? Not to be Yogi Berra here.
You knew I'd go there, didn't you? Half this game is 90% mental. Well, it depends what level you're at, of course. For the average golfer starting out, for these guys, 85. Yeah. You got your game. We all shoot a 10-stroke range, basically. I mean, I shoot 65 to 75, and which end of that I'm on is that mental part. How I react to my start. I used to overreact to my start, and I keep a lot of stats, and I noticed that what my score on the first two holes was way too important. If I started off 1 under, I shot 69 or 70. If I shot if I shot 1 over, I'd shoot 76. And I helped overcome that, though.
In the pink shirt there with the white hat is Don Winter. Started playing when his grandfather was a doctor, introduced him to the game at a very young age. Take him to Del Rio Country Club in Modesto and let him putt, hit balls, just have fun. He's on the left side of the screen there. When he was 7, he would go and get his tonsils taken out. Didn't want to get mad at him for hurting me, so he bought him the first set of clubs, Northwestern Chichi Rodriguez set, and it all started from there. He passed when Don was 9 years old. Never got to play around the golf with him, but certainly he's looking down right now. Funniest thing ever to happen to him on a golf course, 2014 PGA Professional National Championship in Myrtle Beach. His entire family went. Wife Debbie, daughter Chloe, son Corey caddied, carried the bag, and dad and mom. First time his mom saw him play in a tournament. Second round on the 17th hole, he was going to miss the cut most likely, so he called his son in, who's a swimmer, not a golfer, to read a putt. He bent down, he looked over his shoulder to give him the read. He said, "See that tree? I think it's that much." I started to laugh. The tree was 50 yards on the other side of the green. Can you find something on the green to have me start my putt at, is what he asked. When he walked off the green, his dad asked what was so funny. He told him, and they both started laughing as well. Big New Orleans Saints fan. That's the man in pink right there, Don Winter. New Orleans Saints having a good year this year.
Yeah, Paula Kramer grew up at his golf course. I'd like to wonder what she was like when she was her teenage years, when she really took off.
That would be interesting. She wears pink all the time. He's wearing pink today, but just off the green. This is John Stanley. Started about 5 years old. His father introduced him to the game.
Two-time Southwest Section Senior Player of the Year. He's watching it. He almost got one in there.
LACC is his favorite golf course. Key to solid putting for him is just good fundamentals and confidence. Confidence, just a word you keep hearing over and over again as far as people talking about the putting game.
Where do you buy that?
Can you just make it up in your head? It seems like that's what I do. I convince myself that there's a manhole
I keep thinking, I have a psychology minor, I keep thinking you could induce confidence, but we got one problem now here with Don. He said his wife can't watch him hit 3-foot putts. He said he's a good long approach, so hopefully he won't have a 3-footer here. I'm thinking he doesn't like watching these 3-footers either, but...
Well, speed control, he says, is the key to his putting being solid.
He said he's a good distant putter, so hopefully he'll get it close. There you go. No 3-footer left on that one.
No need to watch.
Wife can turn your head back now.
No 3-footers for him, Debbie. He's okay. Nice reaction there. Now George Forster.
This guy's a player, 4-time Philly Senior Player of the Year.
Would have been the second group to have 2 birdies and a total of 7 shots on the hole.
Forster tied for 7th here 2 years ago in this tournament.
And all of the Morning Wave players have completed play here at the 6th. This, the 22nd group out, the 11th off the 10th tee in the morning, finishing their 15th hole. We'll stay here at number 6 and cover every single one of the 264 players in the field. 132 of them today, 132 tomorrow. Some good scores posted over at the Ryder course. As the afternoon wave is catching up with the end of the morning wave. We look back to the 5th fairway, 5th green. Just off the green, I would say. And that's the first group out in the morning. Robert Tremonti, Mike Harrigan, and Henrik Simonson. That's not a still shot. That's a hunter in mid-stalk.
Beautiful bird, great blue heron.
He's sleeping, or is he?
Oh, he's staying still. He's got his eye on something. I've seen those babies snag some little snakes even.
Really?
Oh yeah. It's like Naked and Afraid. You got to go with, you got to get whatever you can get out there, Fish, snake, snails, whatever.
Yeah.
You're not going. You're not going for that.
So. Room service, please. I think he's trying to check out those guys at number 5 green, trying to figure out when they're going to get to the 6th tee so we can cover some more golf. Next group comes from pretty much all over this country. We've got a guy from Illinois section, one from Tennessee, one from New England. That looks like Harrigan right there. No, I think that's Simonson.
Tim Fleming did join Mike Barge at 4 under in the clubhouse lead. They both played the Ryder Cup course, and there's 8 guys tied for 3rd place at
Are we clear with them? No. We're not.
Yeah, Mike Barge and Tim Fleming are tied at 4 under, Jerry. They're both in the house at 68. And we got 8 guys tied for 3 under. Rick DeRocher, Gus Ulrich, Rick Schuller, who's been second twice, Frank Esposito, the defending champions at 69, Reed Hughes, Jim Schumann, Dave McNabb, and Michael O'Connor. So we've got 10 guys within 1 shot of the lead.
Michael O'Connor, a great professional at Coqua Club. Frank Esposito at 69. That is more than lurking right there. That's a dream start for the guy who's a favorite, if not the favorite to win. To get off to that kind of a start just paves the way.
Yeah, bogey-free 69 too. Very stress-free.
Yep. Maybe not, but not
Bogey-
too much.
bogey-free,
Yeah,
let's
not too
put it
much.
that way.
Not too much stress for him, though. I don't think he gets too stressed. I've played a few times with Frank. Michael Harrigan's in their next group to come to 6T. Longtime pro at Medina, and also a great player, teacher of the year, pro of the year. 69 years old, one of the older players up here.
First group in the afternoon getting to the 6th hole, par 3. Robert Tremonti, Mike Harrigan, and Henrik Simonson. They played quick. Only took them an hour and 7 minutes to play the first 5 holes.
Oh, almost caught the morning group, didn't it?
It's the way to play golf.
That's exactly right. That's what we need.
Henrik Simonson's 1 under through 5 holes. Robert Tremonti is 1 over.
Simonson won the 1987 French Amateur. How about that one? And he's qualified for 4 Houston Opens. So we'll see. Perhaps as a European, transplanted European. '51, his first senior club pro. Good extension through that hitting area.
A little too much club there for Henrik.
A little deep. He might have done it in meters. So Michael at Medina saw Hale Irwin doing his circle. Saw the Ryder Cup heartbreaking loss. And he can still play himself.
That was kind of an interesting swing.
It's an interesting swing, but it might be okay. He kind of has that unusual finish. Probably not too far from where he was aiming.
Here's Robert Tremonti.
He's got the victory cigar out here. 1 over.
Doing his Larry Loretti impersonation.
Yeah. Nice efficient little swing there. Maybe that cigar keeps him from over swinging. That might be a swing aid. Did he go in the bunker?
I couldn't see it. It got lost in a puff of smoke. Yeah, that was interesting how he actually was smoking it while he was taking it on the backswing.
The Walter Morgan, Larry Reddy did that. I don't think Wargo kept his in while he swung.
It's amazing how the weather really has been about as nice as it can be. Just a little bit of breeze, just enough to cool things down a little bit, and certainly not even a half a club of wind today.
About mid-October, it starts to cool down here a little bit, and it's the next 6-7 months. There's not really a better place to be. Maybe San Diego or Hawaii, but it's beautiful down here now for a place you want to be. Come down and play some golf here. We're not even paid to do a commercial either. I know I moved from St. Louis, and St. Louis is a little too hot and a little too cold. It's pretty awesome here. Play every day of the year. Like Mike's the only one on the green, it looks like. We had one long and one in the bunker, I guess.
Yeah, it's been hard to get out of that front bunker and getting up and down. There's very few guys have done that today. Only a few have been in, but none of them have saved par.
Exactly. And Henrik's got his work cut out for him here. We'll see if he can get that up and down like Henrik Stenson might. All right.
Robert Tremonti taking no time. It's actually one of the better shots.
Yeah,
Probably only about 10, 12 feet away.
Seems to be the tendency, though, doesn't it? They're all hoping for a little more out of the hill. Robert was Rhode Island Player of the Year and Teacher of the Year in 2013.
Yeah, Henrik does have a tough. I think, like you said earlier, he's going to have to probably bounce this just a little bit short of the green, land it on.
It looks like he's going wide open.
Flop.
He's got so much grass flop, but he'll still have to land it short, even with the flop or the lob. I like to call it a lob. If you say flop, it seems kind of risky to me. So, but yeah, I think he's got to do both. I think he's got a wide open, big swing, and still land it short of the green.
It's hard to do. You have to have really trust in your technique.
Yeah. And that's what he's going for. It's really his only option, though. Can't bump it because he went too far over the green. Finish big. That's what he went for. Pretty good, too. Even had a little mud on his ball. Not enough. These Frenchmen beat us in Paris. They got to come over here and beat us too.
Both those guys have a little bit work for par, Simonson and Tremonti. Ooh, just a little bit past for Harrigan.
And you'll see that little finish on this putt too. He has a little move on this putt that's a little bit unusual, but hopefully he'll knock it in there. Mike still goes up to Medina in the summers and teaches a little bit.
Yeah, they all got testers here for par.
See, that cigar tells you whether your head's moving. See, I think I might just try to learn how to smoke a cigar. Right to lefter.
Yeah, that worked for him.
Yep.
Tremonti stays at 1 over. Only 5 shots out of the lead, although he's only played 5 holes.
That's right. We're in the afternoon group now, but
That's a nice save for Simonson there. Keeps him in red figures at 1 under.
There you go. Knocked it right in there. Yeah, some of us, Mike and I and a few others, can make a check in a tournament like this and collect Medicare at the same time. It's a wonderful thing.
That was an interesting putt, the way he hit it, and he almost just kind of recoiled, the way he just jumps up. It worked for him. 3 working pars.
So Esposito's had 69, and he had it on the Wanamaker, so he is set up just beautifully where he would like to be. He'll be looking for another round in the 60s on the Ryder tomorrow.
Rick Scholler, you know, another guy that's hasn't won twice like Frank, but he's had a pair of runner-up finishes, so you certainly think those guys are going to be playing late on the weekend.
And I certainly don't want to forget a fairly new senior is Mike Small. We'll see him tomorrow, but that is a force to be reckoned with as well.
And back on the tee with 6 holes in one in his career, Rick Morton, playing safe. Following Rick is Jeff Seavey. Jeff also has 6 holes in one. From the New England section, Samosa Resort and Golf Club in Rockport, Maine. Won the main chapter PGA Championship in 16 and 17.
Jeff works at Black Diamond Ranch in the winter, and a spectacular golf course with the quarry. The last few holes are just awesome.
And John Burmell, he's got 14 holes in one in his career. 6th time he's been in the championship. Hails from Cedar Falls, Iowa. He's in the Iowa section. Pheasant Ridge Golf Course in Cedar Falls is his facility. He's looking left, shaking his head.
That's not good. That's down in the, either in the hazard or in the weeds above the water there. Hopefully he can play a shot.
If not, he might just leave that club back there.
Yes.
Oh, I think he's reteeing.
Must have splashed. It's his 6th time in this tournament. There's another Golf Professional of the Year winner in the Iowa section.
His ringtone is the Masters theme music.
I wanted to learn to play that on the piano.
I like that.
That makes me salivate like my dog, chicken does my dog.
Back at his home club. It's getting a little cold to play golf, Pheasant Ridge Golf Course. This club's known for hosting the Iowa PGA Junior Academy. And he's a junior league coach, captain himself.
I think they're telling him it might be up, so make sure before you hit another ball. Got to determine whether it's no provisional. Lost a playoff to Lonnie Nielsen in the Drake Relays Golf Tournament in Wakanda, Iowa, and I saw my first pheasant, so I can imagine John's club is aptly named. My first and only pheasant in my life. And Lonnie won the playoff.
Lonnie didn't lose too often.
He didn't.
In Iowa. That man could play. Still can.
Yes. All right, he's abandoned hopes of finding and playing that first ball. Hitting 3. That was little more to the right, I believe. Oh, right at the pin. No, I don't know if that cleared either.
Well, they're all heading to the golf carts.
Maybe he saw
So
it.
I think they think it cleared enough.
Yeah, made it to the bank at least.
He's the head men's and women's golf coach at University of Northern Iowa. He beat Zach Johnson in a practice round when Zach was in college.
Zach says that didn't count.
Fondest memory on the job or as a PGA professional, having 300 kids in a junior program. That's something else.
That is something else.
Dream foursome, Tiger Woods, Arnold Palmer. He knows he can't beat those two, so he's going to throw Zach Johnson in there as well. See if maybe he can get him again. Zach got better since practicing in college. He was pretty good back then.
But you know what? He certainly was not destined for the tour coming out of college.
Right.
He was just one of those guys. I played against D.A. Weibring in college at Illinois State. D.A. was the number 2 man to Gary Ostrega, but D.A. told everybody he was going on the tour. And Zach was the same way. He started playing the mini tours, and would he win 3 in a row on one of the mini tours, and he made it. He made it big time.
Playing out of Drake, and John's brother was his coach over at Drake.
Yeah, you have to dream big, and you play at a university that's not known for producing tour players, and you're in the Midwest, and you're small. He's a great success story. He's a Gary Player type of story, and just got better and better.
I think we may see him as a Ryder Cup captain sooner rather than later. Zach Johnson, 2 major championship wins, assistant captain this year.
How strict is the PGA on this?
Not anymore.
PGA championship, not anymore. Okay.
Since 1999, actually 97 really, when Kite became captain. The following captain was Crenshaw, then was Curtis Strange.
Right.
Became much, much less important as we see Morton now.
And as it should be. I don't know why that one major, even if it's our organization, should be the main criterion. Rick, as you said, won this national tournament at Pinehurst. I remember in 1988, won in a playoff.
Talks about maybe his favorite memory in the game of golf would be this year. During the cleanup after Hurricane Florence, the staff really came together in a big way. The camaraderie was great. Seeing everyone pull together during such a difficult time was really important to him. The funniest thing that ever happened to him in golf, though, was he tripped over his bag at a high school regional golf tournament. So that was a little embarrassing. Quick playing John Burmell.
People.
Seavey next to play, and Jeff marks his ball with the 1965 quarter. Dream foursome is Tiger, Hogan, and Mo Norman.
It's our first Mo mention, huh?
There you go. Favorite course he ever played? Old Tabby Links, South Carolina. He taught a young boy with cerebral palsy and enjoyed seeing the joy that young man found in striking the golf ball. That's his fondest memory as a PGA professional. Second time he's played in this championship.
Are you going to tell what his funniest thing is?
Should I?
Yeah, I think
Okay,
you should.
so he's playing in the PGA Professional Championship in Myrtle Beach. His wife misplaces his antiperspirant. And so she called around to strip clubs to find antiperspirant for her husband. Well, so I don't know why CVS didn't work, but
I played there in that tournament, and my wife didn't believe me that was the reason I went to the strip club. I tried the same story, but it just didn't fly.
Boy.
I should have after I made that triple on that last hole to miss by 1.
It cost you $150 for a stick of Old Spice in one of those places, so you got to watch out. He loves to hunt and fish, and here's Morton.
And I misspoke. He lost a playoff at Pinehurst. He finished second there.
Ah.
I do remember that, though. I happened to qualify for the PGA Championship there. Number 2.
favorite movie is Rocky. Pour some sugar on me. A little Def Leppard fan. TV show is Seinfeld. Ringtone, just your average everyday. Now John Burmell. Tough time for John in the soul.
Let's see if we can get this put in there. Uses kind of a claw grip. All right. Probably worked hard all day. He was only one over par. Just it's so disheartening to sabotage a round on one hole.
That's for certain. And so Seavey, 1 under par.
Looks like his wife's cat in for him, maybe. That's, I don't like the word secret, David, but if there is a secret, I think in golf, it is good misses and then not having these bad holes. Just a lot of times you see two players play and they look like they're playing the same, and one of them didn't have the double bogey or the triple bogey.
And when you say good misses, you mean having a good wife?
Oh, that too.
Good misses and good misses.
You think I'm going to say wrong?
There you go. All right, back on the tee. This is Mark Tucker.
Tired of all these Tuckers.
You tuckered out?
Oh, that was good.
Central New York section. Cazenovia Country Club in Cazenovia, New York. 4 times he was the Central New York PGA Player of the Year. In 2015, captured both the Central New York PGA Section Player of the Year and Senior Player of the Year honors. Mark's had 3 holes in 1 in his career.
Had a 27 and a qualifier to get in the BC Open. I think he made it. He had 61. A lot of the guys do not like to mark with a nickel, and they do mark with quarters, but he says the nasty nickel is never in my possession. He's pretty adamant about
that right there, the nasty nickel.
Emotional.
Terry Outson has 2 professional wins, and it's the first time he's played in this championship. Shot 61 at the Springs Club in Rancho Mirage. That's his lowest career round. Player he most admires, Arnold Palmer. Loved to play with his dad, Ben Hogan, and Arnold Palmer. Terrific foursome. He's had 2 holes in 1 in his career.
He's a Titleist sales rep, so I think we know what kind of ball he's playing, and you can see the glove and the hat too. So you might get some extra advertising for him this week.
Out of the Utah section. I got to tell you, the next player is the one who I'm pulling for.
Good friend of mine, too.
Southern Florida section, Sailfish Point Golf Club, Stuart, Florida.
25
Victor
years or
Tortorisi.
so. I think 30 years. 30 years Vic's been at Sailfish.
Well, he played in the 1983 U.S. Open. On the bag was a guy who was a PA at ABC Sports, his brother, Tony Tortorisi. 4 boys in the family. Mother May, I'm sure, is watching at home. Tony Tortorisi went on to become the executive producer at Golf Channel, and it's the guy who hired me at Golf Channel. Started my on-camera career, and so we worked together at ABC, Tony and I did, and always fond of playing, spending time with Victor as well. He'd drive down from Orlando with his family, and they'd meet about halfway between Orlando and Stuart to either visit with Mom, pass Mom off from one brother to the other, or spend time together. So Tortorisi family is very close. And their father was just one of the all-time great guys who loved the game of golf so much. All 4 boys play. Peter Tortorisi, brother, is in the television business also on the entertainment side, ran Univision for a while on the West Coast. CBS is the president for a while as well. He's now doing independent projects out on the West Coast. Daniel Tortorisi living in the Valley, just Fountain Hills, just outside of Scottsdale, Arizona. Makes his own wine, and actually pretty good stuff for Daniel Tortorisi and the 4 of them. Just love spending time.
I've heard about Tony and yourself. They're my neighbor. I'm two doors down from me is Nelson Burton Jr.
Oh, good deal.
Longtime ABC bowling announcer after being a Hall of Fame bowler.
Sure. So that's Tucker marking his ball right there. He'll have a birdie putt. Victor Tortorisi. The best of the 3 tee balls. Outson will also have a putt from off the green for his birdie. Maybe not off the green. So Tucker's going to be first to play. So his low career round was in a BC Open sectional qualifier. He shot 61, opened in 34.
Yeah.
Then went on to shoot 27.
I get it.
When he was 18 months old, his dad gave him a golf club for the first time. Dream foursome? 3 Tuckers, Gene and Jack. I imagine that's his father and his brother, Arnold Palmer as well. All of them going on out to Bethpage. I'm sure that's the black course, his favorite course. There was a member who was waiting off the 10th tee, which is near the driving range, and asked him what that sound was when I hit the ball. Without hesitation, I replied, Sam, that's the way it's supposed to sound. Maybe he just had to be there, but he said they erupted with laughter. Any other interesting facts about you, he asked. He says, family's the most important thing in the world. I love my wife and 4 kids, Julia, Olivia, Jack, and Sarah. His key to putting, light grip, focused on the ball, not the top of the putter. I don't know what the grip was like, but the putting stroke too light. Yeah, exactly. Driving is the strength of his game, he says. He's 2 under par currently. This is Outson. Waterville in Ireland is his favorite club.
I bet he gets special Titleist. I bet he gets better balls than I do. That might be why I didn't qualify.
He thinks amateurs and folks trying to improve their games just keep it simple.
His putting is shaky at best. He's going right up to this one, isn't he?
There he goes.
Doesn't want to think about it too long.
Tell the story about a buddy of his hitting 7 irons into the green. Made a beautiful swing, but none of them could find where the ball was. Didn't even see it fly. He had taken a huge divot, so they looked under the divot, and that's where the ball was. He never moved the ball and literally folded the divot right over the ball, and they were on the ground laughing for several minutes. Now Victor Tortorisi. Come on, Vic.
Got a little left-hand load going. Vic's a good chipper, good pitcher and chipper the ball, good putter too. Oh, they're making me good on my prediction.
Nice.
That away, Vic. That's
Dream foursome, Jack, Arnold, Tiger, and himself. I don't know, I put Poppy. I put his dad in there too. Strongest part of his game, he says, is short game. Favorite course he ever played is Cyprus.
Tell you, the Sailfish Point, David, I don't know if you've been there, but it's on a little strip of land out on the Atlantic Ocean in Stuart, Florida, and it's just an amazing course with spectacular views.
Their season's just starting this weekend, so it means a lot for them to let Victor come on up here and play. He shot 63 his low round, and he's Merchandiser of the Year for his section in the past. He won the National Assistance Championship, and I know all the brothers and everybody in the family and the club proud of Victor Tortorisi, what he's done in the game. Player he most admires, Payne Stewart.
That tells you something about him right there, doesn't it?
Sure does, and boy, that one. Frustrating one there for Tucker, who's going to drop a shot. Victor Tortorisi gets to 4 over. One thing about the Tortorisi boys, too, is they all, here's Victor right there, still have the dark hair, really. Victor's older than I am. I mean, I'm almost full white by now.
This must be the Italian blood. I don't know.
I'll tell you one thing.
Maybe it's the pasta.
And I don't want it, this may sound But if a Tortorisi boy says he's going to be making pizza at his house, you go there as fast as you can and go hungry. Coney's is the best I've ever had. Now up on the tee, Craig Thompson, Bill Israelson, and Thomas Toby.
Hey, Laura, I need the color charts.
Solid group here.
Toby. This looks like Tom Toby. Tom used to be an assistant pro at Harbor Ridge here in Stewart here, Palm City, Florida. Yeah, he's up in New England now.
Or is that Craig Thomas?
No,
That is Toby?
that was Tom Toby. Yeah. That's Craig, right? Craig Thomas on the tee. Amazing story this past year. You think golf pros don't go up and above and beyond for their members. He gave one of his members a kidney.
Wow.
As did Joe Kern in the South Florida section, who's a good buddy of mine. And I asked Joe, I said, would you do that for me? Would you? He said no, he wouldn't give me his other kidney if I needed it. So anyway.
Really? Yeah. I mean, the selfishness for the man to not give you his last kidney.
That's right. I didn't know you only had 2. But I think Craig's just getting his strength back. He said he's going to have to use might have to use a 5-iron here. It doesn't look like a 5-iron to me. I believe he's got maybe a 7.
Well, Metropolis Golf Club.
Get the first colored ball here, huh? Yellow ball. Pretty smooth through to finish.
Out of the Met section, the man can play from White Plains, New York, is the Metropolis Country Club.
Oh, there we go. Gene Borick, longtime pro there.
Sure.
Won the Low Club Pro Trophy in the Senior PGA 4 years ago.
Well, all 3 of these players are 1 over par.
I'm sure Stuart Albrecht is watching him. That was his kidney recipient. I'll say hi to Stuart. I know he's pulling for Craig to do well.
You mentioned Gene Borick. How about the professionals at that club before Borick? Light Horse Harry Cooper, Paul Runyon. I mean, some legends there.
Like that. Light Horse Harry always had one pet peeve, though, the members that would just come in and grab a big old handful of teas every time. His standard line was, what do? You fixing to start a bonfire? I didn't mind the teas, but I didn't want to like it when they grabbed a whole handful of ball repair tools.
I'm with you on that. So a tip or a piece of advice, he helped the most number of amateurs. He says a sound, fundamentally good grip and proper setup would benefit most amateurs. I mean, those are really self-inflicted wounds. If you have a great swing and a bad grip, you're dead. You just, before you even swing, that and alignment are the things that you should never have a problem with.
That's right. Those are the things that we all could do properly. And as a teacher, I've always said to myself, why couldn't I have this person stand there and look like a tour player before they swing? They may not be that after they swing, but we should be able to help you get a good setup. And as he said, a good grip. The grip is, the hands are the club face. Where your right hand in particular is a lot of really good players get the right hand in a much more over the top of the club than the beginner instruction books say, because they'll hook the ball from that position, and since that hand is the face. Bill
Israelson.
Bill's kind of a legend in Minnesota, long-time star up there.
Vintage Golf Club in Staples, Minnesota is his facility.
He's one of our 59 shooters.
He is one of the sub-60 guys in this
His Vikings put me out of my survivor pool this year, though. I'm not real happy about that.
Oh,
Is it the Buffalo game?
Yeah, I think it was early in the year.
I'm sure they put a lot of
Oh, and they
people
were,
out
yeah,
that day.
20-point underdogs or whatever they were, yeah.
Thomas Toby here?
Yes, I think so.
It's going to be a nice three from all the way over there.
He was 29 the last time I saw him at Harbor Ridge. This is not making me feel good here.
A while ago.
Senior club pro.
How about bellying the wedge from off the green? Israelson couldn't quite get through that rough grass, higher grass, so.
It's a good try. You'd like to just get it skipping a little bit.
Started as a caddy back in 1967. Superstitions are number 3 and the cross sign.
Is he a vampire or something?
I don't know. I think it's
I'm
more.
not up on my vampire movies. I don't even know if that's a real thing.
When you try and belly wedge a shot, just what's the technique involved there? Do you try and hit it in the middle of the ball, or?
Middle of the ball, you'd rather miss high than low. You don't want it to chip and get up in the air, but you use your putting grip and don't get in your chipping setup, or that's gonna cause a problem. You want to be hands even with ball, putting stroke, actual putting stroke, trying to contact it right on the middle of the ball. Hilleran won one time at I think it was Muirfield, and I saw him hit this little shot. He was 6 inches in the rough, and I'm sure they actually tried to contact it just a millimeter below center to get it to just skip over that first 6 inches rough and then roll like a putt. I always wanted. I've played with him a couple times. I always forgot to ask him if he did that on purpose. It's a good play, though. It's not a hot dog play. It's the best play from up against that rough. There's a good one.
Craig making that putt there, and Craig Thomas. I got to go see A Star Is Born because his favorite movies, Shawshank Redemption, Gladiator, and Braveheart. I love all those. He just saw A Star Is Born, puts it in that league. So, how about that?
I've heard great stuff about it. I want to see it too, and I don't even know if that's a chick movie, but I do want to see that anyway.
I think that would definitely qualify.
Would I get points? Would I get some points?
You get some points. How about Israelson making his 3 from off the green there? He's got a great story.
Bellied wedge worked.
That's right. He signed up. He signed up with an alias for an amateur tournament and was paired with himself, as someone else had signed him up and play.
That's good.
Who won?
I think he did. He's had 12 aces. That man is clearly can get it done. And off to the 7th they go. That being the reachable par 5. Back up on the tee. Looks like Chris Kaufman there.
It does.
From the South Florida section, Ballin Isles Country Club in Palm Beach Gardens.
Yeah, Chris qualified for the U.S. Senior Open this year, the same qualifier where Bob Ford was at Quail Ridge Country Club down in Boynton Beach. Chris, a good player.
Played in 3 U.S. Opens. 95 at Shinnecock, 98 at Olympic Club, 2000 at Pebble Beach. That's pretty interesting. He's going to end up having played the U.S. Open at this year's venue and next year's venue. Lee Hudeman leads from the Michigan section. Manitou Passage Golf Club in Cedar, Michigan. 2 years ago, won the Michigan PGA Senior Championship. 57 years old, 2011 PGA Senior Player of the Year for that section of Michigan. Now Craig Bowden.
Hey, Lori, is that as loud as it sounds over there, those guys?
So group number 26, the fourth group off in the afternoon from the first tee. Headed to the green here at number 6, Craig Thomas, Bill Israelson, and Thomas Toby are done. But Lee Houdeman, Craig Bowden, and Chris Kaufman are now playing this hole. They teed off at 12:36 off of tee number 1.
Yeah, Chris Kaufman works at Ballin Isles, which is known for some tennis players there. Serena and Venus Williams both live at Ballin Isles.
I heard of them.
Yeah, they can. They play a little golf, but they're a little bit better with the tennis ball than they are hitting the golf ball. Although Serena's a big fan, she loves golf. She went to watch the Honda Classic one year and was watching Tiger and couldn't believe she couldn't take photos, and she got admonished by the marshal there. This was back a few years ago where they had a much more stricter policy against cameras, but she loves her golf.
Love it when crossover sports stars come into the game of golf. A lot of them with so many of the same athletic moves in terms of setup and posture, in terms of weight transfer as well. This transfers from sport to sport. Throwing a golf ball, your weight moves just like, throwing a football, baseball, moves just like your weight transfer in a golf swing. So Craig Bowden, the Indiana section, tied for 16th in the 2018 PGA Professional Championship. That earned his debut into the PGA Championship. Had his tour card, PGA Tour in '97. So he's putting from out of the rough. We saw bellied wedges, we've seen chips. It's coming straight downhill, so it's tough to control the speed. Nice job there.
And like a lot of the pros, he stresses grip pressure. He thinks that's one of the big things that he tries to stress on amateurs is don't squeeze the club too tight. We all want to, though. It's like the more it means to you, the more you want to squeeze it, and that's opposite results.
That's really a universal tip from players who are trying to teach amateurs. That grip pressure, hugely important. Got 264 players in the field. We've gotten some deep background information from all of them, most of it provided by the man who's the historian extraordinaire, PGA of America, Bob Denny. If you want a tidbit of information on anyone or any PGA of America related competition, member, player, moment, he's got the background. Great stories. Not a bad lag putt right there. Chris Kaufman. Now Lee Houdeman from just off the green. He's got a birdie putt.
Goodman taking his time on this little 3-footer here.
Just a tiny bit of movement in this one. Going left. Well done there.
This shouldn't be much problem for Chris Kaufman. His wife, also instructor, she works with him. They work together. She caddies for him at some of the sectional qualifiers. It's something that it works for some couples, others it doesn't, but they certainly work well together, and she's been a big part of Chris's success the last few years, qualifying for 3 U.S. Senior Opens.
How would it work for you?
It would be difficult. I still remember that day. I love Dottie Pepper, but the day that her and her husband were caddying, and just the kind of comment they had on the course without saying a word, it was just like, I think you can do one or the other. I think it would be hard to do both.
Mm-hmm. Next group is on the tee, the 28th group. Teed off at 12:45 off the first tee. Jay Norman, Barry Malberg, Scott Krieger. This is Scott getting set to play. Broadmoor Golf Course, Portland, Oregon, his home facility, Pacific Northwest section. Won the Oregon Open back in 2006, named 2000 Oregon Chapter PGA Player of the Year. 1998 Pacific Northwest PGA Section Champion. 99 the Oregon PGA Chapter Champion. Also named 1998 Pacific Northwest Section Player of the Year.
It's interesting how, go ahead, I'm sorry, David.
Actually, Jay Norman is a man we had on PGA of America radio yesterday. He's a PGA Junior League captain out of Minnesota. First time ever his team's going to the national championships. Got 12 teams competing, Greyhawk in Arizona. So his juniors are focused on that. It's going to be fun. Barry Malberg from the Southern California section, Stadium Golf Center in San Diego, California. His home facility, played in the 2002 PGA Championship at Hazeltine and the 84 and 85 U.S. Opens. 84 being that Fuzzy Zeller win at Wingfoot in the playoff over Greg Norman. Also played in the 2012 U.S. Senior Open. So a lot of championship golf for Mr. Malberg. Currently 2 over.
A little long and right. Shouldn't be too difficult. He's just going to have to make sure it is a little quick getting away from there. Giving the water some respect, just a little too much.
So we are more than halfway through our broadcast here today on golfchannel.com and PGA of America's Facebook and YouTube channels. It's been interesting to watch these senior PGA professionals coming from all over the country. 41 sections having their senior section championships and qualifiers. 264 players earning a spot in this field. 263 of the men, and for the first time a woman is going to be playing. We'll see her here on the 6th tomorrow. looking for the right to be named a champion, as Frank Esposito was in this championship. Last players like to earn their way to the Senior PGA Championship, the KitchenAid Senior PGA.
I talked to Tom Fazio earlier during the break, and he was talking about where the pin placement was today. He said it was probably the second most difficult on the green. He thinks the one on the front left will be a little bit harder just because it's a much more narrower area there. Plus, you throw in the water comes into play a little bit more too. But he said the thing about this hole is, it's visually it's intimidating to high handicappers, not as much so for the pros because a lot of these guys do play right to left shots. And the green is contoured where you can play out 30, 40 feet and just let it feed down. So he was, he felt like it was a decent pin placement being back left. It does bring water into play, but he said the hole can actually play a little bit harder, and that's with, without the wind. I mean, normally you get a couple more months here, you'll get a prevailing wind here out of the northwest, and that certainly makes it even tougher to hit the screen because it just becomes a narrower target.
You mentioned water in play. We've seen more balls in the hazard than we have seen birdies. And some of those in the hazard have been played out. Some of them splashed downs, unable to play, but.
Yeah, and one of them didn't wish he hadn't tried to play out from there.
Any of the 3 or 4 swings he took from inside the hazard.
Yes. That was a good play there.
Terrific shot there.
It's a little easier shot if you don't get past the pin, if you can get it more to the right edge.
Let's take another look at that one. Almost a grimace in the facial expression when he hit it.
I think he was just trying to dig it out of there.
And dig he did. Nice 3. Looks like Jay Norman will be next to play. Very pleasant gentleman. Chatted with him, as I said yesterday, on PGA of America Radio, which you can find on Sirius XM, PGA Tour channel every Wednesday, 4 to 5. It's where PGA of America professionals can call on in. Any members join the program. Would love to have you on. But Jay was there to talk about this championship, but also his team going to Greyhawk November 16th to the 19th. The PGA Junior League Championships. 800 teams started, 48 went to the regionals, 12 going to Greyhawk in Scottsdale, Arizona, and that Minnesota team, one of them. Oh man, almost makes a deuce there to show the kids how you get it done from across country.
Because those are the things that golf needs, is to get the juniors involved, like the National Drive Chip and Putt up at Augusta National the week before the Masters. It really is, they're trying to find a way. You got to find the future of the game here. It's the hardest thing about golf is introducing people to it. And guys like you mentioned with Jay, it's just, that's a big part of his life is not only, I think he cares more about what his kids are doing than what he's doing this week.
Well, and I have to tell you that as important, as much fun as it is to cover Drive, Chip, and Putt, I think the PGA Junior League is a more important initiative because getting the kids to play together on teams with jerseys, which they'll wear to school or out playing softball or baseball or whatever they end up doing in other sports as well, as you see the side saddle putting technique. I think that'll spread the love of the game a little bit farther, and also keeps it being a group kind of a game. It's so different than Drive, Chip, and Putt, which is individual. This, you're playing on a team, and all kids love to play and be part of a team.
Yeah, it's, I think, why soccer has been such a popular sport. Little League, kids want to do things together. They don't want to be separate from their friends. And with this, it also takes some of the pressure off the players too. They don't feel like they have to do everything. It's a team effort, so it makes the game more enjoyable and not as much pressure involved.
Could you ever go to this?
I would hope not. I hope he makes this. He does. Whatever works. I guess this isn't the first thing he's tried. I'm sure it's probably about the 14th.
It's probably going to be the last. Boy, if I can't make it with this, I'm going home.
Yeah, I remember Gary Player saying once, if he'd have done one thing different with his game early on, he would have learned how to putt left-hand low, because he feels like that's just something that a lot of the really good players have gone to left-hand low, and they don't do it just because they're struggling. You know, they just feel like it's a more consistent. We saw Dustin Johnson switch about a few weeks ago at the Ryder Cup, but I think it's interesting when guys that have had so much success to look back and say, well, maybe I could have done it a little differently.
Have you ever tried it?
I've tried it a little bit. For me, it's just everything's feel. You know, it's whatever goes in, whatever works that day, and you know, that's probably not the best approach to take. You need to take something and stick with it. And
it just feels so strange to me. I never get a good mindset, and you've got to be confident when you're putting. We've seen 28 groups come through. This, the 6th hole here of the Wanamaker course at PGA Golf Club, PGA Village, Port St. Lucie, Florida. That's a view of the 5th green. Little bonus coverage across the way on the 5th green. That's group number 29. Ted Meyer, Jim Empey, and Sam Randolph. Sam, an interesting story. U.S. amateur winner, also a winner on the PGA Tour. And Sam's brother, Tom, an important part of the NBC golf team, highly underrated. He is a golf savant. He's the co-producer of the broadcast, stand behind Tommy Roy, and keeps an eye on what's going on with 156 players in the field, spread out over a couple hundred acres at any one time. He knows who's putting for what, where, why. He smells it in the wind. He sees it from his spotters, and he gets it done. I think that's Sam Randolph we see right. He usually wears that visor, which is highly annoying to those follically challenged like myself. My brother can wear a visor and he looks great. I look like a bonehead. Got forehead sticking out all over the place on the visor. Thank you. Some great reactions and some fun here at the 30th Senior PGA Professional Championship. Tons of great reaction. One guitar riff. And so far, 28 groups having played through here. The 6th hole, the signature hole at the Wanamaker course. It's a beautiful hole, but some treachery awaits. Group number 29 approaching the 6th tee. This is Ted Meyer, Jim Empey, and Sam Randolph. I'm David Marr alongside Jerry Tucker and Craig Dolch, here to cover this wall to wall, wire to wire. You'll see every single PGA member who's in the field competitively today and tomorrow. Sam Randolph checking it out. It says 182, doesn't it, Sam? Behind him,
Dual Doppler.
Jim Empey. There's Ted getting his ready. You guys calibrating here? What do we got going on there?
We're wasting batteries.
180, maybe 181 and a half.
You can tell each other what it is, right?
Yeah, sure, it's information.
We'll trust the other guy.
Yeah.
Not advice. So first to play is going to be Jim Empey, whose home club is Quail Hollow Golf Club. Dream foursome for him will be Nicholas, Trevino, and Watson. Typically hits a 6-iron, 170, 180 yards. His golf tip or advice that would help the most number of amateurs is swing easier.
He's a 6-time teacher of the year. We better listen to him.
6 times he's had a hole-in-one as well, so listen and watch. Kingston Heath, his favorite course that he ever played. Beautiful sandbelt course that is. Driving is typically his best facet of his game. He's 1 over par, the other 2 are even. First to play actually will be Sam Randolph.
Sam, one of the 6 players in the field who's won the PGA Tour. He won the Bank of Boston Classic and also won the 1984 U.S. Amateur.
Heck of a teacher as well.
Interesting, Sam Randolph's best performance, best finish in a major was as an amateur. He finished 18th in the 1984 Masters, won 13 tournaments at Southern Cal, and 3-time All-American. Had a really storied amateur career, and maybe didn't live up to that expectations as a pro. But when you do what he did, he had amazing career as an amateur.
Amazing career. There's Ted Meyer. Ted out of the Georgia section, Flat Creek Club, Peachtree City, Georgia. Okay, now those are some Georgia names. The Flat Creek Club.
That's right.
And Peachtree City. In May, he won the Red Dobbins Senior Classic and Mystery Valley Golf Club.
Well, they are respecting the water.
They really have, yeah.
You can see the wind picking up just a little bit, but very few approaches have been within 15, 20 feet of the pin. They're all right.
Yeah.
So Jim Empey out of the Rocky Mountain section, Quail Hollow Golf Club in Boise, Idaho. He competed at Pebble, 1992 U.S. Open, won by Tom Kite. Then 1983 Los Angeles Open as an amateur. Won the Rocky Mountain section championship a bunch of times. In the past, he's played with Vin Scully and Sidney Poitier.
Same time, you think?
I don't know. That would have been a cool threesome right there.
Sidney
Yeah.
wouldn't have got a word in edgewise.
To serve with love, right?
Exactly.
And Scully was amazing. He didn't need an analyst.
A lot of people forget that Vin, despite all the years as his, being an incredible announcer for the Los Angeles Dodgers, did a lot of golf announcing for NBC. Vin could talk about anything and make it sound
He did not
dramatic
like
and interesting.
It sure could.
Pull up a chair.
Yeah, there's not going to be any dead time on the air, was there? There was going to be something going all the time.
Jim Empey, you'll see him in the green shirt, darker shirt. When he was a sophomore in high school, started playing golf with a friend. The player he most admires is Ben Hogan. There he is right behind Sam Randolph, walking to his golf ball. Nicholas Trevino and Watson, his dream foursome to play alongside him. Low career round is 62, qualified for this championship 6 times. Once finished 21st, that's his high finish. He's a Washington amateur champ back in '83, 14 years later. Earned his Class A status. Now Randolph. Tricky shot here, Jerry. What do you do?
Yeah, it's sitting down, I'm afraid. So we had one of the players earlier did the big swing. I can't tell that that's a lob wedge. I was telling Craig, you have to, from back there, you need a big swing, a lob type shot, and still have to land it in the fringe. I don't see any way to stop it if he lands it on the green. See from his practicing what he's going to plan to do here. He's got it back.
Way back and way open, huh?
More like, yeah, that's interesting.
You think more of a bump and run?
Well, he's got it way open, like David said, though, so it should go up in the air a little bit. No, it is. He bumped it.
It's got to stop.
Oh, that does have to stop. That's trouble. That's trouble. That's fortunate there.
Taught some Champions Tour players throughout his career. I think I said his brother was Tommy Randolph, his cousin. His father is a PGA of America member as well.
Sam's in the Southern Cal Hall of Fame. They still play football, don't they?
Ooh. Oh.
That's from Southern Illinois University, a guy whose team is 1-6 right now. Try to bring everybody down to my level.
Isn't that the Giants record?
Wow.
And Bucknell.
You guys are all over. And Bucknell University, boy, my college and
It's won a few
pro
times.
teams.
In a few years, I can talk about the Gators. 6-1.
There you go.
Of course, they play Georgia this week, so we may not be smiling.
Yeah, they got beat up last week, didn't they? Or 2 weeks ago.
LSU beat them, yeah.
Ted Meyer now, speaking of Georgia, out of that Georgia section.
We think this is a difficult shot, but most of them have been two-putting from here, so see what happens.
I'm going to say it still is a difficult shot.
Yeah,
They're just
I
good.
agree. I think so, too.
I'll say this about Florida, Georgia. I wouldn't want to be playing them in golf every year. You look at the amount of stars who've come out of Georgia the last 5-10 years. It's amazing what they've done with that program.
Yeah, even Patrick Reed, sort of, huh? For a year or so, I think. Besides all the other, Brian Harmon, and you name them.
Bubba.
Kuchar's Georgia Tech, right?
Yep.
There's 4 or 5 or 6.
And Joey Garber just got out there. He was one of their best players, but sometimes it takes you a while to get out there.
Empey's putt's on the way. Got to slow down a little bit or hit the hole. Nice try.
TaylorMade had on us interesting news this week. TaylorMade's not going to go to the PGA show.
That is very interesting. What do you think about that, Craig?
I don't understand why. I think that the merchandise show the last few years has really come back, and it's become a kind of a must-be event. It's everyone in golf is there. I think everyone's trying to figure out a different way to market their product, but I think that's their loss.
I think that is, if there is an issue, it is the timing of the show, though. A lot of the pros have already made their orders in the fall, and so that is more of a meet and greet deal. But like you said, new product introduction, contacts that you're making, I think it's still worthwhile.
Yeah, with the technology today, it used to be once a year you'd have new product. Now it seems like every 4 or 5 months they're putting a new driver out there, and I don't know who it's expensive to buy these $400 drivers, but certainly TaylorMade has got some of the best players in the world playing their stuff.
Sam Randolph just made his bogey here at the 6th. This is Jim Empey. Almost dropped his lengthy birdie putt, but makes his 3. And a 3 for Ted Meyer. And on to the par 5 7th they go. The next group up here at number 6 will be the 103 starting time off the first tee here on the Wanamaker course. Tom Dyer, Russ Moore, Paul Trittler. Russ Moore there to the right. I believe that's Trittler there.
Green. Tom Dyer's
light green.
Tee here.
Dyer headed to the green, to the tee, excuse me.
Tom's pro at a great club here in Jupiter called Old Marsh. Wonderful Pete Dye course. And this is one of the hardest working pros I've ever met. I've done a couple of clinics for his staff, and the advantage of being a pro in Florida is that it gets dark at 5:30 in your season, and he's there long after dark, though.
He has won Teacher of the Year for the Southeast chapter. He's won Merchandiser of the Year 3 times, Golf Professional of the Year back in 2012. So the hard work has paid off for this man, Tom Dyer. Excuse me.
Got a great learning center at the far end of the range now with all the TrackMan and indoor things, and he's a real student of the game too.
Made 3 aces in his career. He's had 3 assistants that went on to win the Assistant Professional of the Year award. That to him is his fondest memory of being a head professional. It's always about the other guy. Played a couple PGA Tour events back in 1995.
Turned 54 about a week ago. He's in the prime of his life.
There you go. This is Paul Trittler.
Paul grew up in St. Louis, Florissant, Missouri, and then he was down in the South Florida section for several years. Known as a teacher, especially a short game teacher. Out in Arizona now.
Southwest section, Greyhawk Golf Club.
So he'll watch the junior leaguers, huh?
Sure. 9 times he's been in the PGA Professional Championship.
Did the tour for a couple of years.
88 to 92. Always in Golf Digest top 100 teachers in America list. Out of the Sun Country section, life member, Russ Moore.
Russ has won a Youth Development Award. Likes to work with the junior golfers, promote that area of our field, of our business.
We're talking about Tom Dyer from Old Marsh Golf Club. He's instructed a number of prominent players, including Ian Baker Finch, as unfortunately Russ Moore goes back to re-tee. On a hole like this, when you re-tee, there's always conflicting thoughts in your head. Got to get aggressive to try and make my 4, and let me get a little conservative so I don't shoot myself out of this tournament. I want to play on Saturday and Sunday.
Good point, and that is the problem, conflicting thoughts. Whatever you do, somehow you got to make a decision and murder the alternatives.
Taking the safe route, headed to the right.
Bunker, now he's got a tough 5 even.
And Stuart Smith of Somerset Golf and Country Club in Nevada, he shot a 67 today on the Wanamaker course to move into the sole possession of the lead. One shot over Mike Barge and Tim Fleming. So we did have a nice low round on the Wanamaker. I'm sure that's, like you said, that's probably worth a couple shots.
Yep.
If he can go out and play well tomorrow, he's going to certainly have a chance on the weekend.
You saw him when he came through?
Shout out to brother Mike. He had a 72. Had a busy year this year. I think he'll be satisfied with that today.
Homer.
I think he got up to a rough start. He was 2-3 over early and brought it back to even par. So I know he's thrilled to be at even par. I think anybody's on a day like today.
We said it during the practice round yesterday. After we got 16, 17, I said, yeah, 72 is going to be a nice score tomorrow. I said, I think the PGA score will be a couple higher than it was 2 years ago.
Breeze feels like it's picking up just a tiny bit here.
As 20 more papers go flying through the room. And the course is not fast enough. It's playing fairly long at about 6,800 yards.
So the middle of the 3 players right there. That's Tom Dyer. Again, he talked about how loved seeing those 3 assistants go and become Assistant Professional of the Year award winners. He would just encourage amateurs to go on out and practice. Favorite movie? Braveheart.
Tom's, one of the reasons those assistants win those awards is because Tom has education programs for them. I know, like I said, I've spoken 2 or 3 times, and I know he gets at least 1 or 2 speakers a year to come in there and talk to his assistants about teaching or about the rules. That's a great quality of a guy who can mentor and train them.
Tell us, what do those programs look like when you say a speaker comes in? Who might that be?
Well, as I said, it was me once. So it's just somebody, a specialist. So it might be Jerry Tucker talking about the short game, or one of the Tony Wallen coming in and talking about the rules.
Okay.
And he'll get his guys at the end of the day, gather them all in there after they've done their work at about 5:30 and do about a 2-hour program. And he'll order pizzas and have some drinks, and so it's a great learning experience. They're all comfortable, they're tired, but they want to learn, you can tell. So it's a good experience. So.
Did you ever have those kinds of programs?
I did, and I did. And I evaluated my staff and had those and I was the education chairman up in St. Louis and tried to do as many of those things as I could, club fitting or merchandising. One time at a merchandising seminar, I would put $100 bills on a driver or a pair of slacks, whatever, and tell that pro, that's your money. You need to remember, instead of most young pros will get in and order this, order that. You need to picture those hundreds up there if you do own the shop. Less pros own the shop nowadays, but
sure,
you do own it. It's a whole other endeavor.
That's what I love. I think it's really wonderful about the PGA professionals is the way they do mentor each other. You see it on the tour when veterans come out and then try and take the rookies under their wing and try and play practice rounds with them. But it certainly happens that way in the and club professionals, the way they mentor each other and try and really, when these guys get into the Hall of Fames and have these incredible careers, they always have these guys they look back on and say, these are the people that led me down that path, and they in turn try and do the same thing with assistants on their staff. I know Bob Ford's as proud as the people who become pros off his staff as he is of what he's accomplished.
Not only is he proud, but when you are a Bob Ford now, when a club needs a pro and they say it's Bob Ford's assistant, that guy's in the head of the class, pretty close to it.
Absolutely.
He can almost just say, hire him, as you said, Arnie said to hire a certain individual. We do share, but my wife gets mad at me when I give a lesson to a guy who beats me in a tournament the next week. So I don't know if she really gets mad, but she discourages that behavior.
I think I know who gets mad.
Boy, I can't get away with anything.
Paul Trittler now.
Paul can putt. I don't know if I can call this 18-footer, but he'll scare it too, like Shu did. Little left.
Pretty aggressive.
Yeah, Paul grew up in the public courses of St. Louis. Played in 9 club pros. There's a nice putt.
Such a thing as a good double bogey.
Yes, sir. We have a little more camaraderie than the big tours, I guess. If you ever remember when Hale Irwin made an 8 on a hole and they asked him about it, and the press, and he said, when you make an 8 out here, half the guys are glad and the other half wish you made a 9. We're not quite like that. You're right. I feel for a player.
Hale's the only guy who, I know which half Hale would be in, but he's the only guy that would look at it that way. He is tough. He looked at it that way on the Champions Tour. He looks at it that way when he's playing with his grandkids. Back up on the tee box, it's the 31st group, one that went in 112 off the first tee. Only 3 groups remaining who teed off of number 1 in the afternoon here at the Wanamaker course. This is Frank McAuliffe, Charlie Brown, and Henry Cajigal.
Yeah, I asked Hale Irwin once if he ever felt bad for making that putt at Medina and denying Mike Donald a U.S. Open, and because he ended up winning 3, and of course he looks at me like I've got 4 heads, saying, "No, I don't. That's what I was trying to do." And that's how you become great.
You're lucky you got an answer.
Well, and my friend Billy Ray Brown was leading the tournament, and he stopped Hale as Hale was headed out. He was a couple groups ahead of Billy Ray. He said, "Hale, what do I need to do to win one of these championships?" And Hale kind of went through it and told him what he needed to do, then walked away and said, "Wait a minute, I can do that. I should win this thing." Charlie Brown now from the Wisconsin section. Geneva National Resort, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin.
No Snoopy jokes or anything we're going to try to resist? Charlie, or I already did it, didn't I?
We'll get there.
Charlie Brown, okay.
Hey, you got to be tough when you're named Charlie Brown.
Yes, you do. You got people pulling the football away from you all the time.
Don't marry a Lucy, that's right.
That's right.
That's actually how I try to cure the chipping yips, is make the player make swings and you pull the ball away, and
really
until he doesn't know whether the ball's going to be there or not. He makes a pretty good practice swing, and you can help him get through that.
But they don't wind up on their back.
I hope not. Not yet.
Frank McAuliffe out of the Michigan section, Meadowbrook Country Club in Northville, Michigan.
Right over the flag. I haven't seen one exactly right there. Michigan Pro of the Year.
2002.
62 years old. I'm pulling for this over 60 group.
You like the young guys, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Hey, I was the oldest player in the Florida Open and the Florida Senior Open this year. I wouldn't have been quite the oldest here this week, but in the top 10.
Is that Tom Joyce is the oldest?
Yes.
He's 78.
Bob Dixon,
right?
was the oldest qualifier in 74.
Yeah, but
Tom's oldest.
past champion.
Past champion, exempt for life, right?
Henry Cajigal now out of the Northern Texas section. Rockwood Golf Course in Fort Worth. It's his home facility.
So David Henry, pretty interesting fact, I think. You're not like a comedian saying this is going to be funny, but there were 2 players in the final of the '89 Public Links Championship, and Henry lost to Tim Hobby, who's also in the field this week.
There you go. At Cog Hill.
I would think just the winner of that tournament got in the Masters at that time. I don't think both of them did.
We were talking about Charlie Brown a bit earlier. He considers himself an all-around player. No one part of his game more accomplished than another.
He said he marks his balls with only quarters from the 1960s.
There you go. Likes to get those 60s in there.
Yep.
Started playing with his pop when he was 5 years old. So many of us getting to jump in this game through the family, continuing on with the family. So he'd like to play with Arnold, Jack, and Lee Trevino. That would be some fun. If not for Lee Trevino, Jack Nicklaus would have 22 majors, 4 times finishing runner-up to Lee.
And how many would Lee have if Jack, not for Jack?
Good point. I don't know if he ever finished runner-up to Jack.
No, I don't.
That's important, seeing who is the runner-up on your major championship win. When Dad won the PGA, it was Casper and Jack. Jack, as you might expect, the first player out there to shake his hand.
Yeah, that's what I think a lot of people admired the most about Jack. It wasn't just how he won, it's how he lost.
Well, you know how Gary Player would say he's the greatest loser in the game?
Yeah, well, I remember that Tom
Jack
Watson
hated that.
when he grabbed Watson after the duel in the sun. And I'm sure the last thing he wanted to do was lose to Tom Watson, but he went up there. It's not like he was going to skip the awards ceremony or walk off. He was a very gracious loser.
What didn't he do, or hasn't he done graciously?
Yeah.
The only thing that might have bothered him is when his son Gary played the tour for, what, 1 year and lost a playoff to Phil Mickelson in Atlanta, won a bigger check than Jack ever won.
Still, he'd be happy with that.
Yeah, I'm sure he was.
And that was only 55 holes because they didn't play the final round.
Right. Only had one hole suitable for that playoff, right?
Yeah.
Boy, and his tee shot was on line. Gary's was
just
came up short in the bunker.
That would have gotten Gary in the Masters the next week.
Oh, wow. Good kid, Gary Nicklaus.
As a Gary Player, as great as he was, he had to try to get us to recognize that he was up there with Arnie and Jack, though. You know, he was a distant member of that top three, and one time he made the unfortunate statement that he said Jack Nicklaus could have never traveled 2 million miles and won all the tournaments now. And it got back to Jack, and he was trying to be classy, but Jack did finally say, he said, okay, but Gary calls the Bangkok 4-ball a major.
He's electing to putt.
Belly, yeah, he's going to go with
Frank McAuliffe, we've seen a putt from back here.
It'll be a little hoppy. Yeah. Well, he did it.
Hard to judge, but he took some care of it.
You're blocking the camera.
Do you think
bad effort at all.
Didn't think it was going to turn out that good when he did it?
For sure he didn't.
He was a little frustrated, but he wound up knocking it to 2 feet.
Became a spectator. He might have been okay with it. You had to know it would bounce a few times. Started to get a few spectators there. David in the background. Some cattle egrets.
What are they?
Cattle egrets. They're the ones you see get on top of a cow and pick the bugs on him or whatever.
If I'm going to be a bird, make me a bald eagle or...
Yeah, I agree.
Even that heron we saw, that was a cool
Osprey.
one.
Osprey's pretty cool. Osprey should be the Florida state bird, and it's a mockingbird. I don't get that.
Mockingbird.
Yeah. Ospreys are awesome. First year I moved down here, I kept score of all the ospreys diving for fish, and they only go about 1 for 4. So if you ever want to see one diving, bet somebody real quick that he will not get a fish.
Give 2 to 1 odds. You still
Exactly.
Yeah.
Nature's not perfect.
What was the bird that took Brad Fable's ball off the green at the Players'
Seagull or no?
I
Championship?
think that was a goal, yeah.
Seagull?
Just a regular, average, everyday seagull as Charlie Brown gets ready for his.
Charlie said the secret of putting is the slight arcing. And one thing I like to teach is try to just go straight back and straight through, but allow it to arc. Don't try to make it arc, though. Don't go inside.
And we talked about some unforced errors before, things you might end up doing before your swing that would cause you to really be in a position that you can't swing and can't hit a ball well. His golf tip or advice to most number of amateurs is get fit for your clubs so you don't start at a disadvantage trying to fit the clubs instead of the clubs fitting you. So another thing you can do before you even take the club back to put yourself in the best position possible. Funniest thing that ever happened to him on a golf course? Watching an angry golfer throw his entire bag into a river, only to remember his car keys were in the bag that he threw into the river.
It's like you hear that story, but I didn't know it actually ever happened. And he saw it.
And Group 31 heads to 7T, the par 5 here on the Wanamaker course. 2 groups from the afternoon wave that teed off of number 1 remain to play here at number 6. Edward Whitman, Carlton Blewett, and Billy Rosania, ready to play.
It says Rosania.
This is Rosania. Out of the Illinois section, Flag Creek Golf Course in Countryside, Illinois. His home facility.
It's a nice rhythmic swing. Former Illinois Senior Player of the Year. All 3 of these guys are sexagenarians. Craig?
In their 60s?
It's not what you think.
Carlton Blewett next to play. Roswell, New Mexico is where he calls home.
I'll be there in 3 weeks.
Doing what, man?
I think he'll be 60 and no.
Sun Country section. He's from the Nancy Lopez Golf Course at Spring River.
Got second in the National Assistance Championship one time.
Haven't seen many players named Nancy as someone they admire most in the game, but boy, I love her.
I agree. She spends a lot of time in our area now, in the Palm City area. Matter of fact, we have a little senior mini tour that Roger Kennedy and I run that Michelle McGann plays and Judy Dickinson, and we'd love to get Nancy out there. We have some shorter tees for them.
Well, it was great to see her at the U.S. Women's Senior Open this year, the inaugural event. You know how much she meant to the game and how much she means to other golfers. The other golfers were thrilled to see her there, and I'll bet she got more pictures taken with her than any other woman there.
Here's the star of New Jersey for years and years, Ed Whitman.
Knickerbocker Country Club, where my cousins are members in Tenafly, New Jersey.
They used to win cars in the Dodge Open, I think it was. Ed won 2 or 3 cars. And won a lot of tournaments. Played in 4 PGAs and 2 U.S. Opens. 65 years old now. He had a heart issue a few years ago. I think he's doing okay now.
22 years ago, got into the New Jersey PGA Hall of Fame.
5-time Player of the Year. So I guess Esposito Frank has succeeded him, but Ed's still a good player. 3 over today.
Didn't get too hot. Had actually been some high temperatures the last few days, or more last week. Started to cool off a bit this part of the country. Sunshine all day long, smattering of clouds, some breeze to keep it a little bit cool. So it's been relatively pleasant all day long. Good day to play golf. Good day for championship golf. Seeing some red numbers, a few birdie putts. One group had a couple of birdies and a par on this hole. No one's lighting it up here at number 6 on the Wanamaker course, your PGA Golf Club.
Yeah, 37 players broke par, and this morning out of 132. So it's you figure it's probably going to take just cut that in half. You know, the -1 would then be probably cut line, maybe -2 tomorrow, just based on scores. But you would think second round they might play a little bit better.
And or the ones that haven't played the Wanamaker go there,
right?
Too, depending on what your scoreboard breaks down on how many are on the rider.
But you wonder if a round around each course, you know, are they going to get more familiar? I know they're switching the first 2 days, but get a little bit more familiar with the course and the Bermuda.
I'd sure be surprised if 144 doesn't. Are you saying the cut score or the PGA score?
Cut score.
Yeah.
Do you think even par makes it?
No, for sure I do, but I'm not sure what. Craig's saying almost half the scores are under par, though, is what you're saying, right?
No, it's 37 out of 1.
Yeah, there you go.
So
okay, only a fourth.
if you add in another 37, shoot that
There
this
you go.
afternoon, then I think 1 under would be
That's
right
more
on
like the
cut
PGA
line.
score, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But there are some low scores out there.
Whitman 3 over.
Well, it's just the greens are good, and it's a perfect weather day to play. I mean, you almost don't even notice the weather is so good.
But wait a minute, these guys have another job. This isn't even their. This is not like a tour player.
No excuses. No excuses.
They have a real job.
Who does that song, David? We're trivia players. No excuses.
Oh,
You said ask you a hard one.
I know you got me on a hard one. No excuses. Who?
Alice in Chains. I don't even like Alice in Chains, but that's who does it.
That's embarrassing. That's on my playlist. It's actually a really good song. But as we go now to
A golf motto is another song lyric. See if you guys can get the group or the name of the song. I get knocked down, but I get up again. Any thoughts on that one?
Tub Thumping.
Very good. Tub Thumping by
A weird
group.
Dishwalla? No.
Chumbawamba.
Chumbawamba. Yeah, it was one of those weird sounding.
You get to Alice in Chains, to Chumbawamba.
I know. It was an effortless segue.
We'll go to the Archies next.
Little sugar. Yeah. Come on now. We've got Blewett here trying to roll in his birdie putt. Rosinia, a lengthy birdie coming up short. Rosinia's even. Blewett here trying to get to 3 over.
It's from Roswell, New Mexico. Is that where the UFOs are?
UFO, yes.
All right.
Lots of sightings.
Grips down so he can extend those arms. Leaning left to try to stay real quiet. He did that. Overread that break a little bit. Six-footer, this should be about left edge. I had my caddy at Champions Tour School one time. I said, what do you think, left edge? He said, no, half a ball in and half out. So now I'm over the ball thinking, what is the difference between any of those two?
That's what you want to be thinking about.
And I missed the putt, yeah.
I'd be over my ball thinking, where do I find a new caddy?
That's right.
So So Bernhard Langer separates the hole into 9 different, it's 4.5 inches wide, 9 different quadrants.
Of course he does.
Yeah, exactly right. .264 players teed it up in this championship, and we'll bring you the stories and golf shots here at number 6 for all 264 of them. This is Carlton Blewett. Shaking his head, thought he should have had his deuce.
That's not the perfect golf name, though, is it, Carlton Blewett?
Well,
You know, if he's leading.
How about Adam Schenk?
Oh, there are a lot of them. There's a guy, Ryan Yip, on the web.com. Guy in our section, Steve Spray. Steve Spray won on the PGA Tour out in San Francisco.
why isn't there a guy like
Pure.
Harry Ace?
Yeah,
or Tommy Pure, exactly right.
Slot.
Vinny Holeout. Final group of the morning wave going off the first tee, afternoon wave, is here at the tee at number 6. There's Jim Fellner.
Just nestled down. That made that a lot harder shot.
Life member out of the Carolinas section, 4 appearances in the PGA Professional Championship. Meanwhile, back on the tee. This is Randy Wittig.
Yep. I know Baker.
Gainey Ranch Golf Club out of Scottsdale, Arizona, Southwest section. Made 9 aces in his career. That'll stay at number 9. Lowest career round for Randy is 62. 6th time he's been in this championship.
Baker Madera. I used to play a lot with Baker 25 years ago in the Club Pro Series, but he hasn't been coming down in the winter as much. I think he had a family. Got a little hybrid, man after my own heart there. I think that's our first hybrid of the day, isn't it, Craig?
It is.
Out of the New Jersey section, Ashbrook Golf Course, Scotch Plains, New Jersey. But hybrids nowadays, this could be an 8-iron.
I don't, 8-iron is my longest iron. I have a 7 hybrid, and that is something seriously. We kid about it, but look at what Baker's done with that, and that I would really encourage all of our listeners to go to hybrids. Just amazing, so much easier to hit. I went from hitting half of my greens with my 4, 5, 6 iron to 65% of my greens with hybrids, and that's a dramatic difference, and so much easier to get up in the air and stop the ball.
So how many hybrids do you have?
A lot. My Mark Milkey looked in my bag the other day and he said, "You have more head covers than not." I said, "It's 7 to 7 right now," so I don't know if I counted the putter cover though. So, well, I guess I have a 4 hybrid, 5 hybrid, 6 hybrid, 7 hybrid, 4 hybrids, and a 5 wood. So lots of head covers.
So do you have a 3 wood?
Uh-huh. I have a 3 wood, 5 wood. I probably have too many clubs.
Well, then you're lying to him because it's 8 to 5 right there, 8 to 6 right there.
The putter cover.
The putter cover is a head cover, no?
Yeah, it is.
And what is the difference? You say it's easier to hit. Does it go longer? Does it go higher? Is it more consistent?
Actually, really, that is the secret is to get the right one for you. When I first tried them, they were hot. They went farther. I think when the hybrids came out, they'd call it a 4 hybrid, but it'd go like a 3 iron. I didn't want it to go high. I need to get the ball up. Most of us need to get the ball up in the air, so I want them to go higher. And now they do accommodate that. I think they're easier to get up in the air. It's a lower center of gravity, and the miss hits are better. They go higher. They go higher, but then they go far. They do then they go farther, and easier to draw. So it's just a win-win-win-win. There's really no downside to them, other than people making fun of you every once in a while.
Well,
that you're not a real man.
But then you get to go beat them. You just got beaten by not a real man. What does that make you? Yes, there are a lot of ladies that are not real men who can play this
Very
game.
good. One teaches for Tom Dyer at Old Marsh.
There you go.
Leo, who am I trying to say? Lee. There's a little girl that hit all the hybrids. One on the ladies' tour, I'll think of. Lita Lindley.
Okay.
Teaches for
Yes.
Tom Dyer at Old Marsh.
Yes.
Great player and was a short hitter and sweet person too.
Yeah, she went to school with Annika.
All right, we're going up, I think, Craig. A little wrist set.
Tricky, huh?
Yeah, still land right about where the fringe meets the green here.
Oh,
Yeah, just onto the green, so slow down. Go in.
hit it.
Ooh. One way to stop it. Seems like it shouldn't be bad to hit the pin, but it tends to hurt you, especially with longer shots. You know, ask Charles Howell what did he do? Fly it in the cup or the pin and go back in the lake?
Oh, at Torrey Pines?
Yeah, one behind.
Yeah.
Of course, that's Sam Snead would say, just aim 3 or 4 inches left or right.
We could have been like Phil Mickelson and had Bones 10 the pin.
Yes, that's right, at Torrey Pines.
Now Randy Wittig.
Okay. Randy rides a Harley Davidson motorcycle.
Got a little
A
bit of
little
work
more
left.
giddy up on that one.
Okay, and one more trivia question. What's Harley Davidson's stock symbol? You can get this.
HOG.
Very good.
There you
Very
go.
good. 1 Mar and 0 Dolt.
Wait a minute, I got tub thumping.
Huh?
I got tub thumping.
Okay, 2-0. I didn't want to embarrass him in national TV here.
I think it's international. It's on the internet. It's international.
All right. I'll give him a chance later. Oh yeah, Dick Gray. This guy is very fashionable, I would say.
Very.
Fedora and collar up.
Good par from there.
Very good indeed. Like so many of these players, when giving a tip to as many as they can, they just say, put your hands on the club properly. Grip it well. From that, everything can follow. Jack Nicklaus.
This contorted grip that I use, this putting grip, that's becoming more and more popular. Sergio and Phil's grip really help them. All these grips you're seeing with these putters, in my mind, are to keep the right hand from interfering when in its worst form is the yips, basically. The right hand wants to grab right prior to impact, and so the long putter, the mid-length putter, the putter against the left forearm, a la Kuchar, all to keep that right hand from doing too much.
Well, the afternoon wave that has started on the first tee is complete. We have 11 more groups, and there have been some terrific reactions here today in day 1 of the 30th Senior PGA Professional Championship. Hang on. 10 seconds. A great day so far. Less than 2 minutes from now, the second wave is going to hit in the afternoon on the 6th tee, playing their 15th hole of the day. We'll be back in less than 2 minutes to pick up that coverage. Welcome. We are covering the 30th Senior PGA Professional Championship. All 264 players in the field will be covered. Craig Dolch alongside David Marr, and now pleased to be joined by the man who makes this place look terrific day in, day out, Dick Gray, greenskeeper, golf course superintendent, parrot head, I'm told. You're maybe the most heckled person I've seen in a broadcast booth. Everyone walking by has something to say, but certainly what I have to say is kudos on this job you've done preparing this for the championship.
Well, thank you. We've had great weather, I have to tell you that. I was telling the people before, you know, the weather's been exceptionally dry this fall, and we've got a great team out there. We really do. We got good people out there and on all three golf courses, so it's a combination of great weather and good team.
So I always hear, Craig, that when the course is in good condition, it was great weather, and when it's bad condition, it's his fault. How could you ever get any credit?
Well, that's just the way it goes. You just take that one. You just take that one. But you know, you have to say, okay, if I'm giving it to the weather, maybe I don't get the blame, but it doesn't work that way. You know, it's just the way it is.
Well, as we go out to the tee at number 6 here on the Wanamaker course, this is the first player to reach from the 10th tee here in the afternoon wave. They teed off at noon. Kurt Rogers. Kurt is out of the Illinois section, and he's certainly a heck of a player.
One over through 14 holes. That's a good round going through today.
Next to play, Billy Bomar, Prairie Falls Golf Club in Idaho. He's got 10 holes in one in his career. And tell us, if you would, Dick, about this hole, number 6. Beautiful to look at. What's it like from your perspective to maintain?
Well, you know, it's like the rest of them. It's no real trick to it, but it's a great hole. I think should be our signature hole, and it's a great chemistry test. I think it is, because we go to that top pin placement and get a little speed in the greens. And we don't go for terminal velocity there's Brian Pieper. There's a local boy.
Absolutely. Southern Florida section.
Yeah.
Lost Tree Club.
Exactly. One of the wonderful club professionals you find.
But it's a good chemistry test, simply because, you know, it tests your body chemistry. You know, your adrenal glands will start to go bankrupt if you're not careful. You get about the third putt. I was telling the guys this morning, you might want to turn the camera off when that guy makes that third putt, because it can get away from you.
It sure can. And we take a look at all the features around you. You've got the golf, you've got the water, natural vegetation around the water as well. A lot of bunker, big green as well. So I think it might be somewhat of a nightmare for your golf course maintenance crew, but I guess you're saying it's not quite that bad. So covering and taking care of a facility like this has to be, in some ways, with the weather, it can be extreme from both directions. It's got to be a challenge, but also a joy, I would think.
Well, yes, there's times when, you know, you're just gritting your teeth and you're just wondering about it, because it's really, it can get away from you if you're not careful. Particularly in Florida, you know, we get so much rain, and May was a really tough month for us. The first half was really, really dry. We thought we were going to be out of water, and then we ended up with 17 inches of rain. So that's the part that really gets to you. But, you know, when it's right, it's really right. And we have a contest in the mornings on these 3 golf courses, who can take the prettiest picture of the sun coming up over the golf course in the morning. And we got a bunch of...
A lot of contenders, huh?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I have one other question for you before we get back to some of the action. Is Billy Bomar, we just saw him hit his second to play off the 6th tee there. I don't know if you saw the mustache. I'm wondering how many times you'd have to run a mower through that mustache to get it down to proper sort of green.
Depends on what you want it to stem.
Okay.
If you want that thing to be quick, then you're going to have to go over it a couple more times.
Let's take a look at that just a bit.
Dick, what do you think the course will be like tomorrow? How do you expect it to change with the weather and it continue drying out with the lack of humidity?
Well, the fairways will probably run a little bit better. You know, some of these guys from up north are not used to playing on Bermuda grass, and they think the ball should run out a little bit further. But as it dries out, and we've tried to keep it dry just for that reason, so it does run better. As far as the greens go, PGA kind of tells us what speed they want. They don't want us to go to terminal velocity because then it becomes really, really hard for particularly a hole like this. So I'm sure that 12 is quick enough for whatever we're going to do.
Brian Pieper there with a terrific second shot. We're going to get a look now at Billy Bomar. If, again, we can take a look. So, I got to think there's a couple of passes to get there, or the hair even. He's got it all going on there, and I loved his information packet.
I think that hair comes with the hat.
Does it really? Okay, it's not natural there. Okay, I like that. Shot 59, that's his low career round, and he's got over 100 lucky ball markers. That's a lot of good luck, and the player he most admires, a lot of guys said Palmer, a lot of guys said Nicklaus. He just said the king, Arnold, obviously. He said he was the man. From your perspective, clearly, Arnold Palmer had a soft spot for gentlemen who were in your position, whether it be from the days that his father took care of the course back where he grew up, or all the way through the courses that he designed. And it's something that was important in your profession to him. I know what he's meant to those who play the game and to PGA professionals as well. What did he mean to the folks who take care of golf courses?
Well, he's pretty gracious about it. I think anybody that came up that way, that came up taking care of a golf course, understand and appreciate what it takes to get there. And not to change it a little bit, but Pete was a greenkeeper at one time, and Pete is very, very complimentary and empathetic to the changes that go on. So both of those guys grew up the same way.
They sure did. And Billy Bomar, just saw him. His favorite story was he had an amateur partner who was on a green somewhat like this and backed up to try and read the green, tried to read his putt, backed up into a lake. You ever seen anything like that happen? I hope not.
Well, I saw a guy this morning, I was watching that bat went down 3 times. He got it short left of the green, and it took him 3 times, and each time it looked like he used his wedge to steady himself to keep from going
knows
down.
What he shot.
Yeah.
Nice to see Brian Pieper playing. Brian wasn't sure until this morning he was going to be able to play. He's had some vision issues the last few days, but was able to hit it okay on the range this morning, and he's 3 over for the round. He's playing us hard, but it's nice to see him out here. It's like some guys, it's just it's not you don't have all your health. You just got to kind of fight through things, and he's out there fighting away today.
Peeps is a Hoosier, but the other part of that is all those guys. I'm in that same school of fish as those cats out there, and every day is something new that's going on, in your body. So for these guys to get started and get warmed up, it takes some time.
Wait a minute, what was that pain I just felt? I hadn't had that one yesterday. About 5 other ones. Brian's daughter Nicole worked for PGA of America for some time in the broadcasting department. I got to tell you, that's a great 3 for Brian Pieper, but better than that is his daughter Nicole is a sweet young lady, very professional in what she did for PGA of America, went on to get married and get a new job up in Atlanta, Georgia. I know PGA of America misses her, and I liked working with her every time I had the opportunity.
Yeah, and his son Brant last week was able to make it through first stage of the Web.com Tour Q School. So certainly like to see, it means a lot to Brian. He really is spent a lot of time and effort trying to get Brant as good a golfer as he can, and he's got a chance to get out on Web.com this year. He's got to get through 2 more stages. Jeepers,
the Peepers are all over the place, huh?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so that first group from the afternoon wave teeing off of number 10 has finished here at the 6th hole, their 15th of the day. We're going to take a look at an aerial here, Dick, and you can just tell us a little bit about the layout of this, the 6th hole.
That's good. I mean, that's all Tom Fazio stuff there. That's good. I mean, that's got all the features you need and looks really natural down through there. Doesn't look artificial.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's really got a good feel to it. The whole, not only does it look good, it feels good when you get up over that thing. I love that hole.
It's beautiful to look at, and you see the hazard running down the left-hand side.
Sure.
But there's even more of a hazard in that hazard to make it extra special. About a 7-foot guardian down there. Have you seen that guy?
Now and then he comes by, to spectate some.
I'm a New York City boy. Gators freak me out. Are they just part of the business?
Well, this is Florida. That's why they call them the Florida Gators, But, we get them out in and out through here. They don't I don't. He's probably a resident. That cat's probably a resident because we see him around a lot.
Okay.
But you never see him on the bank. It's not like you're going to Myrtle Beach and they're up on the bank and all that stuff. These guys are.
Do you got any brothers and sisters out here?
Oh, sure. Got some.
What's the biggest gator out here?
Well, I don't know about the biggest gator out here, but I can tell you there's some 10 or 12 footers around that you don't see. Those are the ones you got to be careful with. It's the ones you don't see that are there. I live on the water. I live in Stewart on the water. We get some big ones coming back through there. So, and I look at it this way. They're not a novelty. They were here first. And so you just have to pay attention. And sometimes you have to take one out. I hate to do that, but sometimes you just have to do that. Big gators, particularly ones that lose their fear, and rattlers. Bad combination for golfers.
I'd say so. I mean, I was thinking, bogeys and uncontrollable hooks, but gators and rattlers are way more dangerous.
Well, I think particularly the snakes, to me, I'm not worried about the gators so much. It's the snakes, the rattlers, that I have a little problem with. And in Florida, we just have a lot of them, and you just don't see them. Now, this time of year, you'll start seeing them outside out in the daytime because they come out and sun themselves. When it gets cool, they'll be out.
When I ran the tradition out in Scottsdale, Arizona, we on the tournament crew, we'd sometimes in April, it's when they're coming out, sunning themselves, and we would on the radio, instead of saying, hey, there's a snake over at 15, so people are scrambling, getting out, we'd say no shoulders at the 15th.
Oh, so yeah, absolutely.
Go over, take care of the no shoulders, relocate him either to the other side of the golf course or to a belt in someone's closet somewhere.
Yeah, they always look good around your waist.
There you go.
Yeah, that's the best place for
much less dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just a fact. You just got to be careful with that one.
Dick, you've been good friends with Pete Dye for a long time. I know a couple years ago you all renovated the Dye course and Pete was able to come out. Do you have a favorite story you like to tell about Pete?
Well, the first one was probably the most memorable. And I was a crooked stick. And back then, of course, this is 49 years ago. It'll be 50 years in May. But it was 49 years ago, 49 and a half years ago. And I was about 24, and back then, crooked stick, we didn't wear any clothes. You wore a pair of shorts, there was nobody around, and a pair of shoes. You didn't have any shirt on, and we didn't have any equipment like we have today. So I was chasing sprinklers. I was a greenkeeper back then, and I was chasing sprinklers. The night waterman had missed a couple nights, and so, when he's not there, somebody's got to take up so I did it. So I'm out chasing sprinklers, and I got these sprinklers going, and I'm on foot. So I'm running from hole to hole. And I come back to make a set, and my sprinkler's off. And you had to have an arm to get that thing clicked in there. So I come up on that thing, and it's turned off. And I thought, what the hell happened to this thing? So I'm, messing with it. But the ground is wet enough, so I pick it up and going up to the next alternate set. And this guy comes walking. I happen to look up, and here comes this guy, and he got a blue Oxford cloth shirt on, about that color, and a pair of khaki pants. And he comes up, and he says, you keep doing that, you're going to run out of water in August. And I said, well, if I don't do it, I won't be here in August. And he said, you're the new superintendent. And I said, yeah. And he said, I'm Pete Dye. And I said, oh, Pete, nice to meet you. Now, I'd played a few Pete Dye golf courses before that, the early ones, right when he got started. And I'd played a couple of his editions, like at Monticello Country Club. He put 9 holes on there, and then he did one called Heather Hills that he and Alice did, and I'd played that opening day, but I didn't know Pete. And here's this guy. So we started walking around, and we're just always on foot. So we walked the whole 9. And I'm taking the sprinklers off now. I'm not putting them on any further. I'm cutting them off. And I thought after about 2 hours of Pete, I thought, this is the guy that I want to hang with. This is the guy right here. He just empowered you. He just gave you confidence. And he was so self-deprecating. So that my first impression with Pete was really the lasting one.
Wonderful story about the man who put together so many courses. Championships have been competed on. As we go to the second group from the afternoon wave to have started off the 10th tee. This is the 12:09 starting time. Vietmeyer, Barber, and Peterson.
Become a popular spot over there.
That was Gordon Viemeyer.
One thing I've noticed about these guys, they know the game. They all hit it to the right spot.
This is Todd Peterson. Todd from the Georgia section, Capital City Club in Brookhaven. Went to Methodist University, graduated in the PGM program. The third member of this group, excuse me, Steve Barber, hails from Rochester, New York. Western New York section, Locust Hill Country Club in Pittsford is his home facility. So Dick Gray, golf course superintendent, greenskeeper, whatever name you want to put on, whatever hat you're wearing right now. It's a cool one, by the way. When you take a look at the two courses that the folks are playing in this championship, what are the differences in terms of feel, if there is any, and in terms of difficulty as well?
I think they feel the same. We've regrassed both golf courses within the last 3 or 4 years, and did a lot of the things as far as that grassing goes. So I think they feel the same. And I really like to play both of them really well. I think maybe the Ryder, but the Ryder's a little more forgiving. It really is. You know, some bunkers were taken out a number of years ago, so it's not as penal. And these fairway bunkers over here on the Wani can be brutal. You know, they're big and they're high, and you don't really have all of that over on the Ryder. And our people, you know, as far as members go, I think most of them prefer to play the Ryder. I like the Ryder. They're both really interesting, and when you look at the earthwork on both of them, they've done really good earthwork on both those, because when you think that this was a ranch at one time and a big tomato farm, and it was deadpan flat, and now with all of the undulations we got some good earthwork over there. It's really, you know, great features. But I think as far as ease of play goes, I think the Riders, and I think the scores show that.
Can I call it the Wani? I like.
Sure. Yeah, that's what we call it.
Wanamaker all day. I call it the Wani. There we go.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was saying that, but that's what we call it.
What the locals call it.
Is the Wani. Yeah.
So here's the deal. My dad won the PGA Championship, so he's got the Wanamaker draw, a little replica.
Sure, I remember that. I watched it on TV.
So I'm going to call it the Wani.
Won the Wani.
Yeah, there's the Wani. Okay.
Yeah, I remember when he did that.
That was something. That's my first memory, actually, in life. I was 3.5 years old and watching it on TV with my mom, and in our friend's house. The guy would go on to be my stepfather, Bruce McAllister, but at the moment, just a lifelong friend of my mom's at that point, and Mom went into labor about literally 15 minutes after Dad won the PGA Championship. Yep. Tony Marr was born that evening. Dad was leading by 2 at 53 holes into the tournament and double bogeyed 18. And in the press room afterwards, he said, boy, if Susan didn't have the baby after watching the 18th there, she's never going to have it.
One thing I remember about him is he was dapper.
That he was.
Your dad was dapper.
He gave that to my brother, too. I
Did he?
skipped this generation over here. But he was something else. A lot of talk about Johnny Miller retiring and Paul Azinger taking his place. I'd like to see some folks calling the game the way you play it, which is with honesty and integrity, but also sportsmanship, etiquette as well. I mean, you know when a guy's hit a bad shot, you don't have to say it's terrible. From my perspective, everyone knows a terrible shot when you see one.
We can all see that.
Sure. Some humor as well. I think that Azinger will bring some of that to the table. You know, Craig, I was thinking as we went through radio shows in this past week and working a lot with SiriusXM now, people conjectured before Zinger's final contract was done and all that, who could possibly take the seat. And from my perspective, age being thrown out the window, because I know they want to go with someone they can have for 20 or more years in that seat. I love listening to Butch Harmon do analysis. Never afraid of a point, and always is quick in what he says and direct. Doesn't mind criticism.
Butch has done a great job. I mean, he's obviously the instruction he does, and I think he's kind of taken more of a backseat now with Claude able to son. You know, and that's what I think every parent, every father would love to do, is to have his son step into his shoes, and Claude's been able to do that with Brooks and with Dustin. And you know, I talked to Butch a couple months ago, and he said he's 75 years old now, and he's ready to start doing things and enjoying life. And you know, he certainly has given a lot to the game. But I think you know, he is a great announcer. There's a lot of great announcers out there, and I think the style, it's so much. It's more. You know, we don't need the criticism. I mean, like you said, we understand when people hit a bad shot, and I think that was something. I think Paul has already said he's not going to be critical as Johnny was, and I think, but Paul looks at the game in a completely different way. He's the one that kind of went to the whole pod system, you know, with the Ryder Cup. It was very successful, very simple, but I think that's the best thing about golf. Sometimes the simplest thing is the best way to do it.
And Johnny never tried to be critical overtly. That's just him. I mean, he looks at things in a different way, and he just blurts out whatever's going through his head, and has high expectations, standards for himself and for others as well. Who do you like listening to, Dick?
You're not going to like this answer. I watch sports muted.
Actually,
I do, and I tell you why. It becomes so many cliches, and it's so canned. So much of it is canned that I know the game. I mean, I know the golf game, so I'm muted. I love college football and obviously baseball, but I hit the mute button.
Well, we're just going to watch this tournament where these guys are playing as hard as they can, one shot at a time. Craig, help me with some more cliches, because I know Dick hates some one shot, keeping the moment, forget the results. But it's interesting to me, and clearly you have a legitimate job, which is making sure that these golf courses are in great shape at all times. And these 264 people, 263 men and one woman, have other jobs as well. I mean, legitimate hard other jobs as well. And then they come out here and they play this well on your golf courses. I mean,
and this is their job also.
Yeah.
Because they get paid for this, or they don't get paid.
Sure.
But you know, I like this job. I've been doing this for over 50 years, and I like this job. This one right here. I mean, not only do I like what I do as being a greenkeeper, which, you know, the big umbrella is you're a superintendent, but every one of those umbrellas has a rib, and all those, the more ribs you have, that's the strength of the umbrella. So your skill set are just these ribs. And so it's leadership and all the things that go with that, communication skills and all that. However, the handle, the umbrella, is probably the most important part. That's greenkeeping. That's agronomics, because that should be your core. And I'm not very good at a lot of other things, but the thing I like the best is greenkeeping, so I try to have as much fun as I can with that. And of course, with our people, I try to make sure our people are good greenkeepers. I mean, we don't just ride around. I'm the only one that rides around with my camera, which is the greatest invention in the world, because I see something wrong, I take a picture and I send it to someone, and it gets fixed right now. And then I don't forget what I was trying to do. But our people have functions. Our superintendents have functions. You know, they just don't write. It's not a role.
That's right.
It's a function. And then you got to coach your team, and that's what we try to do. And we've got good coaches, and try to coach your coaches to coach. So that's the part that I really like about it now.
And if you do it well, as you do, it enhances the facility more than any other aspect can. It's from facility to facility, state to state, region to region, country to country. What you get is, from players who play, what most impacts whether you enjoy or don't enjoy golf
playing
course
conditions.
Playing conditions. That's what it's all about.
And our maintenance team, those guys are the ball bearings upon which these places roll. And my job is just to keep them greased. And it just, as long as it's got enough grease, it just rolls smoothly.
We've stolen you from greasing out here for the last 15, 20 minutes or so. We'll let you get back to applying the grease to the ball bearings. Dick Gray, Thank you so much for what
Appreciate
you
it.
do.
Thank you.
Helping us here on this broadcast, but also
Thank you. Appreciate it.
what you do to keep these courses in championship condition. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Take care. Always great to have Dick Gray with us, getting a chance to know another friend of the game and a man who does so well with so much that he does in this game. Great spending time with the man who keeps these courses, gets them course in such great championship shape. This is the third group off the 10th tee in the afternoon, group number 36. Michael West, Ryan Reese, and Greg Metters.
Greg Metters 1 under for the day.
Pretty sure that's Ryan Reese right there.
David, I don't know if you talked to Dick about his own golf game, but he's a nice player.
Is he?
He's a 3 or 4 handicap, at least he was.
Look at this shot Michael West has.
Oh boy,
I don't think anyone's hit it that far over the green today.
I agree.
Okay, so Michael, a Hall of Fame Division II basketball player at Lake Superior State University. Second time he's been in this championship, low career round, 65. Picked up the game at 20 years old. A couple of his best friends got him out of the golf course, players he most admires. Mo Norman, Bryson DeChambeau. That's a pairing that I frankly not sure I'm ever going to see that again as far as players you most admire, just those two.
They went about it a little different.
Yeah, those two are part of his dream foursome. Would like Jerry West on there as well, and Steph Curry, obviously a basketball fan.
Oh my goodness, is this a good shot?
Okay, how good is that?
It really is strong. So many things could happen, and what's the old Joe Cap line about a football pass? 3 things can happen and 2 of them are bad. That was about what that shot was. Its fondest memory was meeting Joe West, the Major League Baseball umpire. A lot of baseball players would not call that their fondest memory. I know Joe West work. Country Joe.
Yeah, he was involved in that controversial play last
other day
week with the 2-run homer.
That was a home.
That was overruled.
That was.
And they ended up losing by 2 runs.
Yeah. That was a home run. Sure looked like it was into the stands to me. Or is it backwards? Once it's over the fence, they can interfere with it. The fans can. If they can't reach out onto the field, it looked like it was over the wall. See if he can convert this par. He's a face-on putter. That's our second one today. And he thinks everybody should putt that way. Michael works at the Chichi Rodriguez Golf Club with one of my great friends, John Hayes, who was my teaching pro at Belle Reve Country Club. What a save that is.
Come on, give us a smile.
Yeah.
Come on.
Head shake. Smile in a minute. There he goes.
There.
He's smiling when he gets in the car on the way home, right?
I think that might be for his wife, Tracy West, who's one of the great administrators in the game. She ran the PGA Tour Champions event up in Boston for so long, now the PGA Tour Tournament Director for the Valspar Championship. And she's someone that makes people smile, regardless if you're a player in her field, a spectator coming to watch the game. But that's a power couple in the game of golf, that's for certain.
And Chichi Rodriguez, another guy who lives here locally. I think he's 81 years old now, and lived at Palm Cove. Has been around here for a long time, and that school he has over in Palm Harbor has certainly done an awful lot for underprivileged kids, exposed people to the game that never would have had the opportunity. And Chichi's one of these guys who's certainly given back to the game. Golf gave him a lot, but he gave an awful lot back as well.
Looks like Rob Moss getting ready to play. Scott Gates now checking out his yardage. Moss from the Northern Ohio section, Pepper Pike Club in Pepper Pike, Ohio. He's played in 3 PGA championships back in 05, played at Baltusrol 09, Hazeltine 11. The Atlanta Athletic Club was named Northern Ohio PGA Section Golf Professional of the Year in 2010.
Seems like half our fields have won other awards besides Player of the Year, Pro of the Year, or Teacher of the Year, or the Horton Smith Award, which is just fantastic. Is that our first lefty today?
Hadn't seen one before this, yeah.
Mitch Camp from the Northern Ohio section usually qualifies, but I don't think he made it this year. Lefty.
Well, back in the day, there weren't a lot of left-handers because there weren't left-handed clubs.
Correct.
You really didn't have that opportunity. And one of the great stories was when Mike Weir sent a letter to Jack Nicklaus saying that he was thinking about switching to right-handed, and Jack answered and told him, no, if you think you're a left-handed player, play left-handed, and it worked out pretty well. But I think that's one of the reasons why you don't see as many older players that are left-handed, because there just wasn't a lot of equipment back 30, 40 years ago.
As we look at Scott Gates from the Sun Country section, Albuquerque, New Mexico, you talk about lefties, and Mickelson would never have been able to go lefty then, I guess, if he had been an older school player. He's a right-handed natural golfer.
Scott and Rob both are 50 years old, barely made just babies out there playing. Like junior golfers.
The kids, the juniors, exactly.
They're junior league in 2 weeks.
Dolce, how old are you?
69. Oh, sorry.
Craig, are you 69?
No, I'll be 60 in 3 weeks.
You will be?
I will be.
I thought you were younger than me, man. I'm 56. Actually turning...
It'll be easier. I can shoot my 9. Joe Boros, 4 under for the day, 1 shot out of the lead. He's got a terrific round going.
From Pennsylvania, where a longtime club pro and tour player named Jim Boros used to live, Allentown. And Jim, good story, Jim spelled his name with 2 O's though, or 3 O's, B-O-O-R-O-S. But like Joe, everybody would ask him if he's related to Julius Boros, and he finally got tired of it when he's on the tour, and some spectator said, are you related to Julius Boros? And he said, what's your name? The guy says, Bob Smith. He says, are you related to Abdul Muhammad? Which I'm sure the guy was wondering, what are you talking about?
He's probably still wondering, what does that mean?
But now Joe Boros probably, are you related to Jim Boros? Or are you related to Julius Boros?
My guess is he gets Julius more than Jim, but good player out of that section.
Paired with Guy Boros in the Senior Open qualifier last year. I told him I loved his dad, except when he beat Arnie in '68 at Pecan Valley. Arnie would have completed the Grand Slam.
Yep, there are a few guys who prevented Arnold from doing that.
Yes.
Joe Boros works with Mike Van Sickle, who Some people from Sports Illustrated, a longtime sports writer, golf writer, Gary Van Sickle, that's his son. So Mike's been tasting a little bit of the web.com. He's had some Monday qualifiers and gone through, made it through the final stage of Q School a couple times. But certainly Michael was a great golfer. Even though he was a sports writer,
sure.
He made it through local qualifying a couple times for the U.S. Open. He was a scratch golfer. He could write and play golf.
How about Gary? How about Gary Van Sickle? He just writes. So on the far right of your screen, Scott Gates. In the middle there is Rob Moss, Joe Burrows. No relation. On the left-hand side, that's Rob. A lot of green to work with on this shot. What should amateurs, folks at home, be thinking when they've got a shot like this? You got a fair amount of Bermuda to cover.
I don't know if I like this. A lot of people say that handicapped players shouldn't use a lob wedge, and I kind of disagree with that. I wouldn't use it and open it up. I think that's the reason to use it. I like a square face strike with a lob wedge better than an open face sand wedge. So yes, play a little forward. A nice long. They have to get a long, slow swing. They want to hit a little short, jabby swing, and he even need a little bit longer swing, I think. Although that's working down there nicely. But get the Freddie Couples look. That nice, deliberate, long, slow swing. People act like deceleration is such a terrible word, but I'd actually rather see a little and Lee Trevino told me this, a little deceleration on a pitch shot than a lot of acceleration. So.
And why do you like the square shot with a lofted club?
It's just anytime you open the face, it's a glancing blow, and distance control is that much difficult. I estimated one time I hit hundreds of balls, but I estimated it's about 3 times as difficult to control the distance of an open face club than it is a square face.
Scott Gates now. That's the first caddy-player interaction we've seen.
All right. The caddy knew we were televising the event.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Scott's a golf fan, not just a golfer. He's been to 18 Masters and 4 Ryder Cups as a spectator, so he certainly has some connections, but it shows you how much he loves the game.
Next up, Joe Burrows. He says the key to solid putting is getting the face square at impact, and the golf tip he'd give to help the most number of amateurs: listen for the golf ball to go in on a putt. Listen.
How long do they wait?
That's a long wait on that one for him.
That would have tied him for the lead at 5 under with Stuart Smith.
Got a little more left than he would have liked. Rob Moss next for his par. This would be a nice 3. Keep him in red numbers.
For the last 60 years, I shake my head when somebody says a course favors a left-hander, at least without explaining it. Did you guys ever think of that? I mean, I think the assumption is that everybody draws the ball,
right,
and half the guys on the tour now fade the ball, but I still hear that comment occasionally on TV.
You hear it about Augusta a lot.
Yeah,
you think about that with Bubba Watson and Phil Mickelson.
It only favors a left-handed fade, not a draw.
You don't think that favors a left-handed course?
No, I do.
Okay.
I say the statement alone saying a course favors a left-hander. I guess the correct thing to say would be it favors a left to right shot or a right to left shot.
Let's take a look at the aerial one more time, just the green. Again, bottom left of your screen, you're going to see some water come in, but that shape with this hole location just says, please hit it out here on the right-hand side.
That's exactly right. Take what the course gives you, right?
Absolutely.
Somebody told me one time, you go for 9 pins and play for the middle toward the center of the green 9 times. And it's never exactly that, but it's kind of an interesting rule.
Sure. Keep some aggression. And the risk reward, boy, as you take it towards that hole location, water becomes more and more a factor. This now the 1236 group off the 10th tee. We're getting close to halfway point of this. The afternoon waves, 10th tee starters. Group number 38 is John Applegate, Herb Moreland, and Alan Sorensen. That's John Applegate right now, currently 6 over. Sorensen behind him to the right. Moving over to the golfer's left side of the tee box here at number 6 of the Wanamaker course. PGA Golf Club in Port St. Lucie.
Alan's played in 12 club pros. He won the 2002 Philadelphia Open at Pine Valley. That's pretty nice on your resume.
From the Southern California section.
Popular spot up there, about 50, 60 feet from the hole.
Alan Sorensen's from the Southern California section, excuse me. Buena Vista Golf Course in Taft, California.
51 years old, probably making his, I think he's making his first start in the Senior Club Pro. Get to see our lob shot again.
Yes, we will, as Herb Moreland gets set to play out of the Northeast New York section. Western Turnpike Golf Course in Guilderland, New York is his home facility. Competed in the 1989 PGA Professional Championship, 4 times the recipient of the Northeastern New York PGA Teacher of the Year Award. It's been 37 years at this golf course, his home facility.
I know Herb, he's quite a student of the golf swing. Works with Chris Tamulus on the LPGA Tour.
Welcome back to our broadcast center. I'm David Marr alongside Jerry Tucker. Been in this championship 17 times, and a man who's getting it done this week, Stuart Smith. Nice playing thus far. So tell us a bit about your round today, if you would.
Thank you so much. Well, pleasure to be back here in Port St. Lucie. I've been here a few times, and today was a good Florida day for this Western boy. So took care of the par 5s, birdied the par 5s, 3 of them anyway, and had made some other good short putts, but never got in too much trouble. And was it just a good solid day today? You
know, in this broadcast, we don't care about those par 5s. Let's talk about a par 3 and your tee shot right here at number 6, getting it done.
That was safety first. I'll tell you, safety first.
So put yourself in good position there. Is that something that you typically will think about every time you play this hole? Is you're going to certainly take safety into consideration first?
Well, on that particular one, you know, that was really a tough pin to get at today. Back left is a tough one. That very fast putt I had down there, and just really didn't seem like I hit it that hard, but I knew that it was fast and made a good par there. I'd take par there today. I've heard there's a few birdies though out there.
Well, there were, but not that many.
Some others too.
There's always some others on that.
Many more others than there were birdies. But if you take a look at how you fared on this, probably the more difficult of the two courses, does that give you some energy tomorrow going to the Ryder course?
Well, I think so. The Ryder course can, it's maybe a little softer, plays a little softer than the Wanamaker. Certainly the Wanamaker is a little tougher. We had the best conditions playing early in the morning too. So tomorrow I think it's forecast for a little bit of wind and maybe some rain late. We'll see. But yeah, I'm comfortable. It's a long way to go. I know it's early. I've learned that over my past. So I know it's very early, and we just keep plugging away.
Can you stay with us? Call some golf, actually?
Absolutely. I'd be happy to.
Great. Out here at the 6th, which is the hole we've been covering all day. We've got 263 of your fellow competitors playing in this championship. If you can analyze some of what we see here, that would be great. Because the 6th, again, a treacherous hole, one that we saw you score nicely on. This Herb Moreland has just hit it over the green. His second, what does he have?
He might be able to bump that shot, do you think?
Yeah, I think he can bump it. He's going, well, he bumped it. It's a little bit into the grain there. So that's the trouble with this Wanamaker course. The greens, when you're chipping into that grain, it can really grab it and makes around the greens pretty tough.
Herb 6 over on his round. Have that to stay at 6.
Something that's totally different in Florida is most of the players learn to read the grain, but even on a 7-iron approach shot, you need to be able to see the grain. On the 14th hole, for instance, on the Wanamaker, if you land down grain, your ball might release 50 feet. If you land into the grain, it might go 10 feet. So if you can, even when you're in the fairway, try to notice what that grain's doing.
I don't know if back on the tee, John Applegate heard how you played this hole, so he went out to the right. Safety first for him as well. What does he have with this putt?
Well, he's coming down the hill. He's got about 40 feet there easily. It's down grain. It looks like it's going to turn left, but I would question if it will turn left. It's fast. We'll see how he does here.
Looks like he's
ran it a little bit by, which I think that's going to be pretty common with most players that hit it up there. I mean, it was really coming down that grain there.
Played a practice round yesterday. Green seemed a little sneaky fast going downhill down grain. Would you say
could.
that?
We were talking about that earlier in my group. We were saying that, depending on where you hit it on the green, you may think that the greens are slow, or if I'm hitting it and I have down grain putts, I may think that they're really fast. So I mean, just the grain plays such an important part of putting here.
Now this championship, obviously, you want to win it because you want to put that on your resume. But you could earn your way to the Senior PGA Championship, something I heard a guy did 2 years ago, and had the first round lead at the end of the first one. Tell us a bit about
that. Was probably this year. Yeah, that's. I finished third last year in the National Senior, which was a great finish. I played a great weekend and looked forward to going back to Harbor Shores. That was my third time to go back to Harbor Shores. I'd made the cut the prior 2 years. I got a lot of friends out there. I felt comfortable. It's a good golf course for me, very target oriented. And threw up a great round on the opening round of 66, albeit double bogeying my last hole. I was a co-leader, and then they put me into the media center, and I was a little bit, I thought there was going to be a couple guys with some tape recorders there, and it was the full-on deal. So I maybe realized it was a little important. Of course, played hard the next afternoon, but I got off to a rocky start, and I just never recovered. I think I played my last few holes in under par just to shoot 83, and that was disappointing, but a great learning experience for me. And I think you just keep trying to get better each day. That's all you can do. And that was a way that, even though it seemed like a failure, it's probably going to help me get stronger as I go forward and still try and compete at a later age.
I remember that happening, and I don't remember your exact words, but your response was so gracious and made us all understand it. We all have been there. And the fact is that you shot a 66 on that stage. They can't take that away from you. You know what you're capable of.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, it was, it was of course it was disappointing, but like I said, it's we all know it can happen in this game.
And people think when you shoot a score like that it was just a disaster. You're just a little off on so many things, aren't you?
Yeah, I can't really even say I can't even say I was that nervous. By the time I teed off in the afternoon, I wasn't leading. I just threw a double and a triple out of the gate, which bit me. And then I couldn't recover. I lost some. And then that unsettle you. A double, triple out of the gate will.
Well, a lot of amateurs will look at a shot or a hole or a score that they shoot and believe the bad ones quicker than they believe the good ones. And I say, look, you're not as bad as your worst shot, but you are as good as your best shot. So keep that positive in mind as we take a look at Mark Brown here on the tee.
Mark's a good player. He's been up there quite often. I see his name a lot. Hit a good shot in there, too.
Tam O'Shanter Club. Mark's had 16 holes in one. It's not going to be number 17, Ronnie Glanton, next to play.
Ronnie was on the national board recently, and now he just got elected president of his North Texas section again.
An important section. They all are important, but that North Texas section, Northern Texas. He's at the Sherrill Park Golf Course in Richardson, Texas.
There's a real safety first there.
That's been a popular place.
Looks like it's coming down, though. That one's kind of sliding down there.
That shows you how fast that putt is, right?
Yeah, you're right.
A little drier this afternoon.
Right. No, they felt soft on there. When you were walking on the greens, you could feel a softness to the turf. So the greens were very receptive to most any shot.
And the fairways aren't running that fast either, are they? So the course is playing
No, they're fairly
long.
soft, too.
Yeah.
It is
I noticed it played fairly long. For 60, it played its real 6,800.
This is Eric Vayu. Eric's the South Florida section, the Bears Club in Jupiter.
He's a rookie out there, 50. Eric caddied for Jack Nicklaus in a couple of his senior major wins.
Wow.
Now he's the head pro at Bears Club.
That's the same Eric?
That's Eric.
That was a couple of those wins.
Eric.
Yeah, okay.
There's safety first. We'll see how he handles that downhill putt.
Tom Wargo called me up one night and said, you want to play tomorrow? And I said, well, I've got a game. He said, we'll cancel it. And I said, why? And he said, well, you and I are going to play Jack Nicklaus and Tony Jack on a match at the Bears Club. And Eric was our four caddy that day. So that was exciting.
How bad did you beat him, Jerry?
We actually won the team match, but Jack birdied like 3 of the last 4 and won the individuals, so he was happy. It couldn't have worked out more perfectly. But
now, as you take a look at what you have to do tomorrow, what's your typical modus operandi between now and starting time tomorrow afternoon? Right.
I'm going to head out to the range a little bit and hit a few balls. I'm still trying to get better. Working on a couple things and probably hit a couple putts and call it a day. I'm not going to overtrain, that's for sure. And we'll see what it holds tomorrow afternoon. It's always a little more challenging in the afternoon, as we know, but I'll be ready. Whatever.
I think it might seem like a silly question, but when would you start thinking about winning this golf tournament?
I've learned you just when I have it like this on 18 and tap it in.
I agree.
When I have it like this and I have a 2-foot putt on the last hole.
I agree.
And a 3-shot lead.
But certainly not till at least the back on the last day, right? People think
half the field hasn't even played half the other half of the course yet, nor have I. So we'd like to say that the Ryder Cup, the Ryder course is playing a little bit easier, but
it's gotten more difficult when they redid it a couple years ago. It's not. It used to be quite a bit softer, like you said, and easier, but it's a little tougher. I think there'll probably only be like a 1-stroke difference in the average scores. They put those online. That'll be interesting to see later.
Well, the greens are sure nice over on the Ryder now.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
It's really. It's the best.
Number 4 has a good look to the second shot on the par 5, and 3 I like a lot better now with the bunkers. It frames the tee shot better.
Did they just put the railroad ties in there on?
That's right.
4?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
I thought that looked
about a year
new
ago,
when I played it. It did look a little bit newer than what I remember.
So that's a great hole, I think. You cut off as much as you want on the tee shot,
well, we're looking at group number 39 out on the 6th green right now. The 2 players you see right now are Ronnie Glanton and Eric Vayu. 3rd player in this group, Mark Brown. Funniest story he ever had in the game of golf, playing in the 2000 PGA Championship at Valhalla. It was his first PGA Championship. He shot 71, was tied for 13th after the first round. In an interview room afterwards, someone asked where he was staying for the week. He replied, the Microtel Inn. Everybody had a chuckle when someone said, I don't think Tiger's staying there this week. So Covering in this championship, he hadn't played since September 10th, but found that he had prostate cancer and had it robotically removed on September 13th. It's about a 6 to 8 week recovery period. He's just trying to play in the Senior PGA Professional Championship and get it done. Here now as we take a look at Vayu getting ready for his birdie putt here at the 6th. Again, a slick one.
It's very challenging to judge the speed of this putt. You know, that's got to be his major thought here. If he can just cozy it down, take us 3, and get to that next par 5 that's downwind.
Stuart, what would be your thought while you're putting? Is it no thought? Is it speed? Is it line and distance? Is it technique? Or is it line?
I think I'm past technique now. I mean, I work on my technique, but I think it's always going to be just seeing the line and picking my aim, my spot where I want to hit it, and just going. I'm really trying to study that point where I want to hit the ball at, get my eyes back to the ball, and go quick.
So do you use intermediate targets?
I use one off the hole, however far I am hole high.
That's what Luke Donald does too, so that every putt's a straight putt. Kind of
every
Bobby
putt's a
Lockson,
straight putt.
Right?
Yeah.
Now Ronnie Glanton next to play.
This one's a little speedy, but that's definitely makeable.
Good call. You may have to stay for a while.
You may have to.
Okay, he owes me a beer.
Ronnie's a good dude. Ronnie will drink a beer with you. I know Ronnie.
Playing his 15th hole today. Glanton 1 under. The man I mentioned who's recovering right now from prostate cancer surgery. Mark Brown 2 under on his round. So again, beware the injured golfer.
Got a lot of great players up there. Darrell Kessner and Mark Milkey was there, but Mark's probably the man up there right now, I would say, in the senior golf, and probably right with the juniors as well.
Well, he says you have to be able to read the greens to be a decent putter, and fastest way to lower your handicap at home, work on your short game. I know it's boring, but if you want to get better, you got to work on it. What percentage would you say, Stuart, would there be between an amateur practicing short game and full shots? What should there be?
Well, I know at my club, I don't see them wearing out that practice putting green as much as they use the range. That's for sure. I think any pro would tell you. I think the challenge when they get on the putting green is that they just don't have any, routine or anything that they're actually working on. They drop a couple balls
bored quickly, right?
If the ball goes in,
well,
they think they're putting good.
Yeah.
But they're not working on their technique or their skill set. I think that's kind of stealing that from James Seekman. A lot of times you're going out to the green and are you trying to improve your skill, or are you trying to fix what you got? I think the majority of them go out, they throw a few balls, and maybe they get the speed right. But other than that, they're waffling with no chance to get better.
Well, and how would you suggest that they work on the skill set? What sort of a drill or tip should they be doing?
Well, to me, I think there's 3 things in putting. I think you have to get the ball started on the line. I think you need to be able to read the green, and I think you need to be able to control speed. Yeah. I don't know what else there is to that. Here out in Florida, of course, we're looking at the grain a lot. But that's, kind of goes to figure in on are we starting the ball on the right line. So I think your practice routine has to involve those few things, maybe one of each, or every other day you're working on control and speed. But I think the majority of players, they're not very good at control and speed, number one. So that takes the read of the green kind of out of the equation then. If they can never hit it a consistent distance past the hole, who knows how far they're going to miss it side by side, or how far to play it side by side. So it's just one big guess to them. So I think they need a little more regimented routine.
Well, certainly you've done a lot of work on your putting game because you started this championship in great form. Thanks so much for your time, and appreciate your joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
You've been watching so far our coverage of the 6th hole. Action will continue shortly. We're breaking away temporarily from Facebook, but action will continue on golfchannel.com as well as PGA of America's YouTube page. Join us then.
Thank you very much.
You got it. Good luck tomorrow.
Craig Cohen, appreciate it. Nice job.
Thanks. Thank you.
You're watching coverage of the 30th Senior PGA Professional Championship coming to you from the Wanamaker course, PGA Golf Club in Port St. Lucie, Florida. This is group number 40 on the tee at number 6. This group teed off at 12:54 from the 10th tee. Tom Atchison, Greg Farland, and Albert Kuhn. This is Albert Kuhn right here. Albert from Oakhurst Golf and Country Club.
I love when he's asked his greatest competitive accomplishment, and he said longevity.
At 52 years old, from the Michigan section. He's had 2 holes in one. Once he owned a glow-in-the-dark miniature golf facility. So many players taking it safe, going out there on the right-hand side. 4 appearances for Albert in the PGA Professional Championship from 2003 to 2016. This is now Tom Atchison.
Tom's been one of the top players in the Northern Ohio section for some time, along with Gary Robeson, Mitch Camp, 3-time section champion.
Home facility, the Salem Golf Club in Salem, Ohio. 3 times the Northern Ohio PGA section champion. 3 times All-American at Wittenberg University.
Almost got our cameraman there.
And last to play in this group, out of the New England section, from Marlboro Country Club in Marlboro, Massachusetts, is Greg Farland.
How about his player that he most admires, his wife, Liz, He is definitely trying for some points, isn't he?
Definitely is. He's also trying for his second hole-in-one in his career, currently 5 over par. 65 is his low round. Second time he's played in this championship. Man played college football at the University of Rhode Island. Says some fall golf is going on at his home course right now in New England, and he thinks it's the best time of year. I'm out on the east end of Long Island. I think I got to agree with that. Club hosted the Senior Tour back in 1980, 81, and 82. Arnold Palmer won in 81.
It's a good tip for amateurs too. So grab the 3-wood once in a while. Don't. Everybody just gets to the tee and grabs a driver just out of routine. And why not hit a 3-wood and keep it in play? Sometimes you hit a driver so good, you hit it through the fairway. And important thing, just keep it in play and give yourself a chance to reach, hit the green in 2, hit it in red.
Unless you're a head case like me, who literally can't hit my 3-wood, but hit my driver straight every single time. So I haven't hit my 3-wood in. I mean, on the golf course in 3 years probably. I'm terrible with it. Got to find one that works.
Maybe the biggest course management mistake a lot of the amateurs and even the pros make, though, Craig, is exactly what you said. They'll use a driver when that's what reaches the pinched-in area between the bunkers, maybe a 25-yard target, whereas you might have a 45-yard target if you lay up 10 yards short and you're only hitting one more, possibly 2 more clubs to the green. But,
hey, can I clarify? I don't hit it long enough to get to that pinched-in part, so I'm okay.
We would tell you to take a lesson from a PGA professional.
many of them.
On your 3-wood.
Exactly. My brother is the one who can help me out.
Well, I remember Sandy Lyle was winning majors. He used to hit 2-iron off the tee, and he said, "Hey, I hit 2-iron because I want to reach it in 2. I don't need to hit a driver. If I hit a driver, don't hit it straight, then I can't go for a par 5 in 2."
Well, Seve Ballesteros said of the Big Five when they came out, it was Ballesteros, Woosnam, Lyle, Langer, and Faldo. He said, look, if we all played the best we could play every single week, Sandy Lyle would win every single week against the rest of us. So that's saying something. From Seve, the man who's won more European Tour titles than anyone in history.
Seve always wanted him to play the U.S. Open with no fairway. All rough. All right, here's Tom Atchison. He's got our lob shot, I like to call it, as opposed to the flop. But got to put some air under this, even if he wants to bump it into the fringe. But no real bump here, I don't think. Short backswing, though.
I'm not seeing a lot. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's
tough to run through that rough part. So we'll have to see what he comes up with.
Fast going down the hill.
Yeah, he did get it up a little bit.
Yeah,
there.
but
you got to think
no chance.
It's too fast. That's the problem. You want a high. One of my expressions is, if you want a high soft shot, you have to use a long slow swing. Short fast swings don't produce trajectory in a soft shot. No charge for that, David.
First of all, I love it because it's alliterative and it's easy to remember. But you need to throw a little dash of bravery in there too,
yeah,
because
that's
just it feels like, oh no, there's so many things can go wrong, but it's the only way to make it go right. Great point.
I gave Lee Trevino my short game test one time, and he was hitting these little pitches as we talked about the test, and he did say that he took a long, in this, what I call a bird's nest lie in South Florida, like that lie when it's way down. You need the long, slow swing, and he said, I even decelerate a little bit. And he talks faster and more than I do, but he came up for air, and I said, Lee, that's the first time I ever heard a great player or teacher say they decelerate on purpose. He said, and it was. And he said, it's the only way you can hit a shot like that soft enough, or even a downhill putt in an open. Here's another one of those 50-foot putts.
Al Kuhn. And how about what he says to amateurs who want to get better? He says, hit the proper club. You just said that. Get professional advice. You just said that as well. You guys are on the same page as far as that book is concerned. And his ringtone is also the Masters theme song. The key to his solid putting is distance control. Decent job there of that.
That would be my ringtone if I knew how to put that on my phone. I think I'll have to talk to my wife about that.
You may need to go a couple generations down. There's got to be like a 12-year-old somewhere.
I'm pretty good at sending an email.
There you go.
They're Dancing with the Stars theme song.
Oh.
So Greg Farland.
Greg said his superstition is always marking the ball with his penny and heads up, and certainly that's fine, but a lot of players will mark with their coin tails up, and then if they have to move their ball out of the line, they turn it over, and now it says to them, heads up, you need to move this back.
There you go.
So.
Have a Farland stream foursome. Wife Liz, Dad, and Dr. B, his father-in-law. Throwing the father-in-law in there, too.
Yes.
All kinds of brownie points. Atchison now. After that bump and run and run. Did he give it enough?
Comes, yeah.
Oh, nice. 3.
That's what he was playing for all along.
That's right. Right to left uphill putt.
Next, Al Kuhn. Foregoing the Halloween party with hay rides back at his home course. Dream foursome, Warren Buffett, Jack Nicklaus, Ronald Reagan. Started when he was 8 years old. A couple older brothers. Got lessons at Carl's Golfland. Now the football player. Farland. Favorite movie, Brian's Song. Oof. Tough one to watch.
Yep, tearjerker.
So 4 groups remain in the afternoon wave here at number 6 of the Wanamaker course. PGA Golf Club and PGA Village, Port St. Lucie, Florida. About halfway between Miami and Orlando. The 1:03 starting time off the 10th tee. Stephen Gacci, Tad Holloway, Chris Kitt. Chris, a legendary player out of Kailua Kona, the Big Island of Hawaii. This is Gacci. Midwest section, plays out of Colbert Hills Golf Course in Manhattan, Kansas.
Steve and Rob Wilkin, probably the 2-star players out of the Midwest section there for years.
Well, this gentleman right here is a star in my book from the Aloha section out of Nanea Golf Club, Kailua Kona. Chris Kitt is one of the most pleasant gentlemen you'll ever meet.
Has a good, aggressive swing as well, too. No hold back in that swing.
Only problem for Chris is there is no chance that man is 50 years old. Wait till we get up on the green. He just looks like he's 32.
Oh, he's 51.
All right, Tad Holloway next to play. Ontario, Oregon. Timberstone Golf Course of Idaho.
First time in this tournament.
He's had 9 holes in 1. Not number 10. And I don't know. We were optimistic about maybe seeing an ace.
Yeah, well, it's not. We're only halfway through.
Not a lot close in the afternoon, though.
I know. Maybe not today.
I'm with you.
Tad qualified for the 1996 U.S. Open at Oakland Hills in Detroit.
And he's the one that made the double eagles on consecutive days on the same hole. Now that is, the odds of that are about like winning that Powerball last night or a couple nights ago.
So when Chris Kitt, we see him in the golf cart right there, gets up to the green, his greatest competitive accomplishment wasn't even in golf. He had a home run in the bottom of the 9th in a college baseball game. Also the Merchandiser of the Year in the Aloha section. What a great club that is. Nenea, we just saw Chris walk out of our screen. Chris on the right side of the screen right there. He's helped out notable players from Bill Gates to Michael Jordan. In his backyard when he was growing up, it was an executive course at Incline Village in Lake Tahoe. He started at 7 years old. He most admires Roger Federer and Bernhard Langer. He's met Bernhard Langer because Nenea is right across the street from where the PGA Tour champions begin their season at Hualalai Golf Club, and they actually host a terrific fundraiser for Hawaii State Junior Golf. In fact, the HSJGA funds their entire year's operating budget out of that one Pro-Am. And Chris and his folks there at Nenea do an amazing job at hosting the professionals and those young juniors. Great long bunker shot, but he's going to have a little bit of a lengthy par putt there, Chris Kidd will.
He also wandered over to Hualalai and shot his best round ever, 64 at 4 Seasons.
He's an avid tennis player also that enjoys playing with his 3 kids. Doubles gets pretty heated when it's popping the kids. They're all ranked players in Hawaii, and they 9 years to 12 years old. So Chris Kidd better be on his game if he's going to end up playing against those kids. Dream foursome for this man right here, Tad Holloway, is Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods, and his son Nicky Holloway. Favorite course is the Ocean Course at Kio Island.
Ooh, caught a piece of it.
Yeah, he's got a good tip. He said most amateurs just hit one club too little every time. They always think they can hit it farther, and if every time you hit a shot you took one more club, you'd be better off.
I would agree with that. Hale Irwin, great iron player, and I've got to play with him a couple times, and he didn't ever say he had one club extra, but he said he never strained to hit a club. And I think a lot of us do that. We try to max out on our, if we hit an 8-iron 150, that's what we always seem to be hitting it.
Go all the way back to Bobby Jones, same thing, Ben Hogan along the way.
When you strain to hit an iron or wood or any club, you tend to tighten your grip as you approach impact, and that's when you can get into the disastrous shot, when you have significant grip change, pressure change as you approach impact. Nice putt there.
Nice putt there for Stephen Gacci. He's a serious bass fisherman, loves to read fiction.
Yeah, he's got some superstitions. 1965 quarter he marks it with, and he only plays with number 2 and number 3 golf balls. So what does he do with the other 6 balls in the dozen?
Doesn't want to see any high numbers then. Chris Kidd unable to make his 3. Always wishing good things for that man. Holloway next.
He's got a thick grip on that putter.
Favorite movie is Blind Side, and favorite book, Good Walk Spoiled because he's in it.
On the left edger. Man, good putt.
Well done as that group goes off to the 7th. Reachable par 5. And 3 groups remain in the afternoon wave here at number 6. This, group number 42, they teed off the 10th at 1:12 p.m. Jeff Comby, James Mason, also known as Big Daddy, right there. You see him in the pink shirt. And Carrie Splain. Big Daddy played a few years on PGA Tour champions, more than a few.
I love you say the pink shirt instead of saying the black knickers.
James and I both qualified on the Monday one time in the Cadillac NFL New Jersey event. I won about $1,500. I played with Joe Theismann, and James won the tournament as a Monday qualifier.
He started wearing those knickers back in the mid-'80s after he and his wife visited the T-Berry Knicker Company in California. He purchased several pairs. He once roomed with Fuzzy Zeller when they were starting their professional careers. Man, that's one guy. If you room with Fuzz, you better, the practical jokes are coming, the fun's happening, you better pay some attention. This is Comby, 2 over par. South Central section. Tulsa Country Club is his home facility in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Nice tee shot. Runner-up at the 2017 South Central PGA Professional Championship. Carrie Splain next to play. Carrie in the North Florida section from Marsh Creek Country Club in St. Augustine, Florida. 1985 Florida Amateur Champion. Got a lot of good young amateurs coming out of this state.
He coached Chris Couch, who was an All-American University of Florida, and as a 15-year-old qualified for the Honda Classic. One of the youngest to do that until Ty Tryon did it even younger at the Honda Classic.
Chris won on the won New Orleans one year.
Yeah, he did.
And I was watching him. He needed to get it up and down out of the bunker on the last hole. And he left it in the bunker and then holed it up.
Yes, just like he planned, just a regular up and down.
James absolutely roasted us last winter in the 2 senior events they had here. He won the quarter century by 11 strokes on a cold, windy days. He shot 133.
And I'll tell you what, he did not feel bad about it.
No, he did not. And his wife, thinks those knickers look good, and that's all that matters.
I'm not so sure she does.
She helped him pick him out, he said.
Yeah, I think she might have been playing a little prank on him, a little practical joke, but Big Daddy can sport him okay.
That's right. He pulls it off. That's
he does.
Exactly it.
So when Carrie Splain gets up to the green, he's had an interesting career in the game. His fondest memories is watching all the kids he's taught to go on to become world-class players. He survived a plane crash when he was 7 years old. He's got the club championship going on back at home, so it's really thankful to the Marsh Creek Country Club for letting him come on out and compete here when that big event's going on back home. But
I played Marsh Creek several times. They had the regional qualifier for the Champions Tour school several times. Nice golf course.
That's him right there. He's known for eating golf balls, is what he said in our survey. I haven't gotten any details on that, but
I think we need details on that one.
I know that Andy Bean used to bite him in half.
I think the course is known for eating.
Is that what it is? The golf course is okay. Good deal.
It ate a couple of mine.
So his key to solid putting is just to put a good roll on it. He's got a birdie putt here, and he tells amateurs one tip that would help the most number of amateurs: just keep the weight on the inside of your right foot. He's a serious kind of guy.
Jack Nicklaus thought from Jack Grout, right?
There you go.
Not quite stack and tilt, but don't let the weight get to the outside.
Big fan of Game of Thrones and Lord of the Rings, so he likes those trilogies that go on or multiple seasons. Game of Thrones going to be coming out here, I guess, in the next few months, the next season. So he's got a couple of Jacks in his dream foursome. Nicklaus and Nicholson. And then Freddie Couples in there. That might be some fun, that crew. Watching his dad play at 6 years old, he decided he wanted to get into the game and play some, be closer to his father. That's exactly what he started doing. Low career round, 62. Here he is for birdie at number 6. Just slides by on the low side.
One of the tough decisions, that's a good looking shirt. One of the tough decisions is, do I wear my good outfit on Thursday or Friday, or am I going to make the cut? Can I save it for Saturday or Sunday?
Well, if you know you're playing Wanamaker, you got some airtime, you got to go on whatever day that is.
That's tiebreaker right there.
So next to play, Jeff Comby.
You know James Mason's going to be watching this putt.
Yeah, he's like one of those country boys that say, you know, I ain't too smart while he's taking your wallet out of your back pocket. So he's not going to miss too many things. He won't run. I don't think he's going to run over there, though. He'll amble over to watch the line. That's an amble.
There's the amble.
Yeah.
You mentioned James winning as a Monday qualifier. He was 60 years old. He lost in a playoff to Mark Wiebe.
In North Carolina.
Yep, the Greater Hickory Classic at Rock Barn. So he's been a good player for a long time. But yeah, I remember last winter he won a couple tournaments. I think it was by a combined 17, 18 shots. He was just having fun with you guys.
It's about talent, of course, but it's also do you have the guts to win a tournament, even when things are going well? Larry Laretti never had won a section event and won this U.S. Senior Open. And even though your games, look at that putt, he can do that too.
He can definitely do that.
We've had 3 or 4 putts made on that line, but that's the longest one.
Well, he needed that. That only puts him 3 over for the day, so he's got to make some more of those.
Yeah, that's an unusual score for him. The tour keeps the total footage of putts made in the round, and the tour players average about 74 feet, so he got about 30 of it right there.
So the second to last group that we'll be covering today is headed to the tee, actually on the tee box right now. Doug Bauman in the purple shirt right there. Doug from Biltmore Country Club. He's had 5 holes in one.
He's my 60-year-old in this group, 61 years old.
First, though, is Todd McCorkle, who shot a 60 at Randolph Park in Tucson, 61 at Old Overton.
Like we got
11 aces.
Second lefty coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Got a little Russ Cochran look to him.
In the Alabama Northwest Florida section, the Old Overton Club. Well known for his coaching, 2 times leading NCAA championship teams and 6 conference titles, 2 regional championships as well, the University of Georgia and University of Alabama.
This player's excited to be here. Mark Marcuzzo, he's fought through a lot of physical challenges and to play this week, and he's having a good time. He didn't expect a lot. He's not doing too bad over there. He's 4 over, but he's just having a good time.
He won the Patriot Award, which speaks to what you're talking about.
He's a good guy.
And now Bauman.
Mark listed me in his dream foursome, so you can tell we had 4 or 5 guys sucking up pretty badly to try to get a good mention on TV.
I don't know what you're looking at, but I've got him with Miller, Watson, and Nicklaus.
I'm sorry, Mark Marcuzzo.
Okay.
Oh yeah, he's got Tiger Woods, Jack Nicklaus, Arnold Palmer, Jerry Tucker. I mean, they all blend together, right?
What's wrong with this picture, or what doesn't fit here?
Exactly. Which one does not fit?
That was Arnie 3 times and Jack once. Tiger's eluded me so far.
It's 43rd group through this, the 6th hole of the Wanamaker course here at PGA Golf Club in PGA Village, Port St. Lucie, Florida. 129 players through so far. We got 3 more left.
Todd McCorkle's 3 under, has a nice round going.
Tied for 29th in the U.S. Senior Open. Led 2 different teams to NCAA championships, as I said, in back-to-back years.
Player, 5-time Section Player of the Year.
Father introduced him to the game at 5 years old.
Yeah, the morning wave, this hole played is the sixth most difficult hole on the course, 3.154. We thought it would play a little bit easier than that, but you know, a couple guys made it. One guy made an 8. Not too many birdies. There have been only 9 birdies on the hole in this morning, and 57 pars.
Lots of pars.
8 bogeys and a double and 3 others. So a couple scores really kind of knocked it up, but.
That's the first time I've seen a guy disappear into that hazard down there.
Worried about that alligator.
You know, and I guess, like we were told earlier, don't worry about that 7-footer you can see. It's the 10 or 11-footer you can't see.
Right.
Watch that guy.
Biggest alligator in Florida ever captured, 14.4. For your friends that say they saw a 20-footer. There are 20-foot
capture the 20-footer.
That's true.
I just want to see the 20-footer in my rearview mirror. That's it.
There's some 17, 18-footers in Louisiana in that area, but no 20s. All right. Looked like you had a little work to do. Get it out at least.
Mark Marcuzzo.
Get up. Get it on out of there.
That's why you're watching the Dream. Force him, help him out of that hazard. Corey hit the shot for him down there. That's a makeable putt from just off the green there.
That'd be a fun one. Yeah, that one only breaks 6 or 8 inches left to right. Little down.
It is breaking away from
left
him,
to right. Absolutely, it's makeable though.
Yeah, Todd McCorkle 3 under for the day. This would get him within 1 shot of the lead.
The one up there about 60 feet away? Like how you announced it.
Okay, this par will
Like
get
I was
him
going to
within.
say, like
Keep him
we
within.
are not thinking about making that. At least I'm not. Brad Faxon used to, I think, try to make every putt, but yeah, he would love, if you say, Todd, we'll give you a 2-putt, he'd say, I see you. Actually a 1-putt if you don't count the fringe putt. Yeah, tied for 29th Senior U.S. Open. He can play. Not just make the cut, go ahead and finish it off.
His key to solid putting, consistent pace and solid strike of each putt. That one maybe just a hair too solid. But his golf tip and advice he would have for helping the most amateurs would be try to repeat the same swing during every round.
Wouldn't that be fun?
How about on the same hole? How about back-to-back shots? I'll go for that these days. Now McCorkle. Putting.
Using my 4-degree wedge from
with
well
the
off
green. This could be a nice one.
Looks pretty good there.
Ooh. Yeah, he almost did make that to get within 1 shot.
He was listening to you, Dolce.
This hole sets up for left-handers, right?
That's exactly right. Especially putting.
His key to putting is eyes over the ball, flat left wrist. And he says to amateurs, don't practice fruitlessly, take a lesson.
Yeah, I get the feeling they're probably not playing a whole lot of golf on Saturday afternoons at his golf course. I would think the bar's got to be pretty crowded at the clubhouse watching.
He told us yesterday it was about 65 degrees up there. He said they would sell 400 hot dogs and about 700 beers. Break in there.
3 green
Break in there, Mark. Oh,
That would have been a nice par.
that was good effort there.
Low round is a course record 61 at Biltmore Country Club. his current home facility. Ooh, he thought he missed it, but drops for him. As McCorkle has this left to finish off his par here at the 6th. So as they head off to the 7th, the reachable par 5. One group remains here at number 6, 182-yard par 3. Group number 44 teed off the 10th hole at 1:30 p.m. This is their 15th hole today. Dale Jones with Boyd Barth and Mike Lawrence.
Yeah, Rick Morton just posted a 67 on the Wanamaker course, so he moves into a tie for the lead with Stuart Smith at 5 under, and we've got 4 guys tied for third at 4 under, and that's Mike Barge, Tim Fleming, Don Berry, and Ryan Reese.
That's Boyd Barth right there. 182, Boyd.
One of the old maxims is that you double the first round leading score, and that'll be the winning score. So that would say 10 under, and that sounds plausible. It depends on the weather, whether we get any weather. I think a slight front's supposed to come through next couple of days.
Mike Lawrence on the tee. Hails from Anderson, South Carolina.
Long-time good player. Won the South Carolina Open 3 times.
Life member from the Carolina section.
It looked like a little draw move. He's going to work it in, which is obviously the preferred shot for this whole location. Kind of getting that right side behind that left arm so he can come at it from the inside a little bit. Don't know if he got the draw. Yeah, it's coming on there pretty good.
The ground draw going on. Boyd Barth, next to play from the Michigan section. He plays out of Flint Elks Country Club in Grand Blanc, Michigan, a graduate of Central College in Pella, Iowa. He was the medalist for the 1982 Iowa State High School Golf Tournament.
Got a little punch move, almost like a knockdown shot. Like he hit in there a little low. Probably trying to make it run over that ridge.
Out of the Minnesota section, Dale Jones. From the Mendakota Country Club, Mendakota Heights, Minnesota. 5-time PGA Professional Championship competitor. That's a nice one there. Final group of our coverage, 132 players today, 44 groups here at number 6. We'll have another 132. They all played the Ryder course today. 264 PGA members in this, the 30th Senior PGA Professional Championship. We'll bring you stories on all of them. You will have heard half of the field when we're done with these 3 players. 263 men and 1 historic woman. We'll talk about her tomorrow.
I like Sherry Andoni, and I like her chances of being the low female in the tournament.
Think she's got a good shot there?
I'm going to lay some money on that one.
Who's going to take the other side of that bet?
Captain Obvious.
Players are going to change this year to the low 90 in ties being the first cut. They've mimicked the Club Pro, which several years ago changed to a cut instead of 70 in ties for the last 2 rounds. They're cutting to 90 in ties, and then after the third round, we'll cut to 70 in ties. Some players complained. Truth, I guess you could say that it was true. I mean, it's true that you got cut at 70, and you still had a chance to qualify for the PGA, the Senior PGA Championship.
I think that makes a lot of sense. That 70 is really when you're trying to play for the #1 spot. But when you've got something else as valuable at stake as a spot in either the Senior PGA Championship, which you have here, or the PGA Championship at the PGA Professional Championship, get that second cut. Let a guy who's 89th work his way into the top 70, then the top 35
You're
or
only
20.
talking about 2 shots probably anyway.
Sure.
Yeah, you think about the PGA school, they used to do a cut after 4 rounds, and how many times have you seen guys go low those last 2 rounds, come from nowhere? I mean, they paid $5,000 to play in this thing. You might as well let them play every round. So I think it makes sense. And the margin of difference between players, as you say, 2 shots might be 40 spots.
You don't even have to go low. I mean, comparatively low. If you make the cut in this and shoot 72, 72, you've got a real good chance. So.
Boyd Barth, putts on the way. He's got some steam to it. Got a lot of work left coming back.
Sure does. This stage of the round, you shouldn't have it, but you're in your mind, you're like, okay, I'm 2 over. Let me get it in at 74. And so any drop shot from here on to the house really, as they say, makes dinner taste not quite as good.
Yeah, Boyd, being from Grand Blanc, Michigan, I asked him what's going on in his course this week, and he said, snow.
Mike Lawrence now.
It's going to break a couple feet to the left from about, they're a little over 30 feet. Didn't quite hit it, did he? Right on line.
1 too hard, 1 too soft.
Baby Bear next.
Let's see what Dale Jones, Baby Bear, maybe holds this one. So you can take your 3 from this hole and head quickly to number 7. No matter who you are. Mike Lawrence, currently 3 over.
Yep, 3 threes. The 3 days you play here will be just fine. So next year you can leave the flagstick in the hole. No penalty if you hit it. Which I don't think you'll see on the professional tours, but I think at an amateur level that's kind of a good rule. Could help speed up some play.
Sure. Dale Jones makes his 3, and this is now Boyd Barth. Final competitor of the day to work his way through. Number 6 here. To want to make a course. Making a 4. That one's going to hurt. Dropping back to 3 over. Still not out of it. Been some decent scores, but no one has gone tremendously low. That's going to bring to an end our coverage of this, the 30th Senior PGA Professional Championship. We've got all 264 players coming your way. Again, David Marr alongside Jerry Tucker and Craig Dolch. I'll start with you, Craig. What sort of caught your attention in today's round?
Well, I think the scores were lower than we thought they were going to be. They certainly took advantage of the ideal scoring conditions with the weather, Very nice out, almost no wind. I would think by the end of the day, you're going to have about 30 people going to shoot in the 60s, and you're going to have about 65, 70 people break par. So they certainly had a chance to get after the course today. The 6th hole played a little bit more difficult than we thought. It's still the 6th most difficult hole of the day, and but you saw in the afternoon there were a lot less of the high scores. Guys kind of realized we just got to pay this respect to the hole and play it out right and just make a par and go to the next hole.
Well, and you played in more than half of these championships, this being the 30th. What happens on Thursday night for most of these players? Let's say you've shot a number you're not too comfortable with, or the guys at the lead. You've been both places.
Can't help but look at the scoreboard. Double. Used to be double +1, but it seems like it's more just double now, or every once in a while double -1. You've got a score in mind. You do have to be careful when you shoot a good round. You shoot a 69 or 70 today. So part of your brain can look and say, well, 147 is going to make the cut, and you will gravitate toward that cut number if you're not careful, if you're not a guy who's used to trying to win the tournament. The top 10 players, they want to go, if they were 300 a day, they want 3 or 4 more tomorrow. But a lot of us, when our goal was kind of to make the cut, you gravitate toward it. So try to play just that round tomorrow. But as you said, ideal weather. Not only that, the condition of the course is causing these low scores. When you have excellent greens, and the fairways are good too, so that will contribute to the low scoring.
You guys ready to do it again?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we need a hole-in-one tomorrow.
There you go, hole-in-one, 132 chances added tomorrow. Half the field is completed. Their play here at number 6 at the Wanamaker course. Some great reactions on a terrific day of golf. It's the 30th Senior PGA Professional Championship, and our coverage begins again tomorrow. We'll bring you wall-to-wall coverage. All of the 264 stories coming your way from Port St. Lucie. Don't miss it. GolfChannel.com, PGA of America Facebook, and also PGA of America YouTube channel. That's where you can get it. 132 more stories coming your way tomorrow.